And you are live. Good luck.
All right, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Hybrid. Today I'm going to be showing off Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but with a little bit of a twist, which I will explain as we get into the run. Joining me today are two lovely commentators, if you want to introduce yourselves.
Hello, I am Shemcat. I speedrun Xenoblade 2 quite a lot, and I'm looking forward to showcasing this one with Hybrid.
And I am Vax Hurt. I'm a no DLC speedrunner. It's a less run category these days, but it's my preferred favorite. I'm definitely going to be getting back to it one of these days. But today we have Hybrid with. You want to explain this category, Hybrid, because it sounds really interesting.
Yeah, so this category is blade rotation. So for those unfamiliar with this game, a blade is basically like a secondary character to your primary character, who basically dictates the entire style of play that you're going to be using. This category requires that I change my blade every chapter, so there'll be a lot of interesting routing decisions that are made, how we share our weapon chips, which blades we use for which chapters, and that kind of stuff. I'll explain the details of that as they become relevant throughout the run. But given that, I'll be ready to go pretty soon. So let's say in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's go.
Good luck.
Alright, so this game starts off with a combat sequence, and there's not really enough time to explain the combat in this short period of time, but I will do my best. So, this is Rex. He's our main, what we call a driver in the game, and he's going to attack automatically. However, after he attacks, I can move the character, which causes him to basically reset, and you can auto-attack faster than the game typically would allow you to. Each auto-attack builds up what's called an art, which is a more powerful attack that we can do. And when you time an art, as you land an auto-attack, it will do increased damage. That's going to be the main source of being able to deal damage throughout the run until we unlock blade specials at the end of this chapter. So, so we're going to have a lot of, just initial prep for, the next few minutes. So, when you guys want to explain, who is Rex, where are we, what is the point of this game, as we just do some tutorials and dialogue stuff.
Yeah. So lore-wise, Rex is the world Rex tab is called All Rest, and it's you saw there's this giant sea of clouds. In that first battle scene with Rex, that is a major feature of the world of All Rest. There was a cloud sea. You can swim in it. You will see us doing that from time to time. We saw it in the cutscenes that we skipped. But humanity lives on the backs of these giant creatures called Titans. And Rex, the one Rex was on earlier, is an old friend of his who he calls Gramps, a very small Titan, but a Titan nonetheless. Now we are located on a different one. This is the first area of the game we visit. Each area we visit will be a different Titan. And I actually play the Japanese versions, and I'm not familiar with the English names. So Shemcat, you want to help me out here?
Yeah, so this first area of the game is called the Argentum Trade Guild, and it's basically where Rex goes to make his money. So he dives into the Cloud Sea and salvages all sorts of trinkets and bits of loot he can find, and he just sells them here. So he sold some over here, I believe, and it sold for about 200 G. And then he got called over by the chairman, Chairman Banner, and he requested a very special job of Rex. Or is that happening right now? I can't really remember.
Already
Already had. Well, he got the request. We haven't actually gone to talk to the chairman yet. That's no, we did talk to the chairman. Yes,
we did. Yep.
We skipped the cutscene so fast I can't keep track of it. But yes, we have already gone to talk to the chairman. We got a lot of money from the chairman, to the tune of 100,000.
Well, that was
Rex is a very nice guy. Yeah.
Well, that was when we give it away.
Rex is a very nice guy. Yeah. Yeah, he knows that he can't make good use of that money, but he's sure that his folks back home could. So he sends 90,000 of that right back home.
I wish you sent it to me.
And leaves us with. Yeah, really, but does leave us just enough to get started, so that's fair. Now we have this salvage tutorial here. So this is it's kind of a little mini game that you can do because Rex is a salvager. He dives into the Cloud Sea, usually a little bit more acrobatically than you see him doing there. Kind of tripped off the edge, but that's all right. I'm sure he's fine.
It is faster to fail,
dives
unfortunately.
It is faster to fail, so
that's
there's a
annoying.
little button challenge, a quick time event minigame you can play to get better rewards. We actually don't need the rewards, we just want to finish that. And unfortunately, we did get a bunch of enemies there, which is annoying because it makes you take a kind of farther route around the side. Ideally, you get lots of those little white item points and no enemies at all. But it doesn't make a huge difference in the run. It's just,
We actually don't even need those items in this run.
Oh, for this route, yeah.
Yeah.
So some routes you do want them, in this route I guess not, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really only a no DLC.
But no
thing.
enemies is, no enemies is still better, and we did get a couple of those. So if you do get close enough, they will start chasing you, and you have to run all the way back inside to get them off.
You
of
lose
you,
like a
which is
full
big
minute if you
time
aggro one of them.
Yes,
At
it is
least.
a huge pain. But yeah, we have completed all of our preparations. We've done our shop tutorials, our salvage tutorials. Now we're going to do the inn tutorial. The inn is interesting in this game because you'll see right here is a little level up screen. There are two kinds of experience you get in this game. There's normal experience you get from fighting battles, defeating enemies, all that. And then there's this bonus experience you get from things like exploring the world. So when you find new landmarks, you get a certain amount of experience. When you complete a quest, you get experience. All that funnels into your bonus experience. And then you can collect that at an inn whenever you choose. So if you're feeling like your level's a little low, you go and stop at an inn and do that. Or if you like, you can play at a lower level and not use the inn. It's an interesting little design choice.
Yeah,
we just
what
also
I just did was I opened the DLC menu to unlock the DLC for this game. Part of the DLC for this game, for some reason, includes accessibility options, so I disabled the enemy aggression, which means outside of a few unique monsters, enemies will not aggro me during this run. Unlike no DLC, where we'll have to avoid various engagements because it's time lost to get encounters.
Personally, it makes it a lot more fun, but to each their own.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is definitely though a quality of life, useful quality of life option if you want to have that do that, and it does make the run a lot more straightforward, to be sure.
Yep. The other thing that I accepted from that DLC was money. The DLC gives you a lot of starting items, so this will include different pouch items, which we'll explain what those are later, which are the favorites of the various characters, along with just money that you can start with. Unlike most RPGs, money routing is not going to be a concern from this run because the DLC will give us 25 legendary core crystals, which sell for 25,000 gold each, so we save a few, and then money is just not a concern for this run.
Yep. So, a lot of games do that as a DLC option. Give you all the stuff you need, so you don't have to grind it out yourself.
Yeah, which is nice, especially for a second playthrough of the game when it's you kind of already understand how the game works. You just kind of want to skip the grind and just play the game again.
Yep.
So it's meant for that.
Very much so. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, you could say this is not the first run for any of us. We do kind of know what we're doing here, so it is nice to have that handy.
Yeah, and on the ship there, we were introduced to the people who hired us, so Malus, Jin, and Nia, and they join our party now for a little bit, and we immediately get rid of Nia from the party because Malus and Jin do so much more damage than Nia can, and even Rex can.
Yeah,
so
healers
these
are
next
slow.
couple fights, absolutely carried by Malus and Jin.
Yeah, we don't really do anything in these fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a few arts here. I have two arts now, which is Anchor Shot and Sword Bash. You can see I just missed one. That'll be a reoccurring theme with Rex.
Dexterity.
Dexterity, yep. Rex has a very low dexterity stat, which is accuracy. So, yeah, we're going to be basically just waiting for Jin and Malice to kill this guy. There we go. So I'm going to position myself a little bit to the left here to prepare myself for a wall clip that we're about to do. It's one of the more finicky clips in the game. So hopefully I can show it off pretty well.
So there's a little tiny bit of collision in the roof of the ship that you can kind of just run into, and Rex will just walk through the wall. Just kind of by one of the, like that. And then by going into first person to just more accurately center yourself, you can just run through all the out of bounds sections. Jump on a pipe, and then by moving the camera...
I'm actually going to save here, just as safety. Because if I die in
not a bad idea.
If I die in the next fight, you not only lose a ton of time, but the fight becomes like significantly harder. So let's avoid
right,
that.
because you can't. Yeah. The starting position is different. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm going to position myself over here so that initial attack, which is an AoE attack, does not hit Jin and Malos.
Yeah, this Megalo Aligo is actually kind of scary because his arts do a lot of damage. And so if he gets aggro onto Rex, Rex will just die. He doesn't really have much in the way of avoiding it. So what Hybrid's going to do, he's going to run away. So this Fin of Fear doesn't hit Rex, because if that hits
Rex... Fin of Fear
Rex,
has a huge area of effect,
yeah,
much larger than it seems. You have to really run far away.
Die.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate when that happens.
I'm still getting stronger.
Yeah, thankfully we've got Malos and Jin. They do a lot of damage. They take it down very, very quickly.
Yeah, so for anyone who's played this game casually, you'll notice that room was kind of dark and there was fog everywhere. That is because we clipped into that room. Normally, you have to go out of our way to activate a door, and there's a bunch of stuff. It saves like a minute, I would guess. I haven't timed it, but in the process of opening that door, you actually get rid of all that fog and all that. So the room looks very different in that fight. Alright, so now we have our first blade, Pyra, which is the main blade for this game. So as I had mentioned at the beginning of this run, I'm only going to be allowed to use a blade in a single chapter. So Pyra counts as the blade for chapter 1. I will still use her in the next chapter just because I don't have any other blades. So she is permissible until you are able to use other blades. So we're going to be using her for a few fights.
It'll be fine. We can turn it around.
So I guess now we should explain specials. So every time I land an auto attack, I build up my arts. Every time I land an art, I build up my special, which you can see on the bottom right. It's the icon on the right, currently a 3 Roman numeral. So when you have, so you can basically build your specials up to level 3, and then right here is a level 4. And 4 is going to be the strongest, so we're gonna use that here to do a ton of damage to Malos really quickly.
Yeah, it won't ever really quite kill, so we can just use another level 1 special.
Yep.
In order to, just about finish him off.
You just need a little bit more damage to finish it off. Yeah, there's actually a whole lot that went into that building up of specials. This battle system is actually quite intricate. But fundamentally, that is it. That is the pattern that you're probably going to be seeing quite a bit. There's two more big elements that come in later, but fundamentally you use your arts to build up specials, and you drop your specials on enemies for big damage.
Yep, and in addition to that, we also have a pouch item currently equipped, and we will have equipped throughout the entire game that passively boosts our auto attack recharge, or our arts recharge, so we don't need to use auto attacks exclusively to build our arts. They'll just passively charge over time as well. A lot of people, when they play this game casually, they have the complaint that like the combat is a little too slow. You're just like doing auto attack, just kind of like waiting for like the fun stuff to happen. And just by using dessert pouch items, which give you passive art recharge, that kind of completely mitigates that problem.
Yeah, I had the same feeling when I was first playing it casually. I remember I described it to a friend as turn-based action battle.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it.
As bizarre as that sounds, but yeah, when I realized how much effect the dessert pouch items have, so unfortunately that forces you to kind of dedicate a pouch slot to that, but it does make the battles a lot better paced, I think.
Yeah, so as we're walking around, this next section is going to be, there's going to be a boss battle shortly, but after that will be probably a rather lengthy section of just like walking around. While I'm walking around, and Gormat here is, Gormat is the Titan that we're on, it's going to be a lot of just running around, getting travel locations, getting collectibles, activating field skills here. These will be a pain through the run, you'll see that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and basically, every blade has their own skill tree, and the skill trees have different abilities that basically affect the overworld like that. So Pyra has Flame Mastery, which allows us to burn that log and get it out of our way. But there are various collectible points that I'm going to be picking up throughout this run. Some of them matter, some of them don't. I'll explain the collectibles as they become relevant. So now I'm going to do a quick menu. This is going to boost what we call the trust of of Pyra. And then I'm gonna check her affinity chart here. This will allow her to do more damage. Now, I did say that she is basically done for the run, but she is still going to be used for the next few fights until I have access to another blade. So we want to increase her damage for those fights. Increasing trust on affinity chart will increase the damage of a blade. And in this case, pretty significantly, because we don't have a weapon chip equipped right now. It's just the default, which is very low power. Alright, so this fight is going to be tutorializing blade combos. I'm also probably going to miss like every attack because this thing has stupid high agility for some reason. There it is.
Yeah, in the entirety of Chapter 2, this massive Brog is the thing that will avoid your attacks the most for some reason.
Yep.
I don't know why.
Oh, there's another one. I'm just going to auto-attack it. That should be fine. Hopefully.
Yeah, the reason... You need to be very particular about the way you take this this Brog down, because once it reaches about half HP, or a bit lower, maybe, it has an art it can use called Predation, which will basically heal it up to, yeah, about half HP again. And that is obviously very, very slow, so if we can just do the damage with the Steam Bomb from near, that will negate having to deal with Predation.
Yep, so that Steam Bomb doesn't always kill either. So the reason that I ran away is I still had the aggro, so had the Steam Bomb not killed, the Brog would have had to walk over to me, which just takes more time, and because of that time, it would not have been using Predation to heal itself.
Yeah, enemies cannot act while they are walking in this game. It's kind of fair, I think, since you can't do it either. If you have to walk over to an enemy to attack them, the same holds for them. So it's good for the goose.
Yep,
as they say.
Yeah, we don't exploit that fact a lot over the course of this run. This is like the one example of that. There's a few other times that I'll do it in Chapter 3 specifically, but that's more just because like Corvin specials take forever. You'll see when I get there. Like may as well. So yeah, like I mentioned, this is going to be a rather long walking section. The collectibles that I'm going to be looking for in this section specifically are puzzle tree wood. I need 10 of them in order to progress through Chapter 3. So I'm going to try and get all of those before I need them. I have a few right now. I wasn't able to keep track of all of them because the text, when you pick it up, like overlays some of the other collectibles. So I'm just going to hit every collectible spot that has wood that's along the main path. And we'll be able to check later, without any time loss, how many we have collected. But over the course of this run, I'm going to need 10 puzzle tree wood, I'm going to need 12 vegetables of any kind, I'm going to need 6 insects of any kind, and I'm going to need just various like miscellaneous collectibles, which that'll be all the wood that I collect, which is not puzzle tree wood, will be those miscellaneous collectibles. Those will be used for various, basically blade accessory. They're called ox cores that we will be crafting later on. The collectibles in this game are crafting material. But yeah, so as we're going to be walking around, we're also going to be picking up a lot of travel locations and all that kind of stuff. Not necessarily for the experience, but to be able to travel back to them later. So we're going to run around and collect, I think it's like 4 or 5 different travel locations, which will be used later in the run.
Yeah, so this first one we're going to
It's like a lot of... Go ahead.
Yeah, so the first one we're going to be walking to is called Lighter Oasis. It's nice because there is a collection point like right on the trigger for it, but it's also basically just where we walk back to after collecting all the other locations. So we just have a slightly closer place to go.
Yep.
And can just walk to our next location for the story.
Yeah. This is actually a much more interesting tour in no DLC because, as we were talking about earlier, you can't turn off the enemy aggro, and so you actually have to dodge around things.
Yeah, so there's a bird over here, for example.
Yep, that bird, for example.
Level 74, by the way.
And it will devour you, as you can imagine, if you have aggro enabled. But yeah,
the amount of time I've lost to that goddamn bird.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for what it's worth, unique monsters can still aggro you. So you can see on the right side there is a Turkin level 25. That is a unique monster. So I still need to avoid him. But most of the threats in this game I do not need to worry about.
monsters that come from salvages as well will aggro you. So like the Crabbles we got at the start with the salvage tutorial, I believe we will be salvaging later on.
Yep, but we'll salvage one more time.
So yeah, if any enemies come up from there as well, we need to hopefully avoid them.
Yep.
Or ideally just don't get them at all.
Ideally, don't get them at all. Yep.
Well, it's actually possible to get them and have them not aggro you, depending on where the collectibles spawn.
Let us go.
Yeah, it depends on the location. Some locations, are you going to be doing it in Indal?
Yes, I'm going to be doing it in Indal.
Okay, yeah. There's some tight ones and there's some easier to get ones, but yeah, we can hope for the good patterns.
Yeah, and it depends a little bit on what enemies you actually get as well. It's a lot of RNG.
Yes.
A lot of RNG for something so seemingly small.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of RNG in this game.
In the run as a whole, yep.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Especially in this category. As I mentioned, the blades are like the secondary character. Most of the blades in this game are based on a gacha system, so just full RNG, basically out of your control. That will have an impact on the run to some extent. Depending on what blades I get, I may have to do different strategies for various fights. Slightly. The general strategy is still going to be the same, but there may be some different variations to it. Alright, so up here is going to be a secret location with some vegetable spots. I'm hoping for at least 6. Got 6.
And you'd think that because this is a secret location, it's like not part of the story, but no. You do have to go there. It is a mandatory secret location.
Yep. And as a side note, if you
there are a few of those actually.
Yeah, this is 2 of them. So as a side note, a little bit of movement there is if you grab on to a vine, you break your fall damage. So that's how I was able to make that jump.
That particular jump, you can actually just survive it even if you skip the vine. I think it's
Correct.
still faster because you don't have as hard a fall. It's hard to stumble at the bottom. But there are some jumps later which we will have to catch the ladder in order not to die. So.
Are you talking about Elpis? Because we actually don't do that because we need the chest in this room.
Oh, you're not. Okay, you're not doing that then.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not, you don't, like Vax said, you don't need to grab that vine. It is more stylish, so I like to. I don't actually know if it's faster or not.
Yeah, I think it is very slightly faster, like, a second or so.
Okay.
But no significant difference, yeah.
Yeah, there have been times that I've,
I can never seem to get it,
Yeah, there have actually been times that I've like gone for that jump and clipped on the geometry in a weird way that I lost my forward momentum as I'm jumping off, so I can't reach the vine.
Yeah.
And there's actually a branch you can land on when you do that to save it.
Uh-huh. So I'm not talking much because I'm listening to this wonderful music.
The music in this game is fantastic. It's easily one of my favorite.
The soundtrack is amazing. Yeah.
What's your favorite song in the game?
So I have to pick a single one.
Yeah.
Well, if I had to pick a single one, I think it would be Letheria Night.
Fantastic pick. I think my favorite's Yggdrasil.
That's an excellent pick as well.
And we're gonna be hearing almost the entirety of that in chapter 8.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure what my favorite will be. Maybe Incoming or one of the battle themes from Torna.
Torna Battle's fantastic.
Torna Battle's great too, yeah.
Or the After Despair and Animus from Torna as well is really, really good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we're talking Torna, the capital city theme.
Oh yeah,
too.
that one is really good as well.
So much good.
Music,
seriously, this
basically.
soundtrack, just this entire soundtrack is so amazing.
So I'm going to do a quick menu here to prep Pyra for the next fight. So Scaled Chip is going to give her a ton of damage. It's kind of nice. This will be the last fight that we actually use Pyra for, as far as controlling Pyra. I get some skill tree nodes here. This will increase Rex's survivability and will increase Nia's healing. That was right. Hard to speak and menu at the same time.
Yes. Also, shout outs to the auto balancer. That is another one of the things you get out of the DLC, which prevents you from being. Yeah, knocked back when enemies block you. So enemies have a chance to block yours. You can block enemy attacks as well. And normally that stuns you for a couple of seconds, but with the auto balancer, nope, you just skip that. Keep attacking.
Yeah, so after our little brawl on the ancient ship, we have become sort of the public enemy #1 because we awakened Pyra, who is a very powerful blade and one a lot of people are scared of, like in the lore of Xenoblade 2. And so, because we've been spotted with her out and about, they want to capture us basically, and we're saying no, we are fighting back. And so we beat up the captain and some of his guards. And then an even scarier blade comes along, and we've got to fight her with Padraig.
Time to take you down.
Yeah, so this is Bridget. She's very strong. I don't like her. Yeah, so
she's fine, but look.
I was gonna say, it's a little like note about this fight and like Rex in general. Rex's Rolling Smash does AoE, as does all of his specials. So we're gonna try and basically attack both of them together as often as we can, just to maximize damage output.
Yeah, let's start off with, we're gonna try and put as much damage into Padraig as we can at the start, and then just get our special off on Bridget, so we can finish her off with a full combo. So in this game, to get optimal damage from your blade specials, you can basically just combo specific. You can only combo specific elements together. So you can combo fire into water into fire to get a big steam explosion, which we just got there, and that should do a lot of damage.
This is also a double stack.
Double stack, yes.
So Vax, I think you're the guy for this. Can you explain fusion combos?
Okay. Can anybody explain fusion combos? But no, okay, so this is an interesting facet of the battle system. This plays a huge role in the speed run. When you play casually, there is like one tutorial pop-up box that says if you put a driver combo and a blade combo on an enemy at the same time, good stuff happens. That's about all it tells you. So what good stuff happens? First of all, what is the blade combo? This is where we first see them. The blade combo is basically, it's an extra burst of damage after you use a special of a certain element. So this is what Hybrid was talking about a moment ago. That if you want the damage, you have to combine certain elements, like fire into water is a steam bomb, and then adding fire on top of that gives you the steam explosion. But the fusion part of it is when you also have a driver combo. And driver combos are things like you can break an enemy, which interrupts their action, and that also leaves a break status, which lasts for a short time. So this break status, if you land a blade combo, so if you do a special, while the break is running, you have a fusion combo. This adds damage to every single attack until the break runs out. So all of your normal attacks, all of your arts, all of your specials, and any blade combos you do after that, while the break is running, all get this bonus damage. And this is huge. This is a 50% straight up increase on that. Now, if you take that and then land a second one like Hybrid did a moment ago, so he had the steam bomb and then dropped the steam explosion during that break. So that steam explosion gets the entire 50% boosted damage of the special, plus the bonus damage. So the damage of a blade combo is based on the special damage. So the blade combo is also boosted by 50%, and that gets another 75% boost from its own fusion combo. And you can see how the multipliers just start stacking up and up. And so when you see the huge numbers on this, and if you're playing this casual and say, why don't I get those huge numbers? It's the fusion combos. If you focus on fusion combos, you will be doing this kind of damage as well. It is really interesting when you learn how to really make use of this system.
Yeah, it is by far the highest damage dealing that we can do in this game. Like very quickly, at least. Chain attacks will do more damage. We'll get those in Chapter 3. Yeah, fusion combos allow you to... I think you can hit the damage cap in Chapter 4 if you're, like, careful about it. Like, it's insanely powerful.
Yep, I think you probably can.
Yeah,
I think it may require cross-set. Yeah, I don't think you can do it in no DLC, but
no,
I mean, even no DLC, you get like you can get 600 to 700k with a triple stack. Yeah. So yeah,
the damage cap is one shy of 1 million. So 3 nines,
so 6 nines
rather.
Yeah.
All right, while Vax was explaining the fusion combos, I did the blade tutorial, which basically introduces the gacha system. There was a little bit of randomness in that we are guaranteed to get a wind blade of the element Knuckle Claw, which is what we're going to be using for the remainder of Chapter 2 for the blade rotation category. But it is guaranteed to be a wind Knuckle Claw. The variations of that are random. So each blade in this game will passively increase some stat at random. Could be health, could be agility. It's completely random. They also have different battle skills, different arts, all that, or different blade special abilities, all that kind of stuff. And that matters for this chapter, because I basically don't know what blade I'm using.
Well, let's proceed.
Yeah, I do know how to combo with this blade because the element's consistent. I know what my arts are going to be because the weapon's consistent. But it's very possible that this blade has like increased damage from the side, for example. And I don't know that.
And I imagine you're probably not going to spend the time to look at the menu.
I already checked the affinity because I use a love source, so I'm going to like very quickly check.
Okay.
It basically doesn't matter unless it's one of the positional ones. Like I'm basically going to be looking like for those like specifically.
I see. Yeah, this is the thing that this is one of the interesting things I think that's going to come in with this blade rotation category, because typically, if you ever use Wind Knuckles in a quote-unquote regular run, it's like a very specific single-use sort of thing. You're using it to like join blade combos or some specific use, but not extensively.
Yeah, so the only reason we're really using this blade for Chapter 2 is because we don't have anyone else, and it's generally not worth it to do some gacha summons to get someone better. Yeah, and it works pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah. I mean, the flip side I was going to say is that, it obviously works well enough that you don't feel the need to do those extra pulls. So, yeah. Yeah,
to be honest, a lot of the blades in the gacha system are not great. It would technically be faster if I were to get a Wind Lance, because you can buy a Lance attachment, which increases damage with lances.
Right.
Which I have done
you
before,
pick up
but it's
Lance
not
attachment, but yeah.
I actually did pick up the Lance attachment because I'm going to be using it later on in Chapter 6.
Right.
Yeah, so that fight that we did, I don't remember if this guy said, like, hey, I have something for you, and I'll give it to you if you kill that Crabble, or if the Crabble took it. I don't remember. But we needed to basically get a part for doing that little quest there. The other parts that we need, we can just buy from the store here. And these are all of the parts that we need to get an artificial blade named Poppy, who we're going to be using shortly. This will give us the next character besides Rex that joins the party.
Yeah, so in the story, basically what happened is we had to be bailed out of our fight by this little Furby creature called Tora, and Nia got captured in the meantime, so we have to go and save her, whilst also helping out Tora a little bit to help him create an artificial blades, because only certain people can summon blades, and Tora is not one of them. He does not have the potential.
He's not going to let that stop him, because he just goes and creates his own. And also, as you can see, he is a gamer.
Yep.
Rex apparently is not.
I am not. Rex can't complete that game. Hybrid can't.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, it's just too hard.
Yeah.
It is a hard game. Tora is a gamer.
So I just want to comment on something that I see in the chat real quick. Somebody asked if this run is going to be pulling Cosmos. Cosmos is the rarest blade in the game, and I have not gotten her in any of my practice, but I suspect she would actually get used for combat and would save time if I were to pull her. But I'm not. I haven't practiced that theoretical strat, but now is not the time to try that. But,
yes,
but
it would be pretty funny if you did. If it did pop up.
But theoretically, she can replace Corvin in Chapter 3, doing the exact same strategies, just with Cosmos instead of Corvin, which allows us to use Corvin in a different chapter, say Chapter 5, so we don't need to use Rock. That kind of stuff. You can shuffle some blades around if you free up Corvin in Chapter 3 by using Cosmos instead. Or using Cosmos later on instead of a weaker blade.
Right.
But she's one of the only blades that I could... I would consider using... as like a main in combat. Various of the rare blades, and hopefully I'll be able to show this off, will be used passively to like assist with blade combos and that kind of stuff, but they will not be the main blade that I'm controlling. So can one of you guys explain why I'm going to talk to these guys back and forth?
Okay, the Nopon, there is an affinity node. So if we talked about the affinity charts for blades earlier, each node on those charts, each little skill you can unlock has a requirement. And that requirement can be, like, kill X number of enemies, can be defeat a certain unique monster, or it can be talk to 20 Nopons in a row. Well, it doesn't have to be in a row, but talk to 20 Nopons, and the game only counts it if it is a different character than you talked to previously. Luckily for us, there are these two Nopon shopkeepers right next to each other, and so we can repeatedly turn back and forth, talk to them one after the other, until we eventually build up to that 20 and unlock the skill node. It's unfortunate that there is that requirement, and it's kind of unfortunate that you can cheese it so easily, but that is why we were doing that.
And technically, we only count to 19 because number 20 is over here.
And there is also potential that we may be seeing that later as well.
If you
didn't get your power of talking to Nop on that time, we may be doing that, but with, I believe it's 35 Nopon?
It's 33 in this category.
Right. Either way, it's a lot of Nopon.
I'm gonna be honest, I autopiloted that travel menu. I wasn't sure if I traveled to the right place. I wasn't even paying attention.
It was one of those things that just practice drills it into you.
Yeah. Alright, I got a little bit of a busy menu here. So there's going to be a menu to fill in some more nodes across various characters based on pouch items that are given to them.
Yeah, certain blades have certain, like, preferred items, so Pyra really likes the Generous IT, and so if you give her some of those, she can unlock some nodes. Or, say, for Poppy, she will unlock a skill for giving a bunch of Toro's favorite items to him. And so by doing that a bunch, we unlock various skills to be able to, like, get through certain things in the field. So, for example,
screwed this menu. I forgot where I was.
Oh no!
Oh,
here we are.
Yeah, so Poppy is also quite a unique character. She's got her own special menu called Poppy Swap, where you can basically just customize her however you want, really. And so we can, just do a bunch of that, get her a bit more capable.
I'm not.
I've got two yellow nodes in this guy.
I can't stop
Right.
Nice.
Completely
if
useless.
you ever needed Winfield skills, there you go. But yeah, just going back into the lore just a bit. So blades, as we've seen, are they're essentially people or cats, as case may be. But Poppy is they're kind of treated in the same way. They have their own equipment like menus and stuff. But Poppy, being a machine, has a much more machine-like setup menu, and that's where those you saw that kind of machine computer graphic that in the menu that the hybrid is doing. That is Poppy's setup menu. She's got her own unique thing, which also ties into Tora's little game. And so if you get really good at that game, you can make Poppy much stronger. Yeah, we are actually going to make some progress here.
Yeah, so I just want to address something in chat. Somebody's saying they just got here. What's the category? The category is blade rotation, which basically means that I need to use a different blade in every chapter. That's why I am using the Wind Knuckle blade instead of Pyra for this part of the run. So as a fun fact, so I am currently level 8. If I was level 7, I would be able to make that jump and survive with 1 HP. It has to do with your HP ends in a 1 at level 7, which due to the way that it rounds when you take fall damage, because there's 2 jumps, you actually survive with 1 HP. I think when you take fall damage, it always rounds down, but when you heal, it always rounds up. And there's 1 more round up than there is round down, so you survive with 1 HP. That happens even at level 7 in this category sometimes, because the Wind Knuckle Blade that you have can randomly passively increase your HP. So there have been times that I've been level 7, but I've died anyway because I didn't notice how much health I was at.
Oops, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you have to pay more attention to your HP in this category.
So, yep, so basically what I do is when I hit the ground, I'm not doing it this time because I'm level 8 and not level 7, and that's because we got the fusion combo on Bridget. It allows it to get more XP, which actually loses time. But if you... What's funny enough, it loses time. But, yeah, if you're level 7, when you hit the ground, I just look to make sure my HP is at 139. If it's at exactly 139, I know that I'm level 7 with no HP boost. I don't need to wait the extra time.
Right, yep.
Yeah, this blade does not give an HP boost, so it would have been faster. But I'm a late. Yeah, so of note is in that last menu, along with filling in the field skills for various blades, I also added a new weapon chip to the Wind Knuckle here. That weapon chip is really like a Chapter 4 weapon chip. You can actually buy it in Chapter 4 from a shop. But for whatever reason, you can get it in Chapter 2 with basically no requirements at all. It's like, okay, you have Poppy, cool, go get the chest. And it's very strong. It's not the strongest weapon that we have, but it is strong. The strongest weapon we are saving for the blade in Chapter 3. It's a longer chapter. So we're going to be doing significantly more damage in this fight. Still not crazy damage, but significantly more than than against the Crabble that we fought earlier.
So apparently Nia was this, like, highly wanted criminal, and so just 2 guards are all that's preventing us from getting in there. And I guess some other guards that we could just run past because they don't aggro us in this category.
Yes, we turned off their ability to spot us, and so
it's kind of nice.
Yeah, so these two are taking all the brunt of our attack and not taking it very well currently because it's about to go down. Yep.
Yeah, so of note here, so this is going to prompt us to switch characters, and I am going to be switching to Nia. And the reason is because of controlling Dromark. So, Dromark, we never control in combat over the course of the run at any point. However, he has some really, really interesting properties that we make use of a lot throughout the run. One of them involves a bug called zombie hovering, which we're not going to get into now. It won't be relevant until Chapter 3. But the other thing that we use him for is he has a slightly different, like, hurtbox collision. So what that allows us to do is to clip through certain walls that you otherwise can't without his specific geometry. So we're going to just control Nia just to do that one clip, and then we're going to switch back to Rex for the fight. Yeah, saves a little bit of time. It's not super crazy, but it is a minor time save. If I do it quickly. If I take too long on the clip, I will actually lose time. So let's
some would say Dromark actually runs faster as well.
That's not true.
They're welcome to their opinion.
Yep.
They may say it. It's not true, but I invite them to say it.
Yeah, so right here, there's
raises
tiny
some
little
interesting discussions.
Yeah, so you can see there's a tiny little gap here over this railing. Dromark is very finicky, but he's actually able to just jump over that. I'm gonna switch back to Rex and start the most trollish fight in the game. So I'm gonna say throughout this run that this fight is going to be like the biggest troll in the game because there's a lot of fights that will troll you. Every time after this point where I say that, I am lying to you. I'm saying it for emphasis. This fight is actually the biggest troll because it's designed as such. Dougal here will actively run away from you repeatedly through the run and hide behind his blade, who you can't attack because it's a blade. You can only attack Dougal himself, who is a driver. What's also kind of troll about this fight is his blade, for whatever reason, can do driver combos. And if you take the aggro with Rex, which is actually not too unlikely, you can get hit by an entire driver combo and just die, and there's really nothing you can do about that. So I'm going to wait here until he attacks Tora, because if he attacks me, he will inflict me with break. Right there. And I do not want to take that break, because it invites the rest of the driver combo. I just lost Blade Defender randomly.
We've talked about it a little bit before, but yeah, break can be followed up by topple, which topples you onto the ground, launch, which launches you into the air, and then smash, which smashes you back down for huge damage. And that full driver combo basically kill any party member.
Here it is.
Speaking of,
This is the launch, and soon we'll...
Okay, we didn't get... yeah.
Remember when I
Well, we
said this
didn't
was the
get the
biggest
smash,
troll
but
in the
we did
game?
that.
This is why.
Yes.
It's actually, like, very possible to just, like, die in this fight, on this category. Depending on how he keeps running away from you also, and, like, this move will just, like, separate you from him. This is honestly pretty par for the course. So I've actually got to let this, this combo run out, if Neo will let me. Landing a driver combo will extend the blade combo. I don't want that. Yeah, so what I'm looking for in this fight is I'm looking to do a double stack fusion combo. Now, usually I would do it on a tier 4, which I may or may not even have, depending on... you basically need gold affinity. I guess we never explained affinity in this run. But there's like a line connecting Rex and the blade. As you do various things, I think I'm gonna get driver combo again. Yeah.
Wow.
No, this is just how this fight goes. But I could still get the double stack, looks like. Or it might be a single stack. I didn't see when the break landed, but... This is not going to kill, most likely. Yeah, close. Good damage, though.
So usually that line is blue, but as you can see it is now gold, which means Rex and his blade are now at max affinity. And once you are max affinity, once you get to a level 3 combo, you can wait for that to just charge around, and then use a tier 4, which is like a stronger combo, and it has like a little cutscene and everything. We can actually use those cutscenes to do stuff like tank a strong attack, because you just get invincibility through the entire animation.
We will make
which
use of that.
I'm not sure if it's used here, but it is useful if you need to clutch out a fight in a more casual setting, I suppose.
Off the top of my head, there's 2 moments in the game, maybe more, where we explicitly like have that as part of the strategy in this category.
Cool.
One in Chapter 3 and one versus the final boss.
Yeah, I know I use it a lot in the Torna speedrun as well.
Yep, that makes sense.
Another interesting facet of the battle system.
Yeah, so this fight is going to be a similar strategy, but without the trolling. I was going to be looking for a double stack. So we'll see if I can get it. Yeah, again, I don't want like too much aggro. It's really hard to find the balance. I didn't go for the double stack on that one. I didn't react to the break quick enough. But if we do Tora's special while he's toppled, you won't get it in time. Yeah. So this will be a tier 4 on a double stack break. So this is going to be doing really good damage.
Yeah, so this is all of those multipliers I was talking about earlier. So dealing basically a third of Vorag's health bar in one hit.
Yeah. The downside here is now I have all the aggro, but that'll be fine for this fight. Should be.
I mean, the worst happens is you die and lose all your aggro. So.
This is true. And there we go. That's Chapter 2.
Pretty clean fight. Fights can go pretty cleanly when they're not trolling you all over the place.
Yeah, that Dougal actually wasn't that bad, to be honest. Like, he just does that sometimes. Because the thing is, like, the blowdown art that Rex has with the Knuckle Claw has an insanely high damage. And I don't know why, because the Knuckle Claws are a healer type blade. But like Rex just uses that, and I don't know if inflicting the blowdown has anything to do with the aggro, but like you use that move like once and you gain all of the aggro, but like it also does a ton of damage, so like you want to use it. And then sometimes Tora's really bad at tanking, despite being the tank, so he's not very good at getting the aggro back from you when you take the aggro for yourself. So is what it is, but yeah, it's that's not that unexpected from Dougal. It was not a good Dougal, but it wasn't like unexpected. That fight is it's just a troll.
Yeah, no, I mean I've done enough Dougal fights to know how badly they can go.
Yeah, so I am still going to be collecting.
The infinite load in the cutscene.
What was that?
At least you didn't get the infinite load in the cutscene.
That can happen at Dougal? I've never seen that.
Yes.
Okay.
I've gotten it.
I feel like it can happen like basically anywhere.
I thought it was like early enough in the run, you're not like you're not going to get it because like memory leak issues. I guess we'll talk about that now. We have some time to explain this. This game has a lot of memory issues. There's a lot of times where you can like open a menu and the game just like soft locks randomly. The longer that the game has been running for, I find the more likely that it is that it happens. But there's really no like science that says that. It's just kind of like a gut feeling. There will be one point during the run at the end of Chapter 7 where we will literally, like, close the game and reopen it just to clear the memory, because it makes the loading, like, so much... It makes the game take significantly longer to load, that it actually saves time to close the game entirely and spend, like, the 20-30 seconds, like, restarting the game. It saves time. It's crazy.
It really is. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it is, and, you know, at least we know mostly how to avoid it, but, you know, every once in a while it does just throw... From out of nowhere, throw you a infinite loading screen, and you just have to shrug and go again.
I had a run in practice, maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I forget, but where I just like opened up the fast travel menu and like the game just crashed. So like it's not a very well made game. So
it's it has technical issues, to be sure.
A lot, yeah.
Which is a shame.
Yeah. So, given that, commentators, if you could help me with this, remind me to save after if I've gone like a long period of time, like without saving, like just for marathon safety, because there are a lot of. Yeah, I'll save in. I'm going to be doing a menu shortly. I'll save as part of that menu, just to.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to do blade pulls in that menu.
Check,
so I don't
did you save? Yeah. Did you save at the end of the chapter?
Yep, I'll be saving at the end of every chapter. Yeah. The next menu, I'm going to be doing some blade pulls. So it'll save then, at the very least. Anytime you do a blade pull, it does save the game, so that you can't save scum the gacha system. Which, you know, for speedrunners, for better or worse. But, yeah. So there is a collectible over here. That's why I'm not going directly to the location. There is a collectible spot over here for bugs, which I want. They'll be used in crafting in Chapter 4. So, you know, a total of 6. There's really none, like, super on the main path. Alright, got 2. Fine. Yeah, for whatever reason, every, like, bug spot that's, like, on the main path will give you, like, 1 or 2. So you gotta get, like, a ton of... Like, every spot that there is, you have to get it. Which is kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are a lot of bug spots on the main path, I don't think. To begin with.
Now, there's this, and then there's, like, a few in Uriah, but, like, some of them in Uriah are, like, bugs and rocks and fish. It's one of those weird ones that gives you, like, everything.
Right.
So you might not even get bugs.
And then, of course, you only get fish.
Yeah, Alright, so now I'm gonna do a menu, then we're gonna do an optional fight. So this right here is Corvin. He's one of the DLC blades that we picked up from Anapon in Chapter 2. I'm going to be marking every blade that I have used as a favorite, just so we can keep track of which blades I have and have not used throughout the run. We're also going to summon Crosset on Nia, but we don't... Ooh, that was literally perfect. That is the exact blade that I want.
First try as Ami, nice.
Yeah, that is literally the most optimal blade for what I'm about to do. So, yeah, so, I forgot what I was talking about, but now I got a menu I gotta focus on. So, we'll get back to that.
Yeah.
So Corvin is part of the DLC. You basically just get him for free as just by talking to one of the Nopons in Argentum, and he is really good. All of his special moves have like the highest damage in the entire game, pretty much. So he is very helpful. And the reason we're using him so early is just because Chapter 3 is, from what I understand at least, is because Chapter 3 is kind of long, and there are some surprisingly difficult fights.
Yeah, honestly, I think casually it's one of the hardest chapters, just due to the final fight in the chapter. That fight in the speedrun is basically why we're using Corvin. Like, really no other blade that you could use at this point in time has a good time with Phase 2 of the final fight in this chapter.
Yeah, I mean, even no DLC, I would say the final fight of Chapter 3 is the hardest fight in the run, just straight up.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So this was an optional fight that we were doing. That boss. So anytime you kill a unique monster the first time, they guarantee to drop one of everything in their drop pool. One thing in the drop pool is an Ox Core for Affinity Max Attack, which is very useful, very useful on Corvin. So basically, what that does is when your affinity is gold. you get increased damage. With Corvin specifically, that same ability is on his skill tree. I need puzzle tree still, so I'll get that.
Oh no!
I need one. I only need one more. I'm at 9.
Okay.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, I've been doing a bunch of collectibles throughout the run. We need 10 puzzle tree wood for right now. I am at 9 still.
Really
one of those runs.
It's one of those runs. Yeah, it's a marathon. It's gonna happen.
Okay.
Yep.
What have we here?
The RNG just wants to listen to more of the Great Gourmet music.
Lucky 11. But yeah, so what I was saying earlier with Azami. So there is a blade that we can get pretty much guaranteed from the gacha system, which is a blade called Telos. Now, the reason that works is, while this is not a New Game Plus run, I did start this file from a completed save. So the flag that says, yes, you have completed the game, that is true. I have completed the game. Nothing carries over except for that flag. Now, basically, when you have that flag, Telos becomes an available blade, and she is by far the most common blade that you can get. So I have it routed in that I get Telos for this chapter instead of Azami. All that I need, though, is a Dark Blade. It does not matter which one. So, Azami... So, not only did I pull Azami first, so I used her for that reason, Azami also has a Break Arc, which will allow me to do more damage than if I had used Telos, because I can get fusion combos. This chapter does not rely on fusion combos because Telos does not have a break. So we actually don't rely on breaks in this chapter. But since I got lucky and I got Azami, I can actually make use of that, which is going to be very nice. Can one of you guys explain the long rest versus the regular rest?
Oh yeah, so we just made a stop at the inn. We saw the inn in the tutorial back in chapter 1. On some Titans here, and we'll also see it again in late chapter 4, have an option to do either a short rest or a long rest. In terms of leveling up and the bonus experience, they're the same. The difference is if you do a long rest, they change the level of the Cloud Sea. Like here, we see we're actually jumping down into it, and we see the swimming that we talked about earlier. If the Cloud Sea can be at 2 different levels, what is it? This high level, it actually covers up parts of lower Gourmet, so we can't actually access parts of the area. But on the flip side, it does allow access to certain other areas. Like, for example, as a trigger, it pulls it, lets us get this small Titan, which we're going to be using to pull our ship. But yes, we can change the level of the Cloud Sea, and that a number of side quests as well comes into play. There's areas, for example, that you can only access when the Cloud Sea is low. But it's just kind of another interesting tie-in to the lore of the game, lore of Alrest. So yeah, we now have our Titan. We've brought him back to Uman, our shipbuilding friend here, friend of Tora, who's built us a ship. We're going to sail off and go visit the World Tree, which is where Pyra has asked us to go. And of course, because we all know how RPGs work, nothing will ever go wrong when you take a trip on a ship in an RPG.
Never happened before. Yeah, so
oh no way,
this doesn't look like a World Tree.
glitch. What? We're not supposed to be here. We're supposed to be at the World Tree. What are we in Uriah for?
What has gone wrong?
Nothing has gone wrong, actually. We want to be in Uriah. We just don't know that yet.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so just to address the question in chat, thanks for joining us. The category blade rotation basically means we cannot use a blade in more than one chapter. Outside of the blades, which are like default to the character. So like I could use Dromark for the entire game because I can't remove Dromark. But currently I have Azami equipped on Nia. I cannot use Azami in more than one chapter. And I have to control a different blade in every chapter as well. So it's not use every blade, but really, it's to keep changing blades.
Yeah, it's a really interesting idea, I thought, as somebody who's just he played it casually and has just run the regular no DLC speed run. DLC even to an even greater degree, but no DLC as well, relies essentially on 2 or 3 extremely powerful blades. So this allows us to see a lot more of the battle system, a lot more of the different things that can happen in the game, and I think that's what for that reason, it's just a really neat idea that Hybrid came up with.
Yep, and that's why I submitted it for this this marathon. I feel it's a great way to showcase what this game is, and not necessarily like here's how we speedrun it. Now it most certainly is a speedrun by every metric, but like if you look at like most RPGs, it's like okay, we take all the powerful gear, we take like all of our everything, and we invest it into one character and make that one character as broken as we possibly can. And largely that is what happens in the main categories for this game. And that's not the case here. So it's a lot more interesting from a routing perspective, like for so many different reasons. So Corvin's insanely powerful. So this chain between me and Corvin increases his damage just due to his skill tree. It also combines with the affinity max attack that we have. Okay, the zero is still right. That's all I have to check. I used that on the wrong person, but I might be fine. Yeah, whatever. I wanted to target you and not Vandom, but this will be fine. Yeah, not a bad fight. So Corvin's big strengths are obviously when he has Gold Affinity, he does insanely stupid damage, which we're definitely gonna see in the next fight. But he also has a lot of good AOE. He's also has the strongest blade specials basically across the board of the entire cast. So I think he has the second strongest tier 4, but he has the strongest of everything else. Do you guys know if that's correct?
Hey, look what I found.
That sounds correct for me. I know his tier 4 isn't great, isn't amazing, but
it's good.
I feel like part of that is just due to how slow it is. That is the downside with Corvin. His specials do insane damage. They are just really slow outside of his tier 2.
Yeah. So we're gonna see that a bit in this chapter is a lot of just like standing around waiting for the special to play out, but it's actually not that bad because it gives us more time for Nia to land a break because we have a Zami. So it might actually work in our benefit. Like I don't need to wait for a break to use a special. I can just use it, and the special lasts so long that a break will probably be landed before the special ends. Yeah, so that guy we just fought, Vandom, he's not a bad guy. He was just testing us, and he's gonna join the party for a bit. He's he has a blade called Rock. We'll be seeing Rock as the main blade for Chapter 5 later on, but as of right now, he's not particularly good, and Corvin is significantly stronger. Now, with that said, he's not particularly good later either. Rock is one of the worst blades in the game. But
Yeah.
But he's good enough for what we need him for. We will use him for the shortest chapter, or I think second shortest chapter in the game. So, use him for Chapter 5.
I think five is not actually that short time wise. It's just there's so few things that you do in it, and there's so much time you spend running around. I have my splits for Chapter 5. The first split is just exercise. It's like 17 minutes.
Yeah, it's all walking.
It's one fight and then 15 minutes of walking.
It's an adventurous life for me.
Yeah, Chapter 5 is it's a nice break like halfway through the run. Because, we get to chill, because Chapter 4 is like go towards the end, where it's like fight, and then fight, and then fight, and then fight, and then crazy wall clip, and then fight, and then fight. Where, Chapter 5 is like, okay, we get to breathe for a bit, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a nice little break in the pace to kind of cool down after, Chapter 4 really is intense, both casually and in the speedrun.
Yeah, so I am gonna save before this this fight, just because I haven't saved in a bit. Yeah. Yeah, random crashes, random soft locks, we've all been there.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's got a story about how they lost a good run to getting or soft lock.
A lot of progress, and
that
grinded out Tiger Tire 4 hours, and the game crashed. And you lost all the progress.
I feel bad for whoever that was. I remember that story.
Yep.
I like your attitude.
Yeah, one person who never really saved their game. They just put it to sleep. And, yeah.
Yep.
Alright, so now the reason that I have a Dark Blade on Nia is to do a combo called Ray of Light, which is dark into light. So this is gonna kill, yeah. Corvin's strong.
Gonna kill from that health.
Yeah, so that's the damage from the special. Give it a few seconds, and then the Ray of Light actually pops, and he's just dead. Yeah, I didn't even get a fusion. Like, that was just like Corvin's raw damage. It's kind of ridiculous.
So yeah, I will say I actually don't have the DLC myself. I'm still on an older version of the game, so I have not had a chance to play with Corvin or Crossette myself. And since DLC runs use Crossette almost everywhere and Corvin very rarely, I haven't had much of a chance to see this, but that was some amazing damage, yeah.
Wait to see Crossette's damage.
Well, I've seen Crossette's damage in speedrun, in the 80% runs, and it is, yeah, pushing, boom!
If you want to see more Corvin, watch my Bringer of Chaos run. He is the main for that, for defensive purposes, but his damage output is still quite insane in that category.
Yeah, he's also used in easy mode, which
Yep.
is mostly just because he's really easy to set up to do that kind of insane damage, whereas Crossette takes a little bit more time to get to that level. And because you obviously need less damage because it's easier.
Right.
So what I just did, like, that is what you do for the entirety of the easy game. Like, it's ridiculous.
Don't get ahead of yourselves. Go get him, Rex.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do some fancy movement here, just to get Corvin to follow me without breaking chain. Weirdly, it's harder than it looks for some reason.
It is. It's surprisingly difficult to get that to work, right?
The simple things in this game are very difficult. Movement's really hard in this game.
Yep. And we'll see that later on as well. We'll see that possibly for too long, but yeah. Just to kind of follow up on the affinity thing, we now see gold affinity between Rex and Corvin. That's in the lore. It is kind of the link between the driver and their blade, how close they are, how synchronized they are in battle. If they're too far away from each other, that will break, and if you're not at gold affinity, the affinity will actually go down. And if your affinity gets too low, then you can't do specials, you start moving more slowly, etc. Holy moly, that was a fast fight.
So that is a slightly different strategy than I normally do. I do that because I have a zombie, so what I did is I ran away, so that, basically just to delay the steam bomb, which gives Nia enough time to break. So now what I'm going to do, this is actually what we use Rock for in this chapter. There is a chest that requires a field skill, back in Gormott, that requires lockpicking, which Rock has. So we're going to get that weapon chip. We don't do this in most other categories, but the main weapon chip that we're using right now, which is the wood chip, we're not going to have at the beginning of Chapter 4. So the blade that we use at the beginning of Chapter 4 does need a weapon chip, so this is the one that we get.
That's fair.
Yeah, we get this now just because we were already going to travel anyway, so, like, let's do both travels together, just menu optimization.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so this next fight is the chain attack tutorial. So, one of you guys want to explain that as I get into the fight?
Yeah, so chain attack is kind of the one battle system that has not been unlocked yet, and chain attack is kind of the next step above blade combos. So one thing game hasn't really talked about yet, but it tells you right here if you read the tutorial. Every time you land the third tier of a blade combo, you get to see this little blue ball circling around Akos there. You get another elemental orb of whatever that third element you landed with was. So when you have these up, these affect your chain attack, and chain attack is based on your party name. If you look at the upper left of the screen, there's three kind of blue, white glowing bars. That's your party gauge. That's currently full because the game gives it to you free in this battle. When you have a full party gauge, you can press the plus button to start a chain attack, and that basically lets you deal, right here, we're going to see it, chain attack start. Lets you just land specials one after the other on the enemy. And the enemy's frozen in place, can't do anything. Oh, we have an overkill already because Corvin is just that good. And now you see the little blue ball at the top of the screen is getting hit once for each special. That is the elemental orb that was up. And if you break that, as we just did, you get to do another round, and obviously that means you get to do more specials, deal more damage. Now look at this left side of the screen. See his bonus number of 400%. What is Corvin doing? That bonus is going to affect all of our rewards at the end of the battle. So experience, WP and SP we haven't talked about, but those are the kind of character growth points, and gold as well. Although you don't need gold in this route. But that is what you just saw is the chain attack, and it's basically the ultimate end of what you build up to if you're playing casually and don't know about using fusion combos to destroy everything.
So for what it's worth, we did use a fusion combo there intentionally, again, because I have a zombie, I'm able to do this, which is why I went for that little bit of a longer fight, but more overkill. 400% overkill is really, really nice. That's an insane amount
of
overkill. That will allow us to get level 23 for the final fight of this, if not 24. I've never actually gotten an overkill that high. So we'll see. That
24 would be kind of silly.
Yeah, 24 would be very silly, but it should be 23. Normally, we're 21 or 22 for that fight.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily make it faster because, like at the end of the day, when you do like a blade combo, it doesn't really matter how much extra damage you do as long as it kills, and it would kill at level 22. But it does make it far more consistent because you'll be taking less damage because you'll have more health and like whatever else, right?
Also, don't forget to save for the next fight.
Yes, I have actually got the infinite loading screen on the next fight. So like this one specifically, I know to save for. I've learned my lesson.
Good.
So we're gonna meet a new character here, Zeke von Genbu, Bringer of Chaos, mostly known as Zeke and often addressed as the Zekinator. And he is also coming to fight us because he's like, oh yeah, the Aegis, I want that power for myself, etc., etc. Same shtick we've been getting from most characters who fight us so far in the game. And our approach is going to be relatively the same. We're just going to, beat him up.
We're just going to say no.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, basically.
I am very disappointed, Shem, that you didn't call him by his full name, Ozzy Tyrus von Genbu.
Ozzy Tyrus Brunette Tantile, I believe like is his full title. Might need a fact checker on that. I haven't watched the cutscenes in a while.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched the cutscenes.
Probably goes for all of us, yeah.
We're speedrunners.
First attendant to Turters.
Alright, so if Nia gets a break, he's dead. If not, he'll be just shy. Resisted. Unfortunate.
Unlucky.
It's still gonna be insane damage.
It happens.
Yeah.
Oh no, I only got him to 30% HP.
Yeah. So the other thing about Corbin that's really, really nice is he has an evasion art. So whenever I see something like Dynamic Spark Sword, which is really like it's normally a really annoying art to deal with, I can just avoid it. Yeah. Corbin's pretty broken.
Yeah, evasion arts are actually really good in this game for a lot of attacks like that. I actually found a way to make use of Rock in Chapter 7, at the end of Chapter 7, using that evade art to avoid a cyclone.
Can someone explain what I'm doing? I just screwed it up, but can somebody explain this?
Okay, so what we almost saw there and didn't quite get is something called Zombie Hover, and it is kind of a glitch, kind of not.
It's a glitch.
It is a glitch, ultimately. I think it wasn't originally intended as a glitch, and I guess we're going to see it right here. So there is a code built into the game that allows you to basically instantly kill your party, and we think it was intended as a way to get out, like if you get caught in the geometry somewhere and won't let you jump. It was a kind of an emergency escape code. Unfortunately, they didn't implement it completely. It's kind of like halfway done in the code. And so you can use it in places you're not supposed to, like in the middle of a cutscene. And if you do that, the cutscene knows that you're not supposed to die in the cutscene. So as soon as you die, it resets you to 1 HP and leaves you in this unkillable state. So we saw that Hybrid just jumped down from off this tall cliff. Normally, you can't survive that fall. That is very, very much an instant death fall. But in this zombie hover state that we're in now, you survive it, you instantly revive with 1 HP, and it lets us completely skip a whole lot of walking. I think it's close to a minute time save.
Yeah, this one's about a minute and a half, something like that.
Minute and a half, yeah. So we're going to see that a few other places. It has some other interesting features as well, especially in Chapter 5. We'll see some really fun things we can do with it.
I actually do it in Chapter 4 to get an early pouch expansion.
Are you going to do it in 4? Okay.
Yeah, so where the bandits are, there's a chest behind for pouch expansion. I get that.
Ah, right. So we're going to see it there as well. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, so there's a lot of really interesting
so-
properties about this, and as I mentioned earlier with Dromark being special, Dromark is technically not in a zombie state, but Azami is. So depending on which blade I'm doing, I can and cannot do different things. It's very interesting.
Dromark kind of multiplies the interestingness of this glitch. It's its thing on its own, but the fact that you can then use Dromark to manipulate its behavior.
Yeah, you can also use them to go through walls like that.
Yeah.
So
That's all Dromark, by the way. That is not zombie. It's not zombie hover.
Yeah, that
You do
doesn't do with
normally.
zombies.
We do it normally. Yeah.
Yep, so basically what that is Dromark, because Nia's riding on his back, her position, Nia's position, is a little bit higher than the ground, because she's on Dromark's back. So when you switch to a different character, so I adjusted the party, like, in general, but basically when you switch, you respawn at Nia's position, not Dromark's. So that pushes you up a little bit higher, which allows us to clip through that wall there. It's a very interesting trick. I don't know who found that or how they found it, but it's a good find.
Yeah, that was a very early find, as I recall.
Yeah, that was very early.
I think it's probably one of the like the first round of wall clip hunting that came in.
Yeah, so in the early days of this game, like when it first came out, we basically had like 3 or 4 people like just run into every wall in the game and see what you can find.
Stay on your guard.
Mm-hmm.
Small fry!
Yeah, we got a number of interesting. Some obviously weren't useful. Like there's an interesting clip you can do in Garfont in the mercenary village that ultimately isn't useful in the speed run, but does give you access to this area earlier than you're supposed to be able to get into it. But yeah, so we are now heading. So we got past Zeke, our good friend, the Zekinator, heading onward to the final area of Chapter 3, in which Vandam has a friend who can help us with Pyro's quest to reach Elysium, which I don't think we mentioned that in the lore, but well, first off, Rex is dead. He was dead for a little while. Pyro revived him. She is, as we mentioned, a very powerful blade. She's called the Aegis by the people of Alrest. And she used part of her core crystal being kind of the core of the heart of a blade, to revive Rex. And so Rex is now her driver. She is Rex's blade. And her goal is to get to a place called Elysium, which also figures into the mythology of the people of Alrest. Rex knows that it's this mythical place where everyone is, will have the space to live and the food to eat and all that, which they don't have now. Alrest is slowly dying. And so Rex, for his own reasons, as well as to help Pyro, wants to get there. And so having told Vandam this, Vandam says, "Oh, I know this guy over in Fontsamaima, which is this large city we're about to get to. And he can help you out with that. So that is who we are going to meet right now."
Yeah, Elysium is located at the very top of the world tree, and so that's why we were trying to get there earlier before we were stopped in the cutscene. And yeah, Van Damme's friend knows a guy who climbed the world tree himself, and so we talk to him so we can talk to the next guy and ask how he got up there, basically.
So, very unfortunate there, I missed one of my auto attacks. If I had hit it, I would have been able to evade that somersault kick. So this fight is going to be similar than the rest of the fights. I am taking quite a bit of damage, so I kind of hope Nia actually switches to Dromark and heals me. There she goes. Yeah, this has got to be our normal, just Ray of Light combos. Nia will land a break because she switched to Dromark. Normally I don't rely on that because she's normally still on a zombie, but didn't really matter. And he's just dead.
Yeah, that's like
crazy damage.
Omega dead.
That's not even a tier 3, that's a tier 2 blade combo.
Yeah, it was a tier 3 special, which is insanely high base damage because Corvin. But yeah, that was just that was a Ray of Light. That was not anything super crazy.
Yeah, so so just to mention, each blade combo tier, so the 3 elements in sequence, each tier does an increasing amount has an increasingly high multiplier on that base special damage. So tier 3 obviously doing more than tier 2, but with the crazy damage Corbin puts out, even a tier 2 blade combo is more than enough for all these fights.
Yeah, so that shopping that I just did, I basically own that shop now. I bought the deed. So for whatever reason in this game, if you buy every single item from a shop, you can then buy the deed to that shop. Most of the shops, just from normally playing the game in a speedrun setting, you don't actually have access to all of the items in it. You unlock them as you progress the game through like development of the different areas. However, that shop you can actually buy the deed. Each deed has a passive effect. Like maybe you can pick up the amount, like pick up items from a further range, or stuff like that. The one that we just got increases movement speed by 5%, which is not really noticeable, but over the course of the run, because of how much walking we do over the next like 4 hours, it saves about 2 or 3 minutes, give or take.
Yeah, it is very, very significant, even if you can't really tell. You definitely notice when it's like
really
max
tell by
walking
watching,
speed.
Yeah, if you played it long enough, you kind of do get an idea that, yeah, maybe I'm going a little faster, but yeah, it does. 5% of 1 hour is 3 minutes, and just by the estimated time of this run, you can tell we have a lot of walking to go, and so that 5% will add up over time.
So it might even be more than 3 minutes when you put it that way.
Yeah, I think it's probably closer to 5 or 6.
I know it used to save a lot more time when we didn't have zombie hovering for chapter 6 with Tantel.
Yes. Yep. This is true.
Yeah, the fact a similar item is fast in like Torna as well, which is half the length.
Yep.
Probably means it is, not too insignificant.
I did forget to do that once. Like, I bought all the items, but I never bought the deed, and I was just wondering, like, why am I losing time, like, over the course of the whole run? Like, where's my time going?
Right, yeah, because it's not obvious when you're moving, but the time, you will bleed it out, bit by bit. Yeah,
so unfortunately, this is the last we will see Azami in the run. We do not need her, or actually don't even want her for the next few fights. So this next boss fight is 2 phases. It's probably the hardest fight in the game across almost every category in a casual playthrough. This fight is like, for whatever reason, like they decided like the damage scaling for this next fight, like let's just raise the difficulty like significantly for no reason. I think everyone, like even playing casually, this is one of like the hardest fights for them.
I definitely got stuck here for a while. Yeah.
We want healing, so we basically when I was using Azami, she's faster for damage, but Nia can't heal us while Azami's out. We want healing for this fight, so we need to remove her. This fight does force Pyra into our party. Now, Pyra is not allowed at this point due to the category. We have to keep using a different blade for every chapter. We've already used Pyra. So I just have to sit around and just kind of wait for her to... wait for Corbin to be ready. And that will be a thing in...
like, the fastest, like, blade recharges, like... You can just swap between him and other blades incredibly quickly.
Yep.
Which is another reason why Corbin is so good.
Yeah.
Even if most of the time we just like to set on him and use no one else, because why would you use anyone else when you can use Corbin?
Yeah. So right here, I'm waiting for Gold Affinity. Hopefully I get it before checkmate. Did not. But that's fine. Corbin can just get rid of the checkmate. Yeah, Corbin has literally everything you want in a blade. So this is a threshold fight. We only need to get Akos to half HP. So because Corbin is so powerful, I can just chain attack here, and with the orb, this will be sufficient to end this phase of the fight. It should be. I didn't get the gamma ray damage because it's actually too quick, but it should be fine.
Yeah, I reckon this will probably be fine with a Corbin tier 2.
Corbin tier 2 is insanely powerful, and you guys are going to see that here.
And another one. Excellent. Go for it.
I think we saw it on the Akos fight. Yeah. What in the world?
Yeah.
What in the world? Yeah, I'm watching this from my no DLC standpoint, and I'm going,
Yeah.
What are you doing?
All right, so
What are you even doing?
beginning of this fight's actually interesting. So they put Mithra into this fight. Again, we can't use Mithra because we don't want to use her for this chapter. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to use the death code that we do for zombie cover to end the fight immediately. And the reason I do that, instead of waiting for Corvin to be ready, is it resets the attack cycles for the enemies. Malos has this ability called Deadly Drive, which will kill you if it hits, just outright. Like, there's really nothing you can do about it. And he will have that if I don't reset these cycles, because the timing for this fight is kind of tight. So for this fight, I'm going to do a Supernova combo, which is light, 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 on Malos. And I'm going to try and get Akos caught in the AoE for that. Corvin, get over here. So, we'll see what happens. I did leave Tora and Nia on Akos initially, just to for them to keep his aggro off of me. He's kind of annoying. He'll like break you and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, these guys have so many different things they can do to you. It is actually insane. Like, the worst of them, I find usually, are like shackling either your driver or your blade. Granted, Corvin and Burma can kind of nullify that somewhat, but like if your driver's shackled,
He chopped the first thing. This might be fine.
Yeah, it'll probably be done by the time most of the damage comes through anyway.
Yep.
And then Shackle Blade, you can't do any specials, but you also lose a good chunk of affinity, which can really hurt if you're going for like a tier 4 or something.
I didn't want to kill him. I wanted to chain him. That's fine.
Ah.
So, Corvin does a lot of damage, as we mentioned. Yeah, so now, as a backup, we're just going to keep doing specials on Akos.
Yeah, this is...
I'm actually going to chain here just to get some amount of XP, and
right.
I also think he's about to Cruel World, so I want to avoid that.
Good plan, yeah.
Yep, so the Gamma Ray here did all the damage, so now all of my arts here are going to be overkill. So I guess one thing we didn't mention is blade combos, when you do them, the actual effect of the blade combo that does the damage happens a little bit after the combo goes off. So in this case, because the actual damage from the Gamma Ray went off after I had, like, finished the Gamma Ray, the Gamma Ray itself will happen in the chain attack, which allows it to deplete his HP prior to the overkill starting.
That's actually something we make use of in a couple other places as well. Like the Morag fight in any percent, we deliberately chain before the Mega Eruption damage goes off, so that Morag doesn't die, and we can then continue the chain from 0 health on Morag, and every special you do is then additional bonus. So it's an interesting way of kind of making use of the battle system to our advantage.
Yeah, so this...
And you did save, right?
Yeah, I did, yes. And I'm going to be doing blade pulls anyway, so it'll auto save there.
True.
It would be very unfortunate if we got like an infinite load like on this this one travel, but
yep.
I'm sure it could happen.
I'm sure it can. Yep. I've gotten them all over the place. I mentioned Dougal earlier. I've got them. I got one trying to safety save once, which was fun.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that can happen. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
All right. So for this, so we just unlocked Merc missions, which are basically like you send off a blade and it does something like in the background in some amount of real time. I am going to send Corvin just to unequip him. We're done with Corvin for the rest of the game. Because we're done with that chapter. So there are a lot of different blades that we could get from the gacha system. We're going to do all of our pulls here. There's a few different things that I'm looking for. I'm looking just to complete the game. I want a wind, 2 fires, and 3 earths. That's like our go-to thing. Here's Telos. We'll actually use her later. There's a bunch of different things that I want. An Ice Blade. I'm gonna put that on Rex if I need to for a strategy later on. Yes, we got Boreas. Boreas will see combat in Chapter 5, so that's fun.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And Boreas is also important because he has the Nop-on Wisdom skill, so we don't have to go counting a bunch of Nop-on later, unfortunately. But it will save us like 2 minutes.
Fortunately,
So-
depending on your viewpoint, but yes, it does. It does let us skip a certain battle, which, being a no DLC run, I'm actually very familiar with. You don't get Boreas in no DLC.
I mean,
yeah,
you do
luckily with
sometimes.
the DLC, I think I calculated it's like 13% chance of getting Boreas
It's
in
a
the
very low chance to get it in the no. You can happen, but much lower chance because you don't have any of these legendary cores.
Alright, so I'm still looking for one more Earth Blade. I am looking for Perun would be very nice. I'm looking for... I don't think I have any Fire Blades yet. A Fire Blade, I need one healer and one non-healer Fire Blade for various strategies. The Fire Healer isn't like super necessary, but I do need 2 Fire Blades to beat the game anyway. I don't think I've gotten any yet.
I don't think I've seen any fires now.
Alright, so I have all of my Earth. So I'm just waiting on the Fire Blades. So what I'm actually gonna do now, got extra Earth.
Oh my god.
So when you release a blade, you get what's called a booster, which allows you to, when you use the booster, allows you. I'm actually gonna save one of these guys for Rex. So when you release a blade, you get a booster for that particular element, which will make the next blade pull that you do more likely to be that element. Fire and water were grouped together, so you can see I used a booster. I just got a water blade. That is pretty likely. Fire is the same probability and like the same group as water. So I'm going to use these bravery boosters, just attempting to get my 2 fire blades. They are most common on Nia, so I'm going to... and that's because her bravery stat is higher. There's a lot of mechanics going on here. So...
Basically trying to shift the randomness of the gacha system every little bit in our favor that we can.
Yep. And this is one of those things, like in like a non-marathon setting, I would just be like, I didn't get the blades I wanted. Let me just, proceed.
Reset and try
or
again.
reset, depending. Like some blades, if I get them or not, it's not like too bad. But the fire is just a hard requirement. So.
Yeah, I feel like this is where the struggle comes, just like trying to get a specific element, and I feel like everything else.
I'm gonna just use these boosters just to get them out of my inventory, so I can keep doing the summons faster. Hey, I got a fire healer. Great. I used
I was gonna say
a different booster.
I was gonna say you used the wrong you used the wrong booster, and then
and still got the
one
fire
you
healer.
want. Like,
Yeah. So now I'm just looking for a fire non-healer blade. I guess I don't technically need it, but I'm gonna spend a little bit of time here getting it because it makes there it is.
nice.
So I got all of the blades that I want except for Perun. Perun we want because she... Oh, and Adenine. Perun we want because... Actually, I don't think I got any Kenai. I think that's correct, right? That's fine.
I don't think so.
So Perun gives us a field skill called Ancient Wisdom, which we need in Chapter 7. Adenine and a few other blades as well give a field skill Kenai, which is used for the exact same check in Chapter 7. Both of them would also see combat if I got them, and Adenine in particular we really wanted, just for consistency on the final boss. But yeah, it's totally fine that we don't have them. We have everything that we need to complete the game. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. There's got to be a lot of interesting. There's a lot of dynamic routing based on who I get from the blade system for various fights. So there's one fight in Chapter 5, for example, where you needed 2 orbs for a chain attack. So one of them is going to be wind because we use rock in that chapter, but the other one could be any number of different elements. It doesn't really ice is preferred, so that's why we want if we have Perun on Rex, we can get the ice orb that way. There's a lot of different things based on what blades we get, but I think I know what I have to do for the various runs, so we're good as far as that is concerned. So the next, the main for this chapter I'm going to equip now is Crossette. This is the longest chapter in the game, and if you thought Corvin's damage was insane, you ain't seen nothing yet. So we want to save as much time as possible, so we're going to use the most powerful blade for the longest chapter. So now I want to overdrive a few different blades to Rex. Here's the other one. And where's my ice? This one will go on Rex as well. Overdrive protocols are something that you get from the DLC. They basically allow you to take a blade that is not like the default blade for a character, and move them to a different driver. So, like, I can't take Pyra and put her on Nia, or anything like that, but any of the common blades we can. So, when I was doing the blade pulls, I was doing all of my summons on Nia, because Nia has a higher probability of fire and water, which is what I needed to pull. So, it doesn't matter that I got them on Nia, I can move them over to Rex after.
Yeah, just lore-wise, the idea is that blades and drivers are bonded to each other, which is why when you go in the menu option is called Bond Blade. Overdrive Protocol is kind of like it's escaping from the lore for quality of life purposes.
Yep.
Because after all, it is fundamentally a gacha system, and they want to give the player a little bit more leeway to play around the way they like without being confined to the lore. And it's worth mentioning that you can get some of those overdrive protocols normally, even without the DLC. There are three that you can get from chests throughout the game, and then rarely you can also get them by releasing a leveled up blade as well. But DLC gives you 10, which is a huge number, and makes it a lot easier for speedruns to put the blades where you need them.
I believe you can also get them by like fully completing the affinity charts of certain blades.
Yeah, just
I think you need
I don't think you get them for releasing. I think you just get it when you max out the chart. And then you release it because you don't need it anymore. It's a common.
All right. Yeah, well, one of the other, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. It might be a maxing chart. And I think it's only for 4-star commons. So, yeah, it's very difficult to get more than the 3 that you get from chests. But DLC gives you 10, which is, by comparison, a huge number.
Yeah, and we're gonna use most of them, because some of the blades that I pulled, I'm going to be using on another character that we're going to be getting later on in this chapter. But there's a handful of blades that I need to overdrive to other drivers. So this guy right here, another DLC, he gives you an accessory, or it's an aux core that gives you an extra 25% crit rate. It also is a cosmetic item for Mithra, which we will actually be using because she wants the crit rate buff.
Yeah, wasn't that just added as part of an update?
Oh, was that not DLC?
It was.
Yeah, I think
that's not
Mithra.
DLC actually. That was just part of the. I think it was like 2.0.1 or 0.2.
Oh, okay.
It was basically a call out to the what's it called Smash Brothers.
Yep.
When they added Pyra and Mithra to Smash Brothers.
Yeah, I knew it was a reference to that. It's called Massive Melee Mithra, so shout out to Smash Bros. Melee. But yeah, it's just the design that she has in that game. She's a little more covered up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is a part of the game where the side quest basically has you. Long story short, Vandam died. That means we have Rock's Core Crystal. And somebody took it from us. So now we gotta find out who took it, and I think that's why we're asking everyone. There's a bunch of objectives all over the map. At this point in the game, it's like asking you to go around and talk to everyone until you get the answer. We just know who to talk to, so we're just gonna do that. The game then does a really interesting thing when we talk to this guy, where he tells you about this thing that you can do, where there's like, oh, if you have, I think it's Keen Eye, like if you have this certain field skill, then you can start tracking people and all that kind of stuff. Or you could just ask him where to go, and he'll just tell you, and we don't need to do any of that.
And even if we do have the correct field skills, it's just faster to ask for help.
Exactly.
Which is
significantly faster. Yeah, I don't know why they even did that. Yeah, you can see you can see the track now. It's like the orange path, but we didn't actually do any of that.
Yeah, there are a number of side quests that have you follow those kinds of tracks, so I think it's kind of a tutorial for that.
Yeah.
It may be they started out without the forcing you to get the field skill, and then playtesting said, "Oh, how are you ever going to get the blades for this?" They said, "Oh, fine, we'll put in
Sure.
a thing that tells you." Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't give you the blades for it.
Yeah, I don't think you can get. I mean, you have to unless you get really lucky rare blade.
Yeah, which
and
I guess
especially since when they first built the game, they didn't have DLC. So, yeah.
Right.
I don't know how you're supposed to get how they intend you to get Keen Eye at this early point in the game.
Yeah, so just to explain how Crossette works, Crossette is a healer blade, which is the biggest lie I've ever heard in my life. So whenever you pick up, whenever you pick up an HP potion, it increases Crossette's damage very significantly. And yeah, everything is just gonna die right here. Like she's ridiculous.
Yeah, if you collect the maximum amount of potions, her damage increase caps up to 500%. So she is doing 5 times her base damage. And even though, yeah, she is a Bit Ball, which is a pretty weak class in terms of damage, she just does so much with all those increases.
She also has a...
yeah, multiply anything by 5, yeah.
She also has an AoE break art, and her weapon class ignores deflection, so breaks are very easy. And she has a skill on her skill tree that increases fusion combo damage. I wanted to equip Brock, I don't know why I did that.
I do that sometimes too.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, blade that we're not using, because I will unequip him shortly after this. Now, one thing that I will do here is I will safety save, because with the trick I'm about to do, the game can crash. So what we're going to do is we're going to buffer a zombie hover after this cutscene, like through the cutscene skip, and if I mistime that, it's going to kill me while my character is not loaded, which is bad. So let's see if I got the timing right. It's roughly 3 seconds timing on this one. Yep, seems I got it. So now I'm going to switch to draw mark, and that gets me out of that hovering state. That hovering state is actually just the death animation, like when you fall out of bounds. So because I'm controlling Crossette here and not draw mark, I'm in that dead state, so I don't trigger this cutscene, which would otherwise activate when I enter this cave. And the reason that's good is because there is a chest over here that has a pouch expansion. A pouch expansion, we didn't really cover it, but we used it in Chapter 2. It basically allows you to equip 2 pouch items, which we gave to Rex. But we're not playing as Rex anymore, so we want the pouch item on Nia. So first we're going to use another love source. This will increase Crossette's affinity. And then I want Kamarj Paratha. Can someone explain that bug where we have like the pouch thing? Yeah.
Pouch buff bug. Yeah. So now that we have 2 pouch items, an interesting glitch we can take advantage of. Each pouch item has various buffs. Like we talked about how the desserts give you boosted arts recharge. There's also a thing called a favorite. Like each character has their own favorite categories. Like some characters like sweets, some like vegetables, whatever. And then there's specific items like we talked about Pyra's Generosity earlier. If you use a character, or driver or blade, favorite category, they get a 20% boost to each of those buffs. If you use their favorite item, it's a 50%. But if it's in the second slot, that 50% is also applied on top of any bonus you had in the first slot. So you can stack bonuses like that and get some really silly arts recharge. I assume you're using arts. Yeah, with pre-armed orange broth on. That's what it is. We can actually max out the arts recharge buff using that glitch, which is really neat.
Yeah, the other thing we didn't mention, so we did mention that Crossette gets increased damage with whenever she picks up a potion. Crossette's Special 1 also drops potions, and whenever you topple somebody, they drop potions. And Rex's topple art also drops potions. So if we just land a break and then do a Special 1, we could immediately get 5 potions. And we do absolutely insane damage sometimes. He actually could be dead here. That damage over time will kill him.
Yeah, Nia as well also has a really good kit with Bitballs and synergizes very well with Crossette, because you can see the top art is Dolphin Spin, which summons a potion with, I believe at level 1 it's a 10% chance of spawning 2. And then obviously Acrobatic Bomber, really strong ass, and causes break and is AoE. And then Healing Circle, nothing too special, just heals the party, which is good because obviously enemies deal damage, and yeah, it basically just stops it getting a little bit. It just stops it getting too scary. Also, Crossette has really good defenses for some reason as well.
Yeah, and also
I guess she didn't have enough.
And also, she is, being a healer gives you, the player, control over every single aspect of the fight you care about. Where normally on like a no DLC run or maybe some other categories, you're kind of reliant on the AI to do your healing. But if you're in control of the healing and the damage and the debuffs and everything, it makes fights a lot more consistent than they would be in other categories.
Yeah, you can kind of control, or at least learn to expect when heals will come in no DLC. But definitely there are times when I wish I could just tell Nia, okay, switch and heal now, please.
Yep.
And she doesn't, of course.
Yeah, I actually abuse that in Chapter 3 when I don't have a zombie. So when we fought the spider, the expectation with a zombie is that Nia will land a break and then it'll allow the special to kill. If Nia did not have a zombie, what I would do is I would intentionally not evade certain attacks by the spider, such that my HP gets low enough that Nia will decide to switch to Dromark for the heal, and then because she's on Dromark, now she will break.
Right. Yeah, to force the emergency heal.
Yeah, but I had a zombie, so I didn't do that strategy. So one thing with Crossette is her node it's called Gathering Sparks, which is the ability to increase your damage with potions. You need to get so many combat engagements in order to build up that node. In this category, we're only going to get it to level 2. In other categories, we get it to level 3. So the way we do that is just by luring enemies as we walk past them. And we're going to get level 2 before the next fight that we do. And we're not going to bother getting level 3 in this category.
Yeah, specifically they need to be combat encounters alongside either Pyro or Mythra.
Not for the first one.
Not for the first one? Okay.
Nope. So in my original route for this category, I actually used Crossette in Chapter 7, and for spoiler reasons, we don't have Pyro at that part of Chapter 7. But you can still get Leveling Sparks 2. You just can't get 3. 3 onward requires engagements with Pyro.
Yeah, because in the lore, she's like a Pyra fangirl.
Yeah, which is really
despite
funny.
the fact she outclasses Pyra in every way, considering they're both, like, fire elements.
Yeah.
Like, she is so insane, so much better than Pyra. It's actually insane, but... yeah, still a Pyra fan, I guess.
So remember that weapon chip that I used all the way back in Weapon 2, in Chapter 2? This is where you can just buy it. So that's how strong that weapon was compared to other weapons that you can get in the game. And that still wasn't the strongest weapon we could have gotten at that time. The other one we used on Corvin.
Right.
Yeah, so now I'm just buying a bunch of stuff that'll be used throughout the run. Right there is Hunter's Chemistry, which is very, very important. This allows us to start a fight already at Gold Affinity, or close to. And you remember the Ox Core that we got in Chapter 3 gives us increased damage when in Max Affinity. So we basically want that at all times.
Yeah, we already do. I believe I saw you put a Hunter's Chemistry on Poppy as well.
I did. I guess I never explained that. So Poppy has 3 different things that I had crafted for Poppy, which is Hunter's Chemistry, which increases, as I just said, the affinity at the start of battle. I gave Affinity Max Barrier, which means when I gain a Max Affinity, so the start of battle, I get a party-wide damage barrier. And then the other one is increases aggro drawn, which will be needed specifically in Chapter 9, but is good throughout the whole run. Of note, I am doing an in here, which we normally would not do in other categories. However, in this category, I am using a weaker weapon chip than we normally would on Crossette. So for that reason, I want the additional levels for the additional damage to make up for that difference. Because some of the fights in this chapter are going to be very, very sketchy. It's basically like kill or be killed. I need to destroy everything in front of me before they destroy me. And there are moments where like the thresholds, well, they're not necessarily tight. They're like kind of like potion dependent. If I get enough potions, then every fight is fine. But to kind of like remove that variance.
Yeah, potions do have a bit of RNG involved with them because where they land and where they like fly out from is just RNG, so they might be kind of far away, so you have to spend more time walking to them. Or, in the worst possible scenarios, they might come out and then just land directly on top of Rex or Tora. And it has to be Nia who grabs the potions. If Rex or Tora does it, you don't get the damage increase.
So if the potion just lands on them, tough luck.
Yeah. Like, you have fights where you hit him with a dolphin spin, 2 things come out, lands on Rex and Tora, and then you, like, do a special, they both come out and land on Rex and Tora, and then you do another dolphin spin, and you miss again, and it's just really annoying.
So I will say, at this part of the run, in other categories, we would do a zombie hover here. However, that would allow us to skip this steam turning off. However, we're getting that chest anyway, so we may as well activate the steam. And then also, when you do a zombie hover, you start with low health, and then you immediately do these combat engagements. And that messes with it a little bit as well. So we don't bother with the cool zombie hover strategies right here. We do others in this chapter that are very cool. This is probably the chapter where we abuse the zombie hovers the most amount of times. Definitely is. We get more of a benefit for it in chapter 6, and you guys will see that when we get there. But
Yep.
what, 5 minutes? 6 minutes?
Things like 4. Like the one is like 3.5 to 4 minutes, I think. But yeah,
Okay.
Altogether, it is a solid time save.
Yeah.
It's yeah. I was saying, no DLC. We do. I mean, it's an option, but because you can't turn off aggro, it's a lot more risky. I generally prefer to skip that the Steam zombie as well.
And arrived.
Oh, this is where we were going.
Alright, so now I'm going to pull a blade Wolfric on Nia. So Wolfric is the blade that accompanied the spider in chapter 3. After killing that spider, we got the core crystal for that. So then I want what do I want here? Ball attachment, which will make Crosshack even more strong. We totally need that. Hunter's chemistry on Dromark. We'll get the Gathering Sparks increase. And then Rex is going to equip his Fireblade.
An annoying thing about the affinity charts is you have to actively go into the menu and check the charts for the buffs to actually be applied, so we sometimes have to do it just for, say, one thing, so we actually get the damage increase.
Yeah.
It's a little slow, but it'll make up for it, for sure. Yeah, that's another thing we didn't really touch on in this game. The menus are very, very slow.
Yes.
In fact, I didn't call attention to it, but every time I've been fast traveling, I look straight down when doing it, because it unloads some things in the world, I guess, when you look down, and causes the load to be a little bit faster in the menu.
To be honest, I'm not convinced that actually has an effect. I have never seen any difference from looking down. It may be, it does in some cases and doesn't in others. But the theory is, yes, that looking down, if you're looking down, there are less objects it has to load into the world to display, and therefore less time it spends loading the menu. Why does it have to load the menu? Nobody knows, but loading the menu so you can fast travel.
Yeah, and it does absolutely have some effect in specific areas. It's not necessarily good for every case, but there are definitely some areas where there is an improvement. Torgoth is a great example of that.
You'll see when going into a lot of menus as well, Hybrid just isn't moving, and you might be thinking, oh, is he just thinking about where to go next? No, it's just lagging for a second, so...
Yeah, it's just waiting for the animation to complete before it accepts your next input. It's just really unfortunate because there's the menus can get complex, and it'd be really cool if you could do them really snappy like you can in other games, but nope, have to wait for every single animation to
Unfortunately, I did not get a break there. It's got to kill anyway, but I don't get the extra experience for killing with a fusion combo, which is fine.
Yeah, so that's actually that actually plays into the experience routing a bit. That some places you do want to get those fusion combos not good enough to get the kill. You do want to keep your experience moving along, and so you do want to get the fusion combos where you can. But ultimately, if you don't get the break, you don't get the breaks. There's nothing you can do about it. Break luck is a very large part of this run.
And that's going to be the largest part of RNG in this chapter specifically, and also in Chapter 5. It matters a lot. And we're not in control of the break in Chapter 5, which makes it even more fun.
Yeah.
Chapter 5 is not fun in this in this category, let me tell you. We'll get there. So for this fight, we got Morag and a bunch of guards. I'm going to draw Rex's attention to the guard that I'm attacking so that he topples it to give me more potions.
Right. Look at all those potions dropping.
Alright, so now I'm just going to finish up the rest of the guards as I'm building up my special. As you can see, that was not even a special, that was just a break art. Crosshat's very strong. This break art is just going to kill him, and yeah, Crosshat.
Just straight up.
Yeah, so I'm doing a volcano strategy, Shem, if you want to explain how that works.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so various blade combos in this game can have a damage over time effect, and the strongest effect is from Volcano, which is earth into fire. So yeah, we can do that with Tora and then Cosette. And then by doing this tier 4, the damage over time, which is affected by the cross that tier 4.
Which, as you can see, is very strong.
Yep. So you can just...
It's also fusion. Double stack fusion.
Yeah, you can just go into the chain from there, and then
Look at
just
this
let the
DOT,
specials
guys.
run, and you'll just see the DOT, which is the orange number.
16,000. Look at how much Mithra
Yeah.
does. Mithra does 4,500. My DOT is 16,000. And watch the overkill on the left side. It just goes up and up and up. Now, specifically with that, I am intentionally skipping the QTEs, just to make the DOT last a little longer. You get like 1 extra tick if you skip all those.
Yeah, we didn't really touch on that. The QTEs in chain attacks, you can speed them up a little bit if you finish them more quickly. But in this case, you actually want the chain to last longer because you want those extra damage over time ticks, and so you deliberately let the QTEs run out.
Yeah,
It's a
and
really interesting strat.
Yeah, alternatively, you go for like you try and get an orb, which would be a 2-round chain, but you can get basically the same damage by using Volcano, but without an orb, so it saves an entire round of the chain attack.
Yeah.
So it is.
And each chain attack round's about 20 seconds, so
Yeah,
it's a significant time save.
Yeah, it does save quite a bit.
Yeah, and the other thing to mention with the bonus, like you say, well, but if you have 2 rounds, wouldn't that give you a lot more bonus? But no, the bonus is actually a logarithmic function, which means it just increases a lot more slowly once you get that first 300% or so. And so even if you did a 2-round, you could maybe get like 350, 400 if you're lucky, but you're not going to have 500 or 600 or anything like that. So it's really not worth the extra 20 seconds to do that second round.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
right
I
there,
think-
I did a safety save because I'm doing some more zombie hover stuff. Whenever you do a zombie hover, there always is risk if you screw it up that the game crashes. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I like to think I know what I'm doing, but it is possible, so I'd always safety save before that. That zombie hover specifically just allowed me to skip an elevator. And we have another way to skip the elevator, which is just jumping down normally, but it is slower than jumping straight to the bottom. There's like something on the way you can land on and restore your health and whatever. Yeah, so this guy's annoying. You need to actually buy something from him for him to like give you the information. So now I'm going to craft another Ox Core. This is the one that we pulled from the chest on the roof. This is indoor attack. We are going to equip it on Crossette in this chapter. We don't really need it. I'm mostly getting it for later chapters. But since we have it, we may as well equip it. It increases fights slightly. Like it's not worth the time to get it for just chapter 4. But it certainly makes itself worthwhile later on.
Hey, look what I found!
So, of note, we had mentioned earlier that we have a blade named Boreas that has Nopun Wisdom. I am going to equip him now because that skill check is coming up. And this saves several minutes, so very good that we have him. I am going to get a chest back here for, what is a magnet chip? This is the same ship that Crossette currently has equipped. We just got another one, which we will use on Dromark in the next chapter, because Dromark currently has like a level of chapter 2 like weapon chip, because he is not really used in chapter 3 and 4 at all.
Yeah, and this is Boreas, as you can see, taking up a third of the screen.
Yeah, one of my favorite blades. If I position the camera like you can't even see me. And he is not the most like annoying blade to like get in your way, and you'll actually see in chapter 5 like Rock will get in the way because his wings are so big, and he's also like flying, so he's like in the air. He blocks the screen quite a bit. Herald, if anyone watches the New Game Plus run, like Herald blocks a lot of the screen, but definitely a big boy, and we love him for it.
Yeah, Boreas is awesome.
Boreas, he's one of my favorite blades in this game.
He is a very
man.
cool blade, no question.
Yeah, and he's speedrunner's favorite because he saves like 2.5 minutes on this alone.
Yep.
But this will not be the last that you see Boreas in this run. He will be seeing combat in chapter 5.
Like the back of my, tongue.
Very cool. In any percent, basically, we pull out Boreas for this one cutscene, and that's it. And I guess they may set him off on a work mission, but
yeah.
No, he's do feel kind of sad for him because yeah, he is a very cool blade design and his story as well.
That was a laggy menu. That's because I didn't look down, Vex.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it would have been the same if you did look down.
Nobody does. Nobody can explain this game. Like, period.
No, no, it is. People have tried. I have tried. There are still many things I cannot explain and do not understand about how this game does or does not work.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just to mention the menu lag that Hyde was talking about. When you open the we're talking about the camera looking down. Sometimes when you open the fast travel menu, it just sits there and won't accept input for like 2 or 3 seconds. And we think it's because it's loading data, and that's why looking down, moving stuff off screen will help it go faster. But yeah, if you ever see a speedrunner playing this game and they're sitting on the fast travel menu, they're not doing anything. It's because they can't. It's because the game isn't listening to them, and they have to sit there and wait until the game gets all its stuff in order and says, "Okay, where would you like to go now?" Very unfortunate.
Yeah, so what we just did is we abused a zombie hover to skip another cutscene. Normally, we're not allowed to take this elevator. The guard there will talk to you. It's like, hey, you got to turn around. You can't come here. But we are going to get this fast travel location now because we will need it later on. So it's faster to do the zombie hover, skip that cutscene, and just get the travel location now. And now we're going to do another. And now we're going to do another zombie hover out of this loading screen, and this zombie hover will allow us to avoid some fall damage. Just to save some time.
Yeah, and it's also nice to get that location then, just because you get a little bit more XP, and so you can just have that.
Yep.
A little bit earlier, which is always a bit convenient.
Yeah, it is technically a Chapter 7 location, so it has Chapter 7 level of experience and also skill point stuff that go with it. So it is that extra little boost, which may come in handy later.
I like traveling.
Alright, so we saw Merc missions briefly in the at the start of this chapter, where you just sent out a 1 minute long Merc mission, which we just pulled a bunch of blades in. But most of them aren't really worth doing, except for this one. This one called Lunch of Love gives us a Hunter's Chemistry score, which, yeah, as we've said, is already pretty useful for just getting that max affinity faster. And so by sending off a couple blades that we don't really need, we can get the Ox score a bit later on. This one takes about half an hour to do without any things to speed it up.
And it'll be ready right before we need it, actually, which is great.
Yeah, later down the line we'll just have that when we want to see it.
Yeah, so I'm getting this
half an hour, but it's half an hour. It happens in the background, so you don't have to think about it. And as long as you route it out properly, it's there when you need it.
Yep,
which is very cool.
So we're gonna grab that chest there. It contains a wood chip. This is the same broken chip that we gave to Corvin in Chapter 3. We're gonna be using that for Rock in Chapter 5. Alright, so here's Zeke again. And yeah, he's kind of scary, because he does like a ton of damage if Nia draws the aggro. Now, one thing that is kind of nice about this category compared to other categories is we have the magnet chip instead of the wood chip, which on one hand will do less damage, and therefore cause us to do less aggro for that reason. But the passive effect of the magnet chip on Bitball specifically, which Crossset is you get less aggro from auto attacks. So the aggro management in this category is a little bit easier. Still not great, because as you can see, I still have the aggro here. That's actually a clutch topple to avoid the dynamic Park Sword.
Yeah, thank you, Sora, for that. Tora's AI is very weird, in that when he has the opportunity to, like, follow up on a blade combo, there's only like a 50% chance he'll actually do it, and the other 50% of the time he'll just, like, sit there. So Tora is incredibly annoying to play around sometimes.
Yeah, so Zeke's dead. He doesn't know
Zeke
it
is Omega Dad.
Very dead.
Yep. Much stronger.
Yeah, Crosshat kind of just does that. That's not even like... Her tier 4 is really, really good. That's just her tier 3.
Her tier 3 is actually not used all that often if we can help it. So the reason that I had to use a tier 3 there is because Rex landed a break. So Rex is using a lance weapon right now, so he has a break art. Normally, what I do is I do a break once I have my tier 4 ready, because the tier 4 is stronger and does more damage. And it's faster. But because Rex got the break, he then switched to Pyra and toppled. So the topple would have worn out had I waited for the tier 4 to charge, so I just did a tier 3 instead.
It was still enough.
Yep, that doesn't actually matter.
Yeah. Jeez, not jumping onto the ladder? What are you doing?
I always screw
Speedrunner
that
are
up.
you at?
I always screw that up.
Oh, this is where we.
Oh yeah, I'd like never get that.
Yeah,
but
that ladder's
still,
very
still
finicky.
gotta go for it just in case.
It
you know?
is very tough to get, to be fair. Yeah. I always go for it, but I missed a lot too.
I have like a 10% success rate, so I stopped bothering.
That's fair. That's fair.
I know my abilities, and I know when to accept defeat. I'll lose, what, a quarter second? It can't be that much time you save for jumping on that ladder.
It is. Yeah, it's like it's a second or two. It's no big deal. Not in the multi-hour speed run.
Hey, adds up.
Good work, puppy.
Yeah, so now I'm going to equip that indoor attack on Crossette, because we are now inside. She will now do even more damage than she did before. Not that she needs it. It will be nice for the Rosa fight coming up, which you will see. But first, we have to just kill like a big group of turkeys. I don't know why this game does this multiple times, but there's multiple fights in this game where it's just like a group of turkins, and one of them in chapter 6 didn't even do anything wrong. We just we find a bunch of turkins and
We just went in there and yeah.
But we'll get to that. So this is
Start blowing them up,
this is Turkins 1. My notes here literally just say do Crossette things. So yeah, it's gonna be one of those fights. I don't know if we mentioned it earlier. Tora just stole my potion. And then so he walked over, took my potion, then just walked back. But yeah, so Crossette's break art is AoE, along with all of her specials. So whenever we have these Turkins here, they are completely separated across the room, so we're not going to be able to get any AoE on them right now. Which is fine. They're kind of grouped up now. Just one left, or two left. Hopefully this break art will kill them both. Just barely. I missed the other one. That's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to clean up with Crossette.
Yeah.
So much damage. She's just so good. Don't get it.
Just do what we always do.
Now Lila is back.
Yeah, so this fight is basically got to be the same as the previous time we fought Lila, except she's 2 levels higher and we're like 4 or 5. So I missed that now.
Do you go for Chase Raptor?
I probably should. You don't really need it. Because the thing is, like, a lot of the reason why we get the chain is to get slightly better levels and then Arch Chain early enough. But because we don't use Crossette for the entire run, it's really not, like, that critical. So we'll see how the run plays out. If I can chain, I probably will. But if not, I would chain Rosa. I might chain both, but we'll see how it shakes out.
So we're kind of just cycling between Acrobatic Bomber for more damage, and then Dolphin Spin to get more potions.
Yep.
And then Ether Barrier.
We don't use to want a lot of Healing Circle because it'll draw some aggro to you. Again, not as much of a concern because we are using the Magnet Chip. But still a concern, for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lila 2 has both Lilas, to be honest, have a lot of break resistance.
Yep, but this is fine.
I say that. I say that, and of course, just to spite me, I guess.
Yeah, so because we got the fusion here, I'm not going to chain Lila, I'm just going to chain Rosa.
Big numbers.
Very big numbers.
Even if you don't get the break, which is what should happen, going for the Acrobatic Bomber is still worth it just because of how much damage that art does.
It's a very strong art. So now we're going to do one of the more difficult wall clips, I would say. It's not the hardest. We all know what the hardest one is. Y'all will see that later on.
I feel like this is probably the hardest one that you actually have, like, a bit of control over. You just have... that's, like, pretty much perfect. Wow.
Yeah. You don't need to, like, walk onto that black box. You can usually walk straight onto the door. I find it more consistent doing that. Again, I'm bad. So, yeah, that was a very good one.
Yeah, I've been de-rusting this a bit lately, and I found that with practice, I'm slowly getting more consistent at this one. It doesn't actually scare me as much as it used to.
Yeah.
It's one that you can get better at with practice, unlike certain other clips.
And I got a first try door clip the other day, so
Yeah.
probably won't happen today,
course,
but
guys-
we'll see.
Yeah, so you used up the one that you're going to get this year. Good job.
Yeah, my PB got a fast try door clip to get a PB by like 8 seconds or something. Very clutch with that.
Yeah, so Rosa can be kind of annoying, as you can see. We also don't have a tank right now, so there's that. I'm actually gonna heal just in case I can get something else. Yeah, this is just a matter of trying to collect as many potions as you can. None really spawned near me, so that's kind of unfortunate, but is what it is.
Yeah, I feel like this fight in particular, they go really, really far.
Yeah,
Like,
it's because Rosa's just so big. The distance that the
I think
potions
it's-
travel is just a radius around whoever you're attacking, but it's like relative to like the size of Rosa.
Just do what we always do. I'll handle it. It's like putting two
yeah, so now Tora's back, and Poppy has been upgraded. So from Poppy Alpha, which was a just a base tank which had the Earth element, she is now able to transform into Poppy Cutie, which is more of an evasion tank who uses fire. He's still not great. Still not an amazing tank, but yeah, that fire element can be a little helpful at times, and is a little nicer for taking aggro, I find. But either way, we still have Rex in the party, so we can still get our burnout from
These
him as
potions
well.
are not being nice to me.
Oh yeah, this is kind of mean.
I actually don't even know if I
That
have.
is-
I might be tight for time on getting my tier 3. If I can land a break and extend the timer, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I think because Rosa is so big,
I didn't get hit by that.
I
I rushed it in art so I wouldn't get hit by that.
her chance is a little bit lower as well, which is slightly weird, but
Yeah,
I got like one more
size
shot.
does affect. It's like just a couple percent, but
Okay.
it does affect. Oh, nice, nice last minute break there,
Yeah.
or last second break. But
So
We
I am
can
gonna
take this.
chain here just for XP.
yeah, I think that would be cool.
I also didn't get a ton of potions there, so it is enough to kill, but yeah.
Just let me handle
You
it.
got it. The enemy village is now
Yeah, Poppy Cutie is also pretty nice because her specials are slightly faster as well. So because neither really do much damage in the chain attack, we just tend to go for Poppy Cutie just because it's a little bit faster.
Go for it.
Yeah, later on in the run, because we do actually use Tora for quite a bit of this run, we are gonna for one fight in particular be relying on QT in the chain, not for speed, but as cleanup in a chain attack if needed. And that's the Phantasms fight, because we kill them all in a chain, and it's possible to miss them with their normal strategy. So you'll see when we get there. But so now I'm gonna open up Affinity Chart, and I think I'm good for Art Chain.
Yeah,
should've
yeah,
been,
that's
yeah.
good.
That's the wrong button.
No,
That was
if
almost
you do
bad.
that.
I have done
Yeah.
that.
That's about that.
Yeah, so what you
Could
just
have been
unlocked
bad.
there is probably the most important skill in the game, called Tooth and Claw on Nia and then Art's Chain on Rex. And it basically allows us to do an art and then just do another art straight after it if they're on cooldown. So rather than having to wait for the whole animation and then do an auto attack and then cancel it again, you can just cancel arts into arts and the combat becomes much more fluid, much faster, much nicer.
it is a really big improvement. Yeah, we haven't really talked about canceling, just a minor thing about whenever you see like a blue circle appear on the screen as Hybrid goes into an art, that's a cancel. It basically just cuts out some of the delay between attacks and gives you some bonus damage as well. But initially you can only do that from auto attacks into arts and then from arts into specials, but this skill lets you go from arts directly into other arts, and since you have 3 arts you can work with, that just makes things so much faster.
Yeah, it also counts as if you canceled a level 2.
Yeah, which matters for special game. So it is significantly faster to build up your special gauge as well when you have Arts Chain.
Is this a soft lock?
I don't think so.
As long as he's not toppled.
No, he's.
No,
He's toppled. You soft locked. Good job. Good thing
Yep.
you saved there.
That's why I saved before that fight.
Yep. I was about to say when I saw you going to save menu, should you save because of the soft lock? But good call.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't realize you saved.
Yep,
I just wasn't paying attention to that part of the menu, and I had a mini heart attack there. That was really scary.
No, but I made sure to save for that reason.
Yeah.
So can you explain why that soft lock happens, Vex?
Yeah. Okay, that is a funny little bug that for a long time we didn't know why it happened. It just seemed to be a random soft lock. But when enemies with there are enemies with blades, like we have Pat and Mick here, Patroka and Mikhail. They have they're drivers, they have blades. They can use specials just like we can. They do it just like we do by throwing their weapon to the blade. However, if they are toppled, they cannot receive, because obviously the blade has to then throw the weapon back, but they can't throw the weapon back until the character gets up. Now, the battles like this that are two-parters, first phase, second phase, when the first phase ends, everybody stops doing anything. So if the driver is toppled, they're just going to stay toppled. They won't get up. If the blade's waiting to throw their weapon back, they're still waiting for the character to get up, and so you can see both are waiting for the other to do something. Neither's doing anything. The game soft locks, and you have no choice but just to close it and reopen. So you have to be for these few fights that are two-parters. We have to be really careful in the first phase not to topple right at the end of the fight, or what you just saw happens.
Yeah, it's pretty specific, like the events that need to occur for a soft lock to happen. But with the way we can do the fight, the damage just kind of lines up for it to happen really easily accidentally. So in a lot of cases, I just don't go for the second break because what if it breaks and then they topple and
just because of the strat
like
surprisingly.
You know, I'm just gonna say I did it intentionally just to show off the soft lock.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very nice of you to show it.
It's all part of the show.
It's exhibition context, yes.
Yeah, so in the second phase, Morag has come to help us and has joined the party, no longer an enemy. And she also brings like a tank blade in Bridget, who is kind of also an evasion tag and also a fire blade, so all kind of like Poppy Cutie, except she is just like so much better than Poppy Cutie in like every way. So yeah, we just immediately swap onto Morag because she's just way better.
Hopefully I get the break.
Nice.
Oh, I got the top.
Oh,
I thought I was quick enough.
I think it was Rex who got the breaks, and so he immediately.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. So what can happen is if I don't get that break, what'll happen is Crossette's tier 4 will push Mikhail into Patroka, which will kill both of them.
Yeah, so we were using like a mega explosion, so fire. But for this fight specifically, we swapped to steam explosion, which is fire, water, fire. And the difference between those two combos, mega explosion does more damage, but steam explosion has an area of effects.
Area of effect also has a blow down attribute to it as well. So with the so it will blow down an enemy, which pushes them back, and then if you can push them back into where another enemy is, the AoE will encompass that enemy as well. And so trying to do that to capture both Patroka and Mikhail in the same AoE, but unfortunately with the topple, blow down will not move a toppled enemy, and so we didn't get the AoE.
Yeah, we had a decent backup plan, which is just Patroka has no defense, so just attack her. It's fine.
Yes. Yeah, Patroka does go down really quickly no matter what you do, so it's not a huge thing. It's just, if you can get the AoE, it's that much faster.
Yep.
Yeah, especially since you've already got a bunch of potions, so you don't have to deal with Crossette's slow start, you just already have it, really. And now we've made it to Chapter 5, and we are immediately sent to this new area, which is the Leftherian Archipelago, which is where Rex was raised, pretty much.
Not necessarily born.
Not born, yeah.
Raised.
So So we are kind of just cutting through here to make a faster path to the Inderline Praetorium, which is where we meet Van Damme's friend's friend to like find out how to not quite friends, but yeah, this is where we find out where to climb the world tree. And so since we're here, we figure we may as well visit Rex's family.
Yeah, so I will mention, somebody in chat had said, finally the good tank. So Morag has now joined our party, and she is a significantly better tank than Tora is. Unfortunately, we're still not going to use her until Chapter 6 in this category for blade combo reasons, but Morag is a significantly better tank. And we'll actually be playing as Morag, controlling her in Chapter 7, making use of, just showing how good of a blade even Bridget can be. Who's typically never controlled in any of the other speedrun categories, but she's very powerful, surprisingly enough.
So, at least in no DLC, there's still strats for using Bridget in Chapter 7, that midway boss fight.
Is that faster than Wolfric?
It's not faster, but it's safer. Wolfric, basically, you can't die.
Yeah.
Playing Bridget, whereas Wolfric, if you pull aggro at the wrong time, if you don't get the break, it's pretty easy to just die, just take too much damage.
Sure. Makes sense.
Whereas Bridget, because Bridget, of course, has an evade art as well. And so you can just, when the bad stuff comes out, you just dodge it.
Yeah, so I will say, for anyone watching, this is going to be a pretty lengthy walking section. So if anyone needs to go, use the bathroom, get yourself a drink, stay hydrated, that kind of stuff, now would be the perfect time to do it. You're not going to be missing anything for the next few minutes.
Yeah, we are now just chilling. This is probably the calmest point in the game.
Yeah.
Nothing too terrible happens. We're kind of just chilling.
This is what I was calling out earlier, by the way, as my favorite. If I had to pick a single favorite track in the game, it's this one.
Morning already?
Except now it's over.
That's over.
Yeah. now you've said that. We're now in the day version, which is a little bit more upbeat.
If it wasn't a time loss, I'd change it back to night for you.
Yeah. No, we got to save a second, so
Yep.
No worries. I mean, day theme is still great too. And since you mentioned, I'm actually going to hydrate real quick, so I will be right back.
Yeah, go do your thing.
As you guys,
Yeah, so this is going to be several minutes of just walking, and then there'll be a little bit of things we have to interact with, and then another minute of walking, and then a boss fight that's actually really, really annoying in this category, and then back to 10 more minutes of walking. So, Zeke is so bad in this category.
Yeah, I guess when you don't have any crazy damage, he can...
We have Rock with a wood chip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have pull to Rock, so... Rock, originally Van Damme's blade, after he died, he basically allowed Rex to inherit that blade. And so, after awakening him, we now have access to Rock, who is kind of very mediocre, so...
He's bad. You can just say he's bad.
Yeah.
he is, but he tries. He's Rock after all.
Always has been.
Really
always will be.
Oh, yep. We didn't really touch on it, but in the lore, as I mentioned earlier, drivers and blades are bonded to each other. One effect of this is that when a driver dies, their blade doesn't die, but they revert to the core crystal that they came from. And so that is how Rex came into possession of Rock's crystal. Because Van Damme is no longer with us, Rock reverted, basically turned off, if you will.
Yep, and he loses memory in the process.
Yes, and so essentially he is reset, if you will, to his initial state. And when awakened from the core crystal, he is still Rock. Always has been, always will be. But that is also why when we were there are various points in the lore where there's a lot of issue made. And if you watch the cutscenes, there are actually a few coming up in this chapter as well. The whole issue of blades being, in this, linked to their drivers in this way.
Yeah, I believe,
but that is
the title of the chapter is Masters and Slaves.
Masters and Slaves. Yes,
Yep.
in fact, yeah, it is. Which is interesting. It's appropriate, but it's a completely different name from the Japanese title as well. Just I do like to call out the excellent job that was done in the localization of this game.
It's so good.
For someone like me who plays the Japanese version, it's very confusing because they changed a lot of names around, but they did it in a way that makes it a lot more sensible to English players than it would be if they just literally translated. Like like Brigid's name, for example, in Japanese is Kagutsuchi, which is a Japanese fire god from Japanese mythology. Most of the blade names are drawn from Japanese mythology in the Japanese version, and that would make a lot of sense to English players, to Western players, and so sensibly they said, okay, well, let's draw some names from Western mythology or Western terminology that players are more likely to recognize. So instead of Jikarao, who is an earth deity in Japanese mythology, we have Wolfric because he looks like a wolf, and similar changes. It's just a very well thought out localization, and I don't see enough of those in games, and I like to call that when it's done. Unfortunately, it does make it hard to think about both languages at the same time. So if I get any names wrong, feel free to correct me.
Will do. But yeah, but touching on that point of all the different lore reasons, or I guess the lore things that they explain about like a driver being bonded to a blade or blade being bonded to a driver, and the implications of that. One of the side quests in this game, one of my favorite quests in the whole game, is the Praxis in Theory quest line. Like the way that ends,
Yes.
I'm not going to spoil it. Please play the game. It's absolutely fantastic. The kind of stuff that they do when they address that concept. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that is my favorite side quest because of how it ends.
I would agree. My favorite side quest line in the game.
Yeah, Theory specifically is also one of my favorite blades in this game, just personally. Along with Godfrey, who unfortunately we did not pull in this run. That's my boy.
He does come out quite a bit, doesn't he?
I would use him in combat if I pulled him. Mostly for the meme.
Oh, yeah.
I need like an ice blade of any kind. I just need an orb. But like
Right.
for the meme, I would use Godfrey.
What? You're telling me Godfrey isn't the best blade in the game?
So to me, Godfrey is the best
he
blade in
was.
the game. But on any objective metric, he's probably the worst. One of, anyway. His weapon class is just basically unusable. Which is unfortunate.
Yeah. Tanks in this game as a whole definitely get the short end of the stick.
Yes.
In a lot of cases, with the primary example being the Shield Hammer, which is a whole class of blades who all kind of suck, just because they're tanks, but they can't really get aggro just because they're so weak. So, yeah, basically all of the Shield Hammers, Electra, Finch, Godfrey, Cassandra are all on the much lower end of the tier list in terms of the blades.
I was going to answer the question in chat, by the way. The Japanese title of the chapter is Kubiki, which translates to yoke. So think like yoking beasts of burden to a cart, for example. So it touches on the same context of blades being bonded to and, in a sense, being subservient to drivers, but kind of from a different perspective. And it is, I guess the way I put it is a more artistic word in Japanese to convey the same concept, which is why I think they chose it. But again, it's that single word would not I think convey the same feeling to Western to English players, and so I understand why they changed the title.
So I will say just a quick note about that menu. I decided to use Love Beyond the Clouds on Tora right now, which will allow him to switch back and forth between Poppy Alpha and Poppy QT quicker. For the next few fights in this chapter, we do use Tora for blade combos, and if things go wrong or I don't get the combos in the correct amount of time, Tora will switch blades on me because he doesn't really care about blade combos because he's a male driver. We'll explain that later. But I'll have to wait even longer for him to like recover from that. I will eventually need to get a love source on Tora for a strategy that I do in Chapter 9. So if I get it now, I can reap the benefits of that for the entire game, basically. Because we do use Tora for a very sizable amount of this game. Despite him being a worse blade than Morag. So this is Zeke again. This is the last time that we fight Zeke. This is definitely the hardest time that we fight Zeke. So Rock is bad. Always has been. Always will be. And there's a problem where we might do too much damage in this fight. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rush a combo just for damage, but I want to intentionally not get it on a fusion. And the reason for that is if I get more damage from the fusion combo, I'll get him into the enrage threshold, which would be very bad. I'm gonna not attack to try and lose some of this aggro. And I might be pulling it back, or probably not.
Yeah, I've never really seen combat where you like main Rock, so this is going to be pretty interesting to me because
Rock is very bad.
Yeah.
So again, I'm waiting for the break to run out because I actively do not want a fusion here. I think she just did a break though. Resisted. Oh, it's no. I don't know if she did a break or not. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another combo, and this time I want a fusion. And one thing specifically is I'm using Mia's special. It was a little early there, unfortunately, but Mia's special level 2 is a heal. So I wanted to use that specifically to heal whatever damage was done by the electric circuit. Unfortunately, I was just too early. That didn't end up happening. So this could be bad. I could actually just... I'm actually gonna die. So I'm gonna run over to my teammates so they can revive me quicker. Yeah, that is why we do not like Dynamic Spark Sword.
Yeah, already being able to see the insane contrast between Crossat, who's a DLC blade, and then the stuff you get in the story, like...
Thora's probably gonna die soon.
By the way, I just talked about the good localization, but Overload Thunderbeam is a straight-up mistranslation. It should be Overlord.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Overlord does sound way cooler.
Those two words transliterated are pronounced the same in Japanese, and I
Makes
think
sense.
whoever translated that particular file didn't spend the time, didn't go back and check. Okay, what was it originally supposed to be? And so they ended up with the wrong word. But aside from a few, like system text issues, the overall the lore localization and the names are all very well done. Solid work.
Yeah, Overlord also goes into the fact that Zeke in this game, we find out just in the cutscene before this that he is the Crown Prince of Tantal, which is an area we haven't gone to yet.
Yep.
So rather than just some random thug who's trying to take the power of the Aegis for himself, he is actually an important guy. And we'll find out that he's not actually after the Aegis, he's just trying to test us basically, and is looking for proof for Indol that we are capable of controlling the Aegis ourselves. But he didn't get to tell us the first 2 times because he either fell off a cliff or got hit by a massive rock before he could do that, because Zeke is very unlucky.
Yeah, so one thing I just want to draw attention to, because I died, as a backup strat, what I ended up doing was I did a Sandstorm combo in order to evade the move that Zeke was doing. Absolutely would have killed Tora. So at this point, I probably could have chained if I didn't get that orb, but I'm not going to be able to get the chain this fight, because there's no guarantee that we can do another round. And Tora might die here. Clutch.
Clutch here, yeah. Yep, we didn't...
This is not even going to kill, by the way, probably.
Yeah, just for a moment earlier, but these animations for the blade combos, they will actually nullify any damage that the enemies do to you. And so, like Hybrid was doing a moment ago as well with Sandstorm, if you see a deadly move coming your way, you hit a tier 4 or a level 3 blade combo, and that will let you dodge it.
Yep.
Yeah, or a chain attack as well. Also,
a chain attack as well will do it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so a tier 4 full combo or a chain attack will give us iframes for the whole party, which is very, very nice. There are some, There are some moments where we utilize that. Very, very few. They mostly end up being backup strats, admittedly, like that. So the strategy there, what I would like to happen is I don't take all the aggro and I don't die, and then Nia lands a break just before Zeke enrages, and then that will allow me to do a tier 4 combo on that blade. So water, earth, wind. I forget the name of the combo. It'll allow me to do that. And because the break will persist through an entire chain attack, that'll actually kill him from half HP. Unfortunately, the breaks are kind of random. I did do something in my menu to make it a little bit more consistent. So the auto balancer, which we mentioned earlier, allows you to avoid being deflected. Enemies can still block, but you don't like stagger back when you get deflected. Nia's break art on Dromark is notoriously very bad because it's 4 hits. And if any of them get deflected, you don't get the hits that come after it, and only the last hit inflicts break. So it's basically 4 chances to be deflected in order for the break to happen. So what I did is I gave Nia the auto balancer to make breaks more consistent, and that's going to be particularly noteworthy in the next few fights where I kind of rely on the break. And I rely on the break because of how weak Rock is. You know, if we were using Corvin or Corset or something like that, we're not as reliant on the breaks. But Rock is bad, so we kind of need them.
This would make a good nest.
And the reason we're using Rock here, like you're probably asking, like, if Rock is so bad, why are you using him? He's guaranteed, and there's not a lot of fights in this chapter. You could theoretically do these fights with like a blade from the gacha system, but for like consistent routing, I don't. And this is where I mentioned earlier, like if I had pulled Cosmos, I would probably actually consider it for this chapter. I don't know what I would do for a blade combo, but like she's quite strong base, so I could probably do like a fire healer on. I guess I would need another fire healer from the gacha system, but like a fire healer on Nia, and then Morag is like the better tank, and then Cosmos is the damage dealer, something like that. But yeah, I haven't really thought through different strategies for how to like replace Rock in this chapter, because he's not even that slow. He's just that slow when you don't get the breaks. So it's, I don't know. It's kind of unfortunate the way that he has such a reliance on that. Yeah, one thing I will also note is that the strategy that I'm currently doing where I use Rock, I had only come up with like a few weeks ago. I would previously be using a different character for these fights, and that the character I used before for the Zeke fight was actually Dromark. And one interesting thing with that is when you do a tier 4, it pauses the driver combo. So what I could actually do is a Steam Explosion, ending with Pyra, on a triple stack break, which did like an insane amount of damage.
Right.
But Rock is a little bit more consistent than that, because yeah, triple stack is kind of hard to do.
It does
I'm in the wrong chapter.
To get that workout. Yep. I was gonna say, wait, you're not in chapter 6 yet?
Yeah, so where I was just walking is where I walked in chapter 6. So get a little confused about where I am.
Yeah. There are 3 or 4 places where you have to jump off of that railing and then go one place or the other. And yeah.
Yep.
Easy to get confused between them.
Yeah, we've all been there.
I usually get confused when I have to walk into the entrance, and I just walk a completely different direction than I'm supposed to be going. Like the times I'm supposed to go up the stairs, I walk over to the inn and I see there's no little pink icon over it and say, "Oh, I did it again."
And this is totally avoidable if you just always look at the pink icon. Like, if you just always follow the waypoint, you'll never do this, but we're just, like, so comfortable that we just go on autopilot, especially when we're talking about other stuff. We're not, like, fully engaged in what we're doing.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Indol will be saved if it just had a couple more skip travel locations.
Why isn't there a skip travel, like, in the throne room? Is that not a landmark?
Yeah, or at the bottom of the stairs, like...
Or somewhere up there, you know?
Yeah, I like the walking in the left area. I just Indol just doesn't hit the same for me.
Yeah. Maybe
it's the music.
Maybe it's yeah.
Yeah.
And this music isn't bad for what it's going for, but
yeah, it fits.
Yeah,
but
definitely
it's not quite.
It fits, but yeah, it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say, because Rock is so bad, we are doing something here which we don't do in other categories, which is we're actually going to end.
I don't know that I've ever used this in, actually. Even casually.
Yeah, but let me tell you, these 3 levels that I just gained, which normally it's only 2, so I'm actually quite happy about that. like, it's actually very much needed for the power chords. And you'll see when we get to that fight, but there's like a certain threshold you need to do a lot of damage all at once.
I can see that.
And we fall short if we're only level 35.
I can see that, yep.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Another thing that I'm going to do here is I am going to equip Crossset on Nia. This will be used for field skills and some zombie hovering stuff. I also need to accept the Merc mission there, so I'll do that after. I also going to buy weapon chip here, just for better heals we had before. And now I will accept that Merc mission from earlier, which gives us the Hunter's Chemistry, and I'm going to use this on the next fight, because I have it. It also kind of saves time to make it now, because I'm already heading over here for the inn, so like may as well like make everything that I need while I'm here.
Save.
And we're you.
You can do the safety save?
Yeah, I'm going to do it after I switch party members here.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I have crashed here in a race before. And it was
oh no!
It was a race that you can literally only do once. It was very funny. So it's funny now. It wasn't funny at the time. So the race was... So my main category is actually Bringer of Chaos, which is the very, very long, lengthy, difficult... basically Dark Souls, but Xenoblade. So Dark Souls without a dodge. Quite fun. But I was doing that, a race against Evan, who was our New Game Plus expert. And he had never done a New Game race before at all, so he was doing New Game any percent, while I was doing Bringer of Chaos. He didn't have any notes, didn't have any experience with the run, just like he's familiar with the game, just go. I did mess up that timing, unfortunately. There is an audio cue based on Nia's scream that allows me to kind of back it up, which I just did. But yeah, so that zombie hover, normally you try to do it out of the menu, and like you time it like during the skip travel menu, but I was a little bit too late on that, so I died after I had spawn. So, but yeah, shoutouts to Evan. He won that race like by default because my game crashed like 4 hours in, and I did not have a safety save.
Oh no.
So, yeah, that was very unfortunate, and we couldn't like redo that race because he at this point is not blind.
He has all the knowledge from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was
That's
unfortunate. This run right here is a lot less stressful when you have Agri turned off. I'll say that. Yeah, absolutely. So one thing about this is we are currently in a zombie hover state. There is a cutscene trigger here that I'm going to be skipping because I'm controlling Crossset. Because we skipped that cutscene trigger, we can actually get to an area that is normally inaccessible. So normally, at this point in the story, when you jump off of this cliff here, there is a kill barrier that has not spawned yet because we did not advance the story trigger. So normally, we're not able to get to this area. So because we're in this area, there's a chest that is normally guarded by a unique monster that is not currently being guarded by a unique monster. So we can just loot the chest. That chest contains 3, like, late-game weapon chips, because the unique monsters normally level, like, 92 or something, like, super high level.
94.
Oh, it's 94, okay. So we don't need to care about any of that, which is quite nice.
Yeah, not even late game, more like post-game.
Yeah, post-game. So we're going to get 3 very, very powerful weapon chips and equip them in Chapter 5. So I am going to do a menu here, which is a little bit busy. So a bunch of overdrives. Wolfrick's going to go on Rex, and then these other Earths are going to go on Zeke. I had... So Telos I'll need on Morag. This guy will do on Morag. I want to say that's it. Hopefully. We'll find out.
Did you put Window Morg?
I did not. I will need to do that.
I've been sharpening my fangs for this day to come.
That's very kind of you. It sounds fun.
Yeah, Wind on Morag was the one I was forgetting.
Yeah, and Kenai...
Oh, that's the wrong button.
Kenai, if you...
I have done that. I have released a blade I wanted to overdrive once.
Oh, ouch.
There was one time I released an Earth Blade. It's like, oh, God.
No!
But then I opened up the blade pulse and immediately got an Earth Blade, so it was fine. But...
It came right back.
Yeah. The thing is, like, in most categories, you don't ever release a blade, so, like, that muscle memory isn't, like, ingrained into your head, but with this category, earlier on when I was doing the blade pulls, I would release blades to get the boosters. So, like, that is one of the muscle memory that I have when I'm in that menu.
Right.
Yeah, so, I see a question in chat, what is this category? Blade rotation basically means, the short of it is I need to control a different character in every chapter. So it is not a New Game Plus run, but it is a different blade in every chapter. So for this chapter, we're using Rock, and then when this chapter is done, we will need to use somebody else.
I hope it is something good. How would you rate that?
This, by the way, is the place where normally there would be level 90 plus enemies all hanging around the 94 UM, which of course you can't skip even with aggro turned off.
You can, technically. If you play as Tora, he's so short that he doesn't make line of sight.
I mean, you can't turn the aggro off, but yeah, I was gonna say, before we knew about this clip, we came here in Chapter 6 when this area is open and the enemies have spawned, and the way to get the chest was basically you play as Tor, who is shorter and therefore can hide from the unique monster's aggro vision cone, and sneak up to the chest, and it was very intense. It was kind of fun to watch.
It's very fun.
But of course, this is much obviously more reliable. So. And we got the chips earlier, so.
Alright, so now we will see Boreas in combat, which is fun.
Let's go.
That's about
In response to the question in chat, how do you get Telos in New Game? So the thing that controls Telos is not whether it's New Game Plus; it is whether you have completed the game on that user, essentially on that Switch user. If you've completed the game once, and even if you go in start a regular new game instead of a New Game Plus, you still have unlocked Telos in the Blade pools. So it is new game with Telos available essentially, and I think regular 80% also allows Telos.
Yep.
Yeah. It's technically slower because it plays a little loading screen when you select new game, which wouldn't happen on like a completely fresh file.
Right, the 5 seconds at the beginning to swap screens.
Yeah.
Yep, and at any percent, Telos only saves time if you also get Perun, which I did not, so I'm also losing time for wasting the time doing that extra blade pull. Now, for what it's worth, in this category, we actually will use Telos in combat. So, for that reason, she has an advantage. We will actually be using her just for an orb in Chapter 10, the final boss. So... and also, like, a passive strength bonus is, like, it's something. It's not needed for that fight, but, like, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Telos is one of my favorites to use. It's a shame we don't get to see much of her in the run.
Yeah. So this is the sketchiest fight in the entire game. So, this fight, there's a big giant monster that we completely ignore, and instead we attack the power cords behind it. Yes, this is intentional. This is what the game wants you to do.
Even though it defaults you to targeting the core,
correct.
If you attack it, it will just continuously regain health to full, and
it regenerates 25% of its health every second.
I am listening for an audio cue, so we can just be quiet for a second. I'm listening for the Shekel audio cue.
Why not?
See? There it is. Yep, I was listening for the audio cue so I could evade it. Alright, you guys can talk again.
Yeah, very important to avoid that.
Yeah, so basically this thing enrages at half HP, and when that happens, we damage ourselves every time we attack it. It gets spike damage. So what I'm doing is I'm saving my arts intentionally so that when it enrages, I can just do 3 arts very, very quickly, which I'll do now. This will get him a little bit further into that damage threshold without too much risk to me, and that little bit of extra damage is usually enough for this to kill. We're also like against the camera, so it's the camera's like inside of us. Okay, this is actually really bad. I think Boreas is tier 3 heals, so... Okay, this is bad.
Nope, not if you die first.
Yep.
No.
Like I said, sketchiest fight in the run. Now, normally this fight is really, really annoying to, like, re-enter, because your teammate will, like, just jump off the cliff here and start the fight with 1 HP. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait here, see if it happened. Didn't happen. Now I'll use the field skill and get back in.
Yeah, and usually you don't have Rock in the party as well, so you don't have any Wind Mastery, so you need to put Rock on.
Yep, also true.
and then because you're controlling Nia because you want Crossette for good damage, then that means Brax might swap to Rock rather than staying on the Aegis, and it's just so annoying.
Now keep in mind, Rock is an attacker blade who has a post-game weapon chip, and he is still this weak. Alright, so again, listening for the audio cue. Alright, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, this fight is so incredibly sketchy. And if you like attack the power lines, you take like 200 damage each hit. As you can see,
Yeah,
Rock's
it's
auto
huge
attack
stuff, yeah.
is many hits. Alright, so now I'm gonna get Tora's special on the Enrage.
With this breeze, shall I soon?
So,
And again, the animations from the tier 4 makes you immune to all damage, including the spike damage.
yep. There we go.
There we go.
So it's all just a damage threshold as to whether or not that kills. It depends on how many of your hits get blocked, because even though it's just a power chord, it can block you.
Somehow.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Funnily enough, that fight is actually trivial in no DLC because
Yes.
you're using an Earth Blade,
Yeah, which it is weak to.
and that which the power lines are weak to, and it's just basically you tear it apart without even a combo.
It's one of the few fights that was actually a bit safer and more reliable in the no DLC category.
Yep.
I got the affinity down there because I just pressed the wrong button to evade. So I hear an audio cue here, so I'm just going to wait. He's going to use Stun Swallow. If I attack him, I'll get launched. The AI is not smart enough to avoid that.
Yeah, when Jin says, "This war has no sense, no meaning," he's gonna follow up with Stun Swallow, which is basically a counter art, and basically if you attack him during that art, he will launch you, and it's pretty annoying. Especially if he does it in other fights where you can't really react to it.
Yep. It's really only that first one you can react to. After that, it is.
After that,
it's on a
random.
timer. It's on a cooldown timer, but
But within some variation.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. There's some randomness in once it's off cooldown. When will he use it?
Now.
Which is why you can't really predict it.
So I had a feeling it was now, and so I had Tora do a special. So that was a good call out. So right now, Nia is going to switch to Boreas because Nia is trying to continue the Blade combo. I am waiting for Max Affinity, otherwise I'm not going to do any damage. But this is good because... So I'm going to wait for another break. Nia's break with Bitballs, and of course she missed, is much better than her break with Dromark. So I want a break here. I got one more shot, probably. Yeah, we'll see. Got it.
Nice.
This fight gets really bad if you don't get that, because this does like no damage, and I'm still relying on the chain.
And going back to the fusion combos you mentioned earlier, since we got the blade combo on the break, that fusion combo is active, and that also applies to all damage done during the chain. So that is, in this case, that's a 75% increase. All damage during this chain is increased by 75%, and it looks like I think that's probably going to be required to get the kill here.
Yes. And we got a little bit of overkill as well, which isn't really needed, but it's certainly not going to complain about it. Yeah, so this next fight, for those who know the game, I'm sure you can infer how bad this could be using Rock. The reason that I equipped an Ice Blade on Rex and also Boreas on Nia is so I can add an additional orb, which will be used in the chain attack to get 3 rounds of a chain attack instead of only 2. And Boreas is used to break that orb if need be. Because I guess we didn't specify because it hasn't really mattered with only 1 orb, but you will always target an orb that is an elemental weakness to you, and it takes 3 hits to break an orb, and an orb of the opposite weakness takes 2 hits. It makes more sense when you actually see it in action. So what I'm going to do right now, unfortunately Tora already switched to Poppy Alpha. I actually don't know why, but I want to do a Ultimate Aurora, Fire, Water, Ice. maybe that's not Ultimate Aurora. Whatever it is, fire with Tora, and then water with Nia, and then ice with Rex's side blade.
That's
Diamond
Mist,
Mist,
I think.
Yeah, Diamond Mist, that's it.
Yeah, Ultimate Aurora is what, Lightning Fire?
It's the lightning
ice?
fire ice, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was one of those that ended in ice.
That's the one Torna lives on.
Yep, yep, that's why I know the name of it, yeah. So I saw somebody asked in the chat a little while ago how much RNG is involved with the blades that we use. As far as the mains go, it doesn't have an effect at all, but it does impact the secondary blades. So in this case, Rex's Ice Blade, which I'm going to stick on until I lose the aggro, because if I die, I don't want Rock to lose his affinity. There we go. I'm probably just going to get the aggro back, but it's fine. Yeah, so now I'm waiting for Nia to switch back to water. She switched to Boris for an emergency heal, which honestly is fine. This fight's just got to take a while anyway, because Rock is bad, so we just kind of accept that. I don't like where Nia's standing.
I was gonna say, hopefully that's not the death spot.
Oh, that is the death spot.
Yes.
So I think if I stand
it
over
is.
here, she'll move. Please, Nia. I'll actually go push her.
Just push her, yeah.
Yeah. Can someone explain what that is?
Okay, so you see that little on the left side of the screen now? It just got rotated out, but there's a little dent in the floor. If you're standing in that when you use a tier 4,
Any
your
special?
character actually gets pushed down. There is a death plane just below that segment of floor, and your character is pushed down just enough that it touches that. They touch that, and you die during your tier 4. And
Any
that
special,
is as
actually.
bad as it sounds.
Yeah, so even though you have iframes during tier 4, you actually clip out of bounds and die. But Nia could have died there if she used her special there. It's not 100% consistent, but it can happen. So at this point, I'm waiting for a break. This thing has very high break resistance, so it might not ever happen, which is fine. So I'm just gonna basically just keep spamming arts until I get a break. I want to evade this art specifically, because that will shackle Blade. Which means I lose all my affinity, which means I lose all my damage, which isn't a lot anyway.
But it also means you lose your tier 4.
Correct.
Build that up again.
So, no break, unfortunately. So now I'm just going to wait until it enrages, and I'm just going to do a chain attack. The enrage here is very similar to the power chord, like the chords on their own. And of course I am toppled. I want to get like a little bit more damage if I can, but there is some spike damage. It is lower.
Yeah, but it's lower, but it does add up after a while, so you do have to chain.
I didn't have my evade ready to dodge that, so I'm just going to chain now. So I want Tora to attack the ice orb here. It is random. Did not attack it. That is fine. So now I will use Boreas to break the ice orb instead. Boreas' special is slower than Dromark's, which is why I just wanted to just break the ice orb already. But it's not that big of a deal. And that is the reason why we use Boreas, is to break that ice orb.
It's also worth mentioning that as you go further into a chain attack each round, if you hit that that button challenge between rounds, increases the level of your specials. So you're doing using stronger specials with each round. In addition to that damage bonus you see on the left side of the screen. So the progressive. So as you go deeper in, and like with the third round, you're doing much more damage than you were in the first round.
Yeah, and one small thing there is I did specifically save Boreas for the final round because his special is stronger than Dromark's. It has more hits. So that would not have killed with Dromark in the final round.
Tight fight.
Very. But yeah, so that's the worst chapter in the game. So we got that done, which is good. Unfortunately, the game has more chapters than there are viable characters. So at some point, you need to be, okay, which chapter does Rock lose the least time? Like, that becomes the game.
Hey. Yeah.
And chapter 5 is the answer to that. Yeah, those fights, when Nia does behave and you get the breaks very quickly, those fights are actually pretty quick. But if you don't get the breaks, as we can see, you risk a lot. If you don't get the extra damage on the power chords, you can just die. There's really no recovering
Just
from that.
straight up die, yeah.
So, unfortunate is what it is. for what it's worth, for my estimate for this of 5 hours, it does account for things like that will realistically happen in a setting where I can't reset. I could get bad blade pulls, or like I could lose. I lost like 5 minutes in that chapter because, you know, chapter 5, right, happens. So that is accounted for in my estimate, because this category has a lot of randomness. So.
Yeah, what was the best time in this category again?
What was that?
What was your like PB?
So
category?
most of my runs are segmented. I'll do like a few hours here after work, whatever. So in my segmented practice, it's a 446. My real time PB is a 450.
Right. Okay.
So I have 10 to 15 minutes of just like buffer for random stuff like that in the estimate.
Yeah, that hasn't been anything too major so far, which is good.
Yep.
And also, you will see how we're getting rid of characters from the party. We are not doing this chapter with just Rex. We are going to be adding them in later, but because we're going to be talking to a bunch of NPCs at the start of chapter 6, sometimes when you talk to them, the other characters will like run towards you and take a few seconds before starting their dialogue. If it's just Rex, he'll just start talking immediately. And so it just saves a little bit of time here and there.
Yep, everyone likes to participate in the conversation, which is annoying. So basically, by not having the characters in the party, it just skips part of the dialogue that we need to dash through.
Yeah, so kind of both of those together, the skipping dialogue, and also the fact that, like Shem was saying, sometimes when those characters want to say something, they have to move into a specific position before they can say it. You know, they have to stop whatever movement they were doing before, and so the dialogue will stop until they get to that point. And so both of those together, you can actually lose quite a bit of time to that if you don't take them out of the party.
Yeah, so again, because Indal is Indal, there's just going to be a lot of walking around for the next few minutes. So if y'all need to go to the bathroom, get a drink, whatever, you're not going to miss anything for the next few minutes. Be a good time to do that.
Yeah, so in the story, we've skipped over quite a lot, but what happened at the end of chapter 5? Basically, Jin took over one of the Titan battleships and started firing at I believe it was Indal, or sorry, firing at Uriah. And tensions between Morardain and Uriah aren't great, and so that has basically leveled it up into into basically war between those two nations. But thankfully, Indal has sort of set up a summit to just negotiate things between them. But we've had rumors that there may be an assassination attempt, and our number one suspect is Banner, who started this whole quest by giving us the special request at the start of chapter 1. And so we're just going around asking people, hey, have you seen anything suspicious? And yeah, all these guys have various things to say.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a case where you do have to talk to. There are 10 people with that little quest icon. Unfortunately, this one you do have to talk to all 10 of them. You can't just choose 2 or 3 and say, okay, these are the ones that we need. It does count and see that you've checked, that you've talked to everybody. So there is, a lot of walking, a lot of talking, and that is why take everybody else out of the party.
Yeah, and I hope you're making sure to be speed reading these, because there will be a quiz coming up on everything they've got to say.
Oh, I've been skipping all the dialogue. Hope I passed that quiz. So I would like to say, as a neat, fun thing about this category, so there is a glitch that unfortunately I'm not going to be able to do because it almost never happens. But there is a glitch where if you equip a blade to the primary slot and then quickly move them out of the primary slot, there's a way that you can teleport when you exit the menu. It's really weird and has no actual application in speedrun. Had I pulled Zenobia back in Chapter 4, I would actually be able to do that because I would not have pulled Wulfric, and I could pull him now to save this skip travel menu, those 3 seconds, right there, by doing a teleport in a menu instead. It's a very oddly specific glitch that has, unfortunately, no application in any of the speedrun categories, I believe including 100%. there's just no valid place for it. Like, this is the only place where we fast travel to the same point twice in a row. But in every other category that's not blade rotation, we're not equipping a new blade there. But in blade rotation, we are.
Right.
So this is the quiz. I don't know why they did this. It feels really out of place in this game.
It does, yeah. My guess is that one of their developers loved some other game that had this kind of logic puzzle and said, I want to put a mini game like this in here, and nobody turned it down.
Yeah. Also, fun fact: you can get the last question wrong, and it's just fine.
I think can you choose any of them? I thought 3 still.
I think there's 2 correct answers, but I'm honestly not.
I know you can choose either one or
sure.
2. I thought the third one still counted as the wrong answer, but I'm not sure.
All right, so Boreas is done for the run, and now I need a fire healer for the strategy I'm about to do, which I have one, so that's good.
Yeah, the solution they think they've worked out is that the Turken chefs are going to be poisoning the food, and so our next plan of action is to get onto the battleship, go to the kitchens, find the Turken chefs, and beat them up, because that's how we solve things in this game. And I believe we will be doing that with our blade for Chapter 6, which is Wolfric, who is the king of the No DLC speedrun.
Indeed, yeah. So this is going to look very familiar to me.
Yeah, so you're gonna know what's going on in a lot of these fights.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolfric is basically what we had for the run before Crossette came into existence, before the DLC was added, and in a very similar way, does not have the potion. That specific potion thing, but does have a lot of individual additives to damage. That, in addition to just really powerful specials, and just blows enemies out of the water.
Yeah, Wolfric put all his stats into just pure damage, and unfortunately that means he is like the glass cannon of this game. He can do the damage.
It does mean that, yes.
He cannot
pull
take
aggro
this.
instantly, and then you die.
Yeah, he pulls aggro better than anyone else in the game. So I'm just waiting here without doing an art so I can do my tier 2 without building it to a tier 3, because tier 2 does a ton of AoE, and is also not nearly as slow as tier 3.
So for both of these Turken fights, what we're going to try to do is try to group them all up together, and then use an AoE blade combo, area of effect blade combo to hit them all at once. Because when you get when you do a blade combo, the damage of the blade combo is based on the special that you used to start it. But that same damage is applied to every enemy in the area of effect, regardless of how much damage that enemy would have taken. It's just the same damage to every enemy, and so if you can get a good, especially a fusion, into that, that fusion damage is then applied to every enemy in the area. Just quickly finish those fights.
Another.
Yeah, so this is the fight that we need the fire healer for. We basically want to... The thing is with this fight is if we get aggro with Wolfric, it's very bad. So we want to not do that. Now, Wolfric does luckily have an art which gives aggro down. So we're going to use that to minimize the amount of aggro that we're taking. Now, we can do a strategy like this without needing a fire healer on Nia. However, it means that we need to do one of the specials with Wolfric, and in doing so, we will take all the aggro, which makes it significantly less consistent.
Yeah,
so
in no DLC runs, if I don't get a fire healer, I just reset. Just instant reset.
Well, you're also using Wolfric for more than just this fight.
This is true, but yeah, this is essentially for all of the Chapter 4 fights as well. This is the kind of strat that we need.
I was gonna say wait for Tora to topple, but Tora is on Poppy QT, so he's not going to. So I'm just gonna get the break and just accept that, and then I'm going to combo this into a chain attack, and Wolfrick's pretty strong. Not nearly as strong as Crossette and Corvin, but he is definitely the next strongest blade. Honestly, he's probably stronger than Corvin in general.
Yeah, and I'm guessing you don't even have most of his. You wouldn't have got any of his affinity nodes either. He's got the well, you don't have topple here, but he has the topple damage up. He's got.
I have it level 1.
Well, that aren't. Oh, you did get level 1 on it.
Yeah, I checked his affinity right before this fight, which unlocked the. I don't know which node is which, but the first yellow node is level 1. The other 2 are level 2.
Okay, so you did get those unlocked.
Yep, I did unlock them for this fight. I want the topple in this fight. It's fine that I don't get it. But I did unlock those, and I will be using those for this chapter. But I did not get his heart to heart in chapter 5, for example, which you would in no DLC. So like I don't have level 3 affinity at all. I only have level 2 affinity. Right. So I can't get any higher than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wolfric has a weird thing on his affinity chart. We have to do a heart-to-heart, which we didn't talk about because it's not relevant to the speedrun at all. But it's basically like a side little thing. You can like find it, and then there's like a little like conversation that happens, and then you unlock something. Wolfric has one in Fonset Village that unlocks level 3 and higher of his affinity chart, which normally we don't have access to. So I'm going to salvage here. This is going to give us at least 5 mechanical parts as part of the drops. Which, when we get that will fill out an Ancient Wisdom node on Dromark's affinity chart, which is used for a field skill in Chapter 5. This is just the point of the game where we have the closest salvaging point to what we're trying to do next. So hopefully I can pick this up without aggroing. Good. Nice. Now we can leave. Yeah, depending on what enemy spawns there, they may aggro you, and then if that's the case, you just like jump off the edge and respawn, and then you're fine. Lose a little bit of time. Not too bad. Because that is also the travel location, so you respawn right there. So it doesn't lose you a ton of time if you do get the aggro there. Basically what happened in that last scene when fighting Giga Rosa is there was supposedly an assassination attempt, yada yada yada. Emperor of Moradane dies, but he doesn't. It's complicated. But when he died, he lost his blade. So we currently have the core crystal for that blade. He gave it to Morag after that incident. That blade is a Geon. A Geon requires a certain amount of combat engagements to charge his core crystal. So as we're walking around in these next few areas, and actually until we get his core crystal, we're just going to be throwing rocks at the various enemies in this area to engage them in combat. And I think it's 22 combat engagements that we need.
Yes, 22.
Yeah, so if we don't do any of this, by the time we just like naturally get 22 encounters, we'll be right before the final boss. For a field skill reason, we need him before that. Because I did not pull Perun. If I had pulled Perun, we would not need to do this. We would need to throw a few rocks, and that's it. The reason we would still need to throw a few rocks is a Geon is actually the main blade for Chapter 10. So we need him a little bit before the final boss, regardless. But we're going to try and get as many encounters here to make sure he's ready before Chapter 7. Yeah, of note, we never mentioned it, but back in Chapter 3, we bought an accessory called the Colorful Feather, which we put on whoever our tank is, currently Tora, later on Morag. And that accessory will, basically whoever has it, will start with all the aggro. So when we have these encounters like this, they're all attacking Tora, they're not attacking me. There are some enemies that will aggro in Chapter 7, or rather, they'll aggro us because they're unique monsters, where they can actually just kill you. So I'd rather they kill Tora instead of me. It'd be much more preferred.
Indeed.
Yeah, if any of your like side characters die, like just in the overworld where you're just running, they'll just kind of fall over. But if you die, Crew will fade to black, and you'll be sent to the last location you were at, so it's definitely preferable to have someone else die, especially because of how little defense Wolfric has, for example, in this area.
Yep, and not even just that, but some of the enemies can also inflict like blowdown or knockback or break, which like interrupts your movement, and you can lose time from that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Especially Machine Gun Julio in Chapter 5 can inflict blowdown.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
I've had it happen where like I'll be playing as like Nia in any percent or as Morag in this category, and like whichever tank takes the aggro will literally die to the unique monster as a tank. Like the monster does that much damage.
Yeah. Yeah, that one run, for whatever reason, it's just so easy for them to die.
Yeah, and don't worry, dear viewer, your frame rate is not dropping. That's the game. It does that.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know how this game... I don't know how they made this game the way they did. There's a lot of performance issues.
Well, there's a lot of issues.
Correct.
It's not just performance.
Alright, so I'm gonna get a weapon chip for Mithra here. We're not using Mithra in this chapter, but we will be using her later. It's not a particularly high damage weapon chip, but it does have a high crit rate, which will be useful for her later. We're also gonna buy another weapon while we're here, for Dromark, just for improved healing.
Yeah, I believe this is the highest crit rate we can get for this point in the game, so...
Correct.
It's Mithra's most important skill.
Yeah.
So now Morag is going to be our tank for a little bit, so this menu is basically doing all the various prep that we need for Morag,
should be.
because we have not touched her yet.
That wraps that up nicely.
So various things on her skill tree here. The ability to start a fight with both with two of her arts available is the main thing. We're going to be moving the Judgment art in, which gives her an evasion, which is very nice. And then everything else we're just going to get to level 2. No, that's wrong. I'm going to give a love source for Bridget's affinity chart. Bridget is going to be the main blade for Chapter 7, so we want to make sure that she has good.
Do you need to feed desserts here for Kenai?
Not here. I'll do it in a later menu.
Okay.
But yes, I do not have Kenai, so I will need to give 4 additional desserts to Bridget. I do it later on because I give a pouch expansion to Morag, so I'll do it then.
So what's about to happen here? We are now in Tantal, which is Zeke's homeland, so we're meeting the King of Tantal, and he immediately throws us in jail and takes Pyra. Basically because she's too dangerous to be kept alive, and he's planning on shooting her with a giant laser, pretty much. And so we break out of jail and go to stop that from happening, because yeah, we don't really want that to happen. That would not be good for us.
Yeah, because what would be an RPG without a jailbreak scene, you know? Yeah, so these enemies, even though they're not unique monsters, they will aggro you without you needing to aggro them. Which is actually kind of nice, because we need a Gion's core crystal. Yeah, the next set
of the other exception to the to the aggro rule.
And it's just these guys. Like, there's not a whole lot of them. These guys, for whatever reason, their heads are on backwards. If you walk in front of them, they will not see you, but if you walk behind them, they will see you. We don't know why.
They probably got mirrored glasses.
Like, how would you even program that? Like, if I wanted to do that, I don't know how I would elegantly do that. Like, they must literally have their heads on backwards. Like, oh, you thought you were smart sneaking behind us? Gotcha. Which honestly would be very funny.
Yeah, stuff like in Xenoblade Future Connected, how like an entire area is rotated like 90 degrees from where it should be. Like, what? So like half the area, just collection items won't spawn.
Oh, is that really a thing?
Right, yes.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I remember that. Yeah,
which area is
bizarre?
There are some weird things in this series.
I forget the details, but I remember we saw that all of the stuff was just rotated 90 degrees from where it should be, and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or in Xenoblade 3, how...
Was it Alchemoth, I think?
Yeah, the Alchemoth in Future Connected.
That's what it was, yeah. It's like so few collection items on the map, and the ones that are, like, ones that you don't expect to be there.
Yeah.
I think they may have just interchanged coordinates or something on it. But yeah, it's very bizarre, though.
Of course, everyone ran away from the AoE as I did the attack.
Yeah, I feel like probably the most known example of the weird monolith coding is in Xenoblade 3, how, until they patched it out, how Manana's cooking didn't do anything.
That was very funny.
Like, it would say it would give you, like, an increase to,
And it just did nothing, yeah.
Yeah, like, enemy drops or whatever, or gold, and it just didn't.
Yeah, they have some nice game ideas. They have some great music, but their technical side needs some work.
Yep. So I'm going to do a safety save before this next trick because again it's a zombie hover, so risk of crashing the game. So let's not let that happen.
Yeah, this is probably the most time save we're gonna get from a zombie hover in this game.
Easily.
Yep.
So hopefully I timed this right. Looks good.
Where do we go from here?
Engage aggro and disengage to get out of the zombie hover state. And now, right now, I am falling. So I am gaining a fall speed as I'm walking towards this edge because I was falling for that entire time.
So right now we're trying to get to the lower area of Tental. Normally, yes, you have to walk around all sorts of pillars and spirals and all the things, and no, we're just going to drop down and finish it.
Yep, so now I'm going to give a pouch expansion to Morag, and because I don't have any Kenais, I need to give 4 Sparkle Sugars. Usually I would only give 1, but that's fine. This is for Brigid's Affinity Tree. Will give us that Kenai skill. Just like that. And just as like a menu optimization, the reason why I did not do that in the earlier menu when I set up Brigid is I would have had to check her affinity chart twice in that one menu. And then just get it at the same time, basically. So
yeah, just reduce because we were talking about how slow the menu animations are. Just try to reduce the amount of time you spend in the menu as much as possible.
Yep.
So I've never seen the slowly falling Rex with like no full animation go into the cutscene like that.
Yep, so you can save a little bit of time just for opening the menu just before you hit the ground, because for whatever reason, due to zombie hover shenanigans, like, oh, you're exiting the menu, you must be grounded. So you can still access the top bound of the cutscene trigger. So you can save a little bit of time, very, very little time, for like the time spent falling that remaining distance.
Same reason you can climb out when you climb out of water.
Yep, and we're gonna be using that in a later chapter.
Chapter 9.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact though about that drop is that that is the one glitch skip in that sort of this type of skip that we had actually before Zombie Hover was discovered. There was an alternate version that was known where it required to hit the reset button on your controller to stop the game on a very specific frame, and when you did that, the game got confused into putting you into a similar zombie state. In that case, you had to wait 18 seconds before it actually decided to let you go ahead and go into the cutscene. They fixed that in a later version, but
it was a Switch firmware update. Actually, it wasn't even an update to this game. It was a Switch firmware update.
No, I believe it was a.
Is that not true?
It was a game. Yeah.
Because I thought it was OS. I thought it was OS related. Because it's like the controller, like changing controllers menu, which is not in this game. It's like a Switch thing. I could be wrong.
No, because I'm still able to do. I have version 1.3.0 at home. I'm still able to do it on current firmware.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So it was a game update that fixed it. I don't think they intended to fix it. I think it was just a side effect of some other thing they fixed. But ultimately, yeah, we were, as of 1.5.1, I think, we are no longer able to do it. But then we discovered Zombie Hover and broke the whole game open, so it's all good.
Also, just to throw it out there, disconnecting your controller on an exact frame is very difficult. So I'm glad it's gone.
Yeah.
So for this fight, there's a very specific fight here, and in fact, if it goes wrong, I did a safety save. I'm going to reset just to show off the fight if it doesn't work properly. So we do a particular movement here to group up everyone in the corner, and the goal is to attack everyone in the exact same AoE. And it should kill all of them. The trade-off here is I could pull Akos' aggro here, and in fact I think I did. So I need Morag to get that aggro back at some point, which is very difficult to do. So I'm going to have Morag attack Akos, and hopefully she pulls his aggro. and did not.
Ooh.
Okay, that's what I want to avoid. This is why I saved. Normally, I wouldn't do this because there is like a backup strat that's faster. I just really want to show off the strat, so I will do this maybe
cool
twice,
strat.
and then I'll go for the backup strat. But hopefully, I don't fail it that many times. It's kind of dependent on where Akos goes when he's doing like whatever movement that he's doing, because I don't want to have his aggro, but sometimes it just happens. So it is unfortunate when you see it, but that's why we save.
And arrived. Onward.
Worth mentioning this strat is the product of Quadriceps, who I believe is current 80% world record holder.
Yep, that is correct. I believe he's also in chat. I saw him earlier.
Oh yeah, I did see Quad earlier. Yeah, so Quad thanks for the strat. Cool strat.
Quad is such a talented runner of both this game and Xenoblade 3. He has world records by a massive amount in Xenoblade 3, and both records in the DLC and no DLC categories in this game.
I don't see it.
And he has done a lot for just making this run so much faster, so much more consistent.
I do not like where Akos is standing. That's bad. Oh, I'm good. I thought because I stepped forward when I did like the break animation that I thought I was getting too close.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about that as well.
Yep. So Morag is dead, so hopefully I get a break here. Akos might have moved, we'll find out.
He might be good. Blow down that we look for.
Akos.
Ooh, 2 out of 3.
Yeah, double kill is,
now, where's Morag?
Good enough.
Here she is. Yeah, 2 out of 3 is fine. Akos is the one we want it on, specifically, but yeah.
Yeah, so the issue with Akos is when he enrages, he gets 50 guaranteed dodges. You have to hit him 50 times before you can damage him after when he hits half health. And so ideally you want to just one-shot him with that combo, but unfortunately.
Yeah, but this will kill him instead, so that's fine. So you can kind of see the idea of the strat. Unfortunately, I only got Petroka, but it is actually possible to kill everyone all at once. It saves a ton of time if you get it first try, obviously. Yeah, now this fight's annoying. Like, it's just like, there's nothing like specifically like hard about it. You kind of just accidentally win over some time. But because I don't have a gold affinity right now, I don't have a chain attack. There's really nothing I can do to like speed this up.
Morag did good by dodging the first few hits there.
So I just got a very lucky bug, which is very hard to replicate. If you activate Gold Affinity on the exact same frame that you get hit by Skyward Slash, which lowers your affinity,
I saw that.
It just does it, which is great.
Yep.
That's never something you can ever reliably go for, but it kind of bailed me out there, which is nice. So that's Chapter 6. That is the last we will be seeing Wolfric, unfortunately. But yeah, so now on to Chapter 7, which a lot of people find is the hardest chapter in the game, and for good reason. We're going to be controlling Brigid for this fight, or for this chapter. Brigid has a skill called Warpire, I believe it's called, which every time that you evade an attack, you get an additive that just accumulates, much similar to Crosset's Gathering Sparks ability. We're going to be able to do some crazy damage with Brigid. So that's not going to be for a bit. This is another section of the game, but there's going to be a lot of walking. So again, if you guys need to go do something, now is a pretty good time. It's going to be a lot of walking for a bit.
Go.
There's so many times I just completely forget to go here and just go straight over to Fonset and nothing happens. I'm like, what did I miss? Oh, I did it again. And of course, because you're going between Titans, it takes so long to load back in.
Yep. Yeah, you gotta load a whole new continent. Alright, so now we're gonna travel.
There may not have been a time I just rage quit when I did that.
Yeah. I think I did it once in a New Game Plus run. which runs just dead if you do that in New Game Plus.
Yeah, just straight up dead. Yeah.
For those unfamiliar with New Game Plus is basically you just one-shot everything, so all of the time save comes from movement. So if you make that mistake once and lose like 30 seconds, that's the run. So it's more of an exercise of like prep and routing than like execution.
When did it
But,
get so late?
So one thing that I'm actually going to do is I'm going to switch to switch to Morag now, and then Tora second specifically, so that when I throw rocks, I don't like disqualify myself from the category because I still had Wolfric equipped. So that would be very funny if that happened.
It would be just a very disappointing way to lose the run.
This is one of those things. This isn't like an official category. We don't have a category extension for this game. As much as I would like to make one, because I think categories like this are very interesting and add a lot to the game. This is kind of just something I do on my own. So, like, I track my own records. I'm the only one who runs this. But, like, if we had, like, an official leaderboard, that's the kind of thing it'd be like, hey, man, don't do it again. Because nothing, like, there's no time loss. There's no advantage to doing that, right? It's like, hey, man, like, technically... Yeah, there's some moments, like I've accidentally used Pyra in a chain attack in Chapter 3 instead of Corvin versus Makos. And when you do that, you just lose time. So, like, that's punishment enough.
Right.
But yeah, there are some advantages that we could get for doing things early. So, for example, if we used Crossette in Chapter 3, and we throw rocks in Chapter 3, we could build Gathering Sparks before we actually use Crossette. That's the reason that these, like, throwing rock encounters count as encounters for the sake of the category, so that you don't do stuff like that. And also, you deal damage. You deal 1 damage. So, you're in a fight, as far as I'm concerned.
Technically, you're dealing damage, yep.
Yeah, you're in a fight. So, but yeah, so as we walk through here, there are plenty of enemies to aggro in this dungeon. That one walked too far away from me, so I can't aggro that one. But yeah, we're gonna stop doing that as soon as we get a G on his core crystal ready.
Hey, look what I found!
Place that no DLC actually does save a little bit of time because, of course, you do have aggro from enemies, and there's plenty of stuff to aggro here. You know, typically, I expect to get 6 or 7 just free encounters walking through here.
Yep, or I lose a second every time that I do the encounter because I have to throw the rock.
Yeah, right.
I guess theoretically you could change the setting to enable aggression.
Yeah, I feel like that's
But it's not worth the menu time because the menus are so slow.
Yeah, has anyone timed that though? Because like we need like 20 encounters, let's say, right?
I think it's been tested before and it's not actually worth it.
That's crazy.
But I might be wrong. It could, I don't know. Maybe it could be worth a retime or.
But I also don't know. Are there any monsters that like it would be problemsome to aggro? I don't think so.
No. I mean, no DLC doesn't have any problems, so you know.
Yeah. And there, you're controlling like Wolfric.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I think the minimum time for doing any like single menu thing is like 3 to 4 seconds. So that times 2, that's already 7 seconds ish.
Sure.
So maybe, seven stones thrown.
Maybe if it could be incorporated with some other menu, but I know.
But we never go to the settings either.
The thing is, you never go to the system menu.
I guess technically I could do it alongside a safety save because I'm already close
there's
enough.
That, yeah. You want to make the safety save part of the route.
But even then, sometimes you only want one enemy aggroing you, because, for example, that Guyana might have...
This Guyana, by the way, this is the one that's actually dangerous in no DLC. I have died once or twice to that specific one, because it can just one-shot Tora.
Yeah, we're fine when playing as
I think I still have more egg there, but it can one-shot the tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can one-shot the tank, and then of course it's targeting you. And when you drop onto that river, you are taking some damage. And if you also take a hit at the same time, you're dead.
Yeah. Now, for this part of the game, I actually have the colorful feather on Morag and not Tora, so I am taking all of that aggro. So realistically, I probably shouldn't aggro that thing. There's plenty of other things to aggro, but it also hasn't been a problem yet. So in my head, it's safe. I will eventually screw it up, I'm sure. But it hasn't been a problem yet, right? But I did get a Geon's Core Crystal, so I have that ready to use whenever I next menu. There is like a weird, like oddly specific movement optimization here that, for whatever reason, several years went by before we found it. We don't need to go around
Yes.
this wall. We could just jump over it, and like that's fine. Like,
Yep.
I don't know why that took us like 4
2
years to
seconds or
find.
something, yeah.
Yeah.
And nobody noticed until someday somebody said, "Oh, by the way."
Oh, by the way, there's a window here. It's like, oh, look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how just nobody noticed these things for the longest time.
Yeah,
why there's always
we
something
found a way
being
to
found
clip
in
through
these
a
long
wall
games.
that has like the crazy field skill requirements and all that kind of stuff. Because it's like actually burdensome for us. It's not burdensome to walk around that wall, so nobody even noticed the window.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that's why, but yeah.
It's kind of funny.
It is neat that stuff still does keep coming out after all this time.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm thinking through my head right now, like the menu that I need to do to set up the next few blades. Because there's got to be a few menus that I do, just due to like field skill requirements and that kind of stuff. So for there's an upcoming field skill check where we need 2 wind blades and 2 fire blades equipped. We need 3 fire, but Bridget is already equipped, so not counting her, we need 2 more. So for part of this run, there is like a ladder that we would grab down below. It's like a vine. We're not going to grab it because we need this chest. Normally, we would be able to get to the bottom significantly quicker by just grabbing a ladder that's right next to me right now. So we're not going to be doing that. But immediately after those wind and fire checks, there is going to be another field skill which requires Ancient Wisdom, which we have on Dromark and we'll be getting on Aegeon. And also Kenai, which we have on Bridget. So I'm going to set up a menu for the first one. So Rex is going to need his wind blades. Nia is going to need... I think Rex has my only other fire. Do I have a wind on Nia? I have a wind on Morag if I didn't. So then one of these will be this fire blade. And yeah, that'll get me through the first... Oh, I need to pull Aegeon. But that'll pull me through my first field skill.
Hello there.
Don't expect me to do
So I'm going to... Actually, I don't know if I... Yeah, this will be fine. Actually, no, it's not. I have my menus confused with other routes that I normally do. The wind is what I want, not the not leaping from Telos. So basically, I equipped a Geon here because we're going to need him for Ancient Wisdom, and we're going to keep him equipped through the remainder of Chapter 7 because there are field skills for leaping, which a Geon has. In some other routes that I've done, in the most recent route that most recent run that I did the other day, I actually pulled Perun, which means that I did not need to have a Geon at this point in time. So because of that, I needed to equip Telos on Morag for leaping instead of Aegeon. But I think I actually just overdrive Telos to Morag and don't need her. So that's what it is. So coming up is going to be a few different bug collection spots. These bug collections are what's going to unlock Ancient Wisdom on Aegeon. I do risk aggroing a UM, which I am very good at aggroing. So that would be fun if that happens. I hope I don't. It loses a ton of time.
Now let's see.
Oh, I might be safe actually. We got entomology.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, so I got all that I need. That's good.
The lucky entomology skill.
Yep, normally that's just a time loss, but I only need to pull 1 collectible spot when I get it, so that's fine. It's really annoying when you get it on the second one. Because then it's...
Oh, yes!
Because then you don't need the extra...
time loss, yeah.
So normally you only get 4 bugs max if you don't proc entomology, which you normally don't because you're not planning on it. And then there's just a second collection point that you get to get the remainder. You need a total of 5.
Yeah, sometimes I've had it where I've got the entomology and it's just been 2 and 2. So even after that, I still have to go get the other one.
Yeah. So I already checked this affinity, so I need this affinity. I'll get some for these guys because they are going to be used in combat some more, so it doesn't hurt. And then for Dromark as well. And that should be everything I need for this next skill check, which is the Ancient Wisdom and Kenai. So normally they do give you the blades that you need. You don't need to rely on the gacha system for this. I do have 1 level of Ancient Wisdom on Corvin, which is not needed in a casual setting, because you can actually get 2 levels of Ancient Wisdom on Dromark, which we actually do in the no DLC run.
Which you do in no DLC, yeah.
Yep. But because we have Corvin, he just saves you, you just have to salvage a few more times, which isn't too much of a problem in no DLC, because you do extra salvages anyway, for an extra optional boss fight, which is really fun. But yeah, not needed in this category because we have Corvin. Yeah, so I am going to do another menu here just to shuffle some blades around. Nia does not need these blades anymore, or actually just doesn't want them. And then this will be Rock. This will make it so we don't need a menu at all in the next area after this. So Bridget is going to get Indoor Attack and Affinity Max Attack. Affinity Max Attack does not matter at all in this fight, because you're actually capped at Blue Affinity and Special Level 1. You cannot go above that for this next fight. But it will matter for the rest of the chapter after this point.
Hey, we didn't do half bad.
So we're going to get some skills on Nia. One of the important ones here, which is Mutual Happiness, which hopefully I have enough for, which I do. Sometimes you don't. Depends on chains and stuff. That will allow you to... what am I doing here? That will allow you to gain increased party gauge for chain attacks, just for doing a special. Another thing that I did was I removed Spinning Cutter from Tora, which that's the move that gives him his aggro. However, it is an AoE attack. This fight, the strategy that I'm going to be doing is very similar to that of Bringer of Chaos. So I don't want any AoE in this fight because it might rock the boat a little bit. So that's more of a safety thing. It can work if you accidentally kill some things that you want to leave like close to death, and you'll see when I get into the fight. It's kind of hard to explain without like knowing what the fight is up ahead, but. The general gist of it is that there's going to be 4 enemies attacking you all at once. When you get them to a damage threshold, they will spawn 2 more. But they will not spawn them if there's already 5 or more things. And in a casual setting, this is just going to be wave after wave after wave after wave after wave. But instead, in a speedrun setting, what we want to do is we want to kill all of them at the exact same time to prevent them from spawning more. Or kill them from above a particular damage threshold, so they don't trigger that move. Or you kill them while they're toppled, in which case you don't, like, they can't do their move because they're toppled. And that's the no DLC strategy, is kill them while they're toppled.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
But in this fight, what I'm going to do... So Bridget's tier 1 is very strong, because I'm going to be evading a bunch of attacks. So she's going to do it right now. You'll see, like, there's a bunch of fire around her. We want to do that attack in a chain after having evaded a bunch of attacks to increase our damage, and then that will kill all of the Phantasms. Ideally. So,
as you can see, when they use Malthus, which is the attack that creates 2 extra enemies, they also get evasion as well.
Yep.
So you can't. So if you see it coming and they're on like 1 HP, you can't even do anything about it. You just have to watch as 2 more enemies come, and then you do 1 auto attack and kill the enemy. Really, really annoying.
Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm going to keep switching between the different Phantasms. I don't want to kill them. I just want to like keep them alive until I get my party gauge filled up. Otherwise, they'll spawn more, and then like the movement gets positioned kind of weird. So I'm just going to keep shuffling the party around between different ones. I'm also watching where Bridget is standing, because her AoE is centered around Bridget. So I want Bridget in like the center of these enemies. Which is always, that's the hard part here. And as you can see, I'm actually doing like a lot of damage. I might kill one before the chain is ready. So actually, I'm going to attack this guy a little bit just to build some chain on him.
Rogue.
If Tora topples, I might be good. Oh, he's on the wrong blade. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill one. I'm not gonna get them to the chain up in time. So that's fine. So now they're gonna spawn a bunch, but that's fine. As long as I kill all of them. There's gonna be like 12. This is... So if I gather all of them around me, it's still fine. Which is kind of hard to do. Come on, everyone. Gather around. And if we kill a few more at this point, that's fine. We'll get some extra XP and whatnot. They're not going to spawn more because there's so many. That was good. So hopefully this kills all of them. We'll see. If I miss one of them, Tora's special 1 is an AoE. It looks like I did miss one. So hopefully Tora's special kills the remaining one. Which it did not. So this is fine. Yeah, so this one, hopefully we can kill above threshold with this. Yep, and then hopefully we can kill this one above threshold with a break art, which is very powerful. Actually, I'm gonna just, he's broken, so I'll just use my special. Yeah, so not super clean,
that was
but not
close.
So even if he had started the Multis there, he would have actually died from the special before the enemies actually spawned. So
True.
Yeah, thankfully they can't evade like blade combo damage. So if you start a combo and then just a little bit of extra damage.
Also,
that
also
should
the
still
final
be
hit of a special is a guaranteed hit.
Yep, that is correct. So now we're going to travel back to Fonset. It's just the closest travel point to an inn, so we're just going to do that to level up, because the next few fights are pretty ridiculous, and we need all the levels we can get.
Out for trouble.
Now, what is nice is, because we had to kill an extra, like, 10 Phantasms, is we get one more level than I was expecting. I'm normally 59 on Morai here. So that's actually kind of nice. Not desirable, because I lost a minute to do it, but, you know, it's not too bad.
Much stronger.
Yeah, I'm feeling stronger than before.
Poor Zeke.
You get something out of it.
Yeah, it's actually optimal to not give Zeke any levels there for a reason later on.
Yep.
Although I don't think it would actually matter if you did it this early, but... wrong location.
Huge difference, but
Yeah.
might make 1 or 2 levels difference, yeah.
Well, I'm also not doing that fight with like a blade like Wolfric or Crescent or Corvin, so
True, yeah.
it matters a little bit more in this category.
Might make a little more, yeah.
Did I
Might
miss
make a little more.
something? Oh, I traveled. I know what I did.
Hey, yep.
Yep.
Yep, I've done that one too.
Yep. So what you want to do is you want to travel to Letheria for the cutscene trigger, and then after that get the inn. I traveled straight to the inn, so I missed the cutscene trigger. So, not the hugest of deals in the grand scheme of things. But it's a few extra travels across continents. Alright, now we go back.
As long as we're running around a bit, just a quick catch up on the lore. So we got Pyra back, but then we lost her again because Jin came and basically threatened all of us. And Pyra said, "No, I'll go along with you." And so now she has been taken by Jin and Malos to the place we are about to go, Cliffs of Moritha, and we have to go rescue her again.
So I actually get a weapon chip for Poppy here. It sounds incredibly unintuitive, but it makes a difference with aggro in Chapter 9, where we control Poppy. It's really sad. Poppy is so bad at controlling the aggro. I do see in chat somebody just joining us asking if Nia is ever controlled in this game, and that is correct. She is in Chapter 4 using Crossette. But otherwise, it's Rex, Morag, and then one chapter is Tora.
But if they mean the Blade version of Nia, which we just unlocked.
Oh, are they asking about Blade Nia? Oh, main Blade. No, we do not, unfortunately. I'd love to wrap that in, but it's unfortunately slow.
Yeah, Nia in this game as a Blade is like kind of mediocre, just because she put everything into healing, like overly so. Like she does not have much else, and you can just get a lot of healing from other sources. It's just you never need that much, really.
You have enough healing from other things that it's kind of overkill, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the other. Yeah, that's the other bit of the lore, that the area, the cave that we were just running through, was where Gramps told us there is something connected to Pyra, and we went looking for it. Ultimately, didn't find it, but that cave had an effect of suppressing blade abilities, which is why we couldn't get Gold Affinity or above Special Level 1. And in the cutscenes, we see Nia is also not feeling well, and at the end of the dungeon, it's revealed that in fact Nia is a blade herself, and that is how she brought Emperor of Moradin back to life after he got killed in that assassination attempt. And so from this point on, you are allowed to use Nia either as a driver or as a blade. And ultimately, as Shem was just saying, you know, she's not really a good blade, unfortunately. And so we just keep her as a driver.
Yeah, she's not bad in a casual setting. We just want to like play around because she is a very, very good healer. Unfortunately, for a speedrun perspective, healing is slow. We'd rather attack. So.
Yeah, exactly. And we have enough healing to keep ourselves alive, which is, in a speedrun, all you need.
Exactly. Yeah, so one thing of note here, which is like the dumbest thing in the world, but I'm going to do a jump here with Morag, and doing a jump with Morag loses 1 second compared to everyone else, because as you'll see, she adjusts her hat after you land, and that loses 1 second.
Yes.
Now, it loses less time than switching to another character, right? But, like, this, like, movement section is technically slower on this category compared to others, because we are controlling Morag.
Slower by the difference of a hat adjustment.
Yep. But it's slower. Save the frames.
Yep, it is indeed. Yep, I remember switching around one of my no DLC menus back when I was commonly using Morag here to make sure I switched her after doing that climbing section as Rex.
Yeah, I'd usually swap her right before this this next fight. Yeah, so I am going to do a safety save here, just because.
Good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, probably not needed, but why it's a safety. Alright, so this fight's kind of ridiculous, and I changed my strategy for it literally yesterday, so we'll see if it works. What I used to do, so Malos here has an ability called Monado Armor, which allows him to basically not take damage for a long time. He still takes damage, but his defenses are like incredibly high. So what I used to do is wait for that to be done before I start like really attacking him. And I'm just gonna like keep getting evasions and do one big attack after that. However, it is possible if I get enough evasions, such as evading Monado Cyclone like that I can actually beat out armor on time. So one quick try for a break, didn't get it, and now this is going to be relatively powerful because of how many evades I got. I could have gotten more evades. But this is not going to beat out the armor. He will still do it. It is possible to get him to such a damage threshold that he no longer armors at all. So we're not going to do that. But yeah, so he's gonna use a lot of strong attacks that like we need to evade. I was gonna do this just to get some DOT on him before he armors, so that DOT will have the full damage throughout this armor. It's not a lot, but it's something. And this attack is very threatening. I need to evade that for sure. And also position myself so that it doesn't hit the rest of my team. Yeah, so at this point, I'm just gonna build up to my my final special. I still need to evade Monato's jail, which will shackle Bridget and deplete her affinity, which would be very bad. Yeah, so now once the armor wears off and I have my tier 3 charged, I can just use that, and fight should be done, but I gotta wait for the armor to wear off.
Yeah,
hopefully I don't
takes, like,
die before
80% less damage
What was that?
when he's in armor.
It's 80% less, so 1/5 of normal damage.
Bridget, form the third. Roger that, Lady Morag. Blue flame, heed my call. Down. Good fight.
And there we go. So that fight actually went pretty well. My old strategy for that, which, like I said, I changed yesterday because I was playing around with some stuff yesterday. I was like, wait a minute, can I do this? And yes, you can. The other strategy was to just do a single blade combo right after he armors, and then chain. So obviously it takes a little bit more time. we're not really pressed for XP in this route, thankfully. In other categories, we are, because we need Nia to break the final boss, and she needs to hit a certain level threshold to be able to do that consistently. In this route, we actually do breaks with Morag for that fight, and Morag will beat that level threshold kind of regardless. So we're not really... Yeah. Like, we care about the XP curve because it like gives you like a little bit more damage, but there isn't like a hard threshold that we're trying to hit.
Brace yourselves.
So this game, like its predecessor Xenoblade 1, has a level difference effect. So when you are lower level than an enemy, the fight becomes harder, not just because of your own stats, but because the game gives the enemies more damage or more evasion or whatnot. It's not as extreme as Xenoblade 1, where if you see a red tag enemy, your hit rates decrease by 100%, and you figure out what that means. But when you are 10 levels below an enemy in Xenoblade 2, your chance to break goes down by 20% per level. So the final boss is going to be level 70, which means we need to be no less than level 61, so 9 levels under, in order to keep that break chance up to its regular level.
Yep, and without any extra effort to get ourselves higher level, Morag will typically be level 62. So that's not a concern in this category. However, Nia could be as low as like 59 in really bad cases, but typically when you miss it, you'd be 60.
Typically, it'd be 60. Yeah,
that's not really a concern in this category, which is very, very nice. I like not having to watch. I like not having to watch that.
Yes, that is very good.
Alright, so what I did before this fight is I removed all of Morag's additional blades, and that will help with a fight in the following chapter, because Morag will leave the party for a bit, and then immediately come back into the party, and we don't want her to use a Gion before Chapter 10, because we want to use a Gion in Chapter 10. So I removed those blades from Morag before this fight.
So at this stage we're just trying to get one of them to 50% health.
Yep.
But they can be really annoying with that sometimes. Because he can obviously use Minato or armor again, and Jin has a bunch of annoying stuff. He can take your aggro away from Malos if you're trying to go hard on him.
He did armor, which is unfortunate, so what I was trying to do, which sometimes you can get off, sometimes can't, is a Volcano, which is damage over time, prior to the armor, and that Volcano would actually be enough to kill him while we're stuck on Jin for a bit. So Jin just taunted us, so we can't currently attack Malos. So the other thing is I'm making sure to pay attention to both Jin and Malos, so that I can evade Skyward Slash. And also Jail and whatever else Malos is doing. This is actually very good. He's very dead. So this would probably actually kill if we didn't need the half HP threshold. But doesn't matter. So this next fight is an interesting case as far as this category is concerned, because it's a full-on tutorial. It forces Rex into the party, and it forces the blade Numa into the party, which is like the evolved form you can think of Pyra and Mithra. It's like the enhanced version. This fight doesn't count against us at all as far as this category is concerned, because technically we don't equip Numa, we equip Pyra and Mithra, and technically I'm not using Pyra or Mithra in this fight, so this is just kind of just to do whatever in this fight. Doesn't really matter. So what we're going to be doing
is... You literally cannot use this. You cannot lose this fight, by the way.
Correct, it's unlosable. It is a tutorialized fight.
Yeah, if
you cannot even death code out of it, by the way.
Oh, really? I didn't actually know that one. But that makes sense.
Yeah, you can't. It won't let if you just ignore death code if you do it in this fight.
Yeah.
But,
so Numa is the best blade in this game. You guys want to take this time to explain why?
Yeah. So Numa. Yeah, Numa has everything basically. So the lore is that she can modify realities to fit her desires, and what that means in the context of battle is, number one, Rex cannot go below 1 HP. In this specific battle, the rest of your party also can't go below 1 HP. So that's why we say you can't die. You literally cannot die in this battle. your chance to break and or just land any driver combo is increased by 50%. That's not 1.5 times. That is plus 50% over whatever rate you had before. She kills everything.
As a side note, before I get to the next chapter, should I safety save here if I reset, or should I like close the game and reset here if I did it in chapter 6? I should still be fine on loads, right?
I would suggest it, but
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the thing I had mentioned earlier where the game has a memory leak problem, so by resetting the game now, we just saved at the end of that chapter, it will allow the loads to be faster in the next few chapters, and it actually saves time for doing this, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah. It's probably a little bit faster even to do it now because it'll wipe all of Cliff's out of
true.
The game's memory.
Cliff's is a big problem.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, okay. So other things Numa can do. Numa automatically hits enemy weaknesses. No matter what element the enemy has, Numa will hit it. You can choose your blade combo. So there will be a thing that pops up at the bottom of the screen saying that lets you choose an element for Numa to do a combo with. Basically Numa just destroys everything.
She also, I believe, increases the crit rate of the entire party to 100%. So if you need crits, Mithra's
I don't know whether it's 100% or just plus 50% or whatever, but yeah, there's
it's
crit
very
rate bonus.
Significant.
Yeah, massive crit rate bonus, hit rate also. You still can't break the 90%, 97% cap, but hit rate bonus.
Yeah, so basically for these fights, and honestly for most of the rest of the game, the goal is going to be get Numa as fast as possible. So for Chapter 8, we will control Mithra, because as of right now, we actually don't really have anyone else. And what this will do is, what we're going to do, is we're going to use Mithra's level 2, which has a bunch of hits. And as you remember from Chapter 6, the weapon chip we got on her, it has a really, really high crit rate. Combined with the Ox Core I put on her, the massive melee Mithra, an even higher crit rate. That will allow us to build our party meter very, very, very quickly. And then as soon as our party meter is full, which is a requirement for activating Numa, everything just kind of dies.
Yeah. So I don't think we really talked about it, but to increase party gauge, there's various things you pick up. Healing pots will give you a little bit, but crits are the big thing with Mithra. Every crit you land adds a little bit of party gauge, but obviously if you have like a 9-hit special, with a high crit rate, that's going to add a whole bunch all at once. And so that is the main way we get party gauge for these fights.
Alright, so just to showcase something, I currently have Bridget equipped on Rex, as you can see, right? That is for story reasons. Bridget is now technically not equipped on Morag. So when Morag rejoins the party, if Morag had any other blades equipped, Bridget would not be transferred back to Morag. However, because I currently have no blades equipped on Morag at all, because I removed every blade except for Bridget in Chapter 7, when Morag rejoins the party, she will take Bridget away from me, so she will have Bridget. That is a very intentional thing that we do for writing reasons, just kind of in general, because obviously Bridget is very good. But if I didn't do that in this category specifically, it would technically ban characters like a Gion who were previously equipped on Morag, because they'd be used in a fight where I don't want to use them. On top of losing several minutes because a Gion is not good in this chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so safety save here because this fight can actually go very, very sketch in rare cases. I should be mostly fine, but we will see how this plays out. There's just a lot of things that attack you here. And they all do, they're all aggroed on me and not Jin. Also, yeah, Jin's in the party. You should probably talk about that.
Yeah, so Jin, at the end of Chapter 7, so we were on a place called the Cliffs of Moritha in that, at the end of that chapter. Basically, Malus got really upset, and so did a big explosion, ground broke under us, we all fell down from the Cliffs of Moritha into actual Moritha, and to the surprise of all of us players, it looks kind of like Earth. There may or may not be a reason for that, but we'll find out later. Anyway, Jin fell down with us, and he said, well, actually, I'm not really against you guys, so let's just find our way out of here together, and then we can fight each other later. But yeah, he's with us for now because we're trying to get out of Moritha and ideally up to the World Tree, which is where we were trying to go in the first place several chapters ago.
Yeah, so thanks to the fall, Jin was also significantly weakened, so it was like, if I try to fight you now, you'll just kill me, so
Yeah.
it's in my best
there was that
interest as
too,
well.
yeah.
And Rex doesn't... Rex is a good guy, so when he saw
I mean-
Jin just struggling against one of the regular Goldos, he was like, no, I'm gonna help you out.
Yeah. I mean, Rex didn't really want to fight. Jin doesn't want to fight anybody. All he wants to do is get to Elysium. And as long as people aren't going to stop him, he has no reason to fight him. Yeah, Rex is just a good kid.
Yeah, so I'm going to be doing a little movement trick here, some weird platforming that, for whatever reason, you can run up an almost perfectly vertical wall. Never understood that. But, yeah, saves a bunch of time to jump up here if I don't get stuck, which is good. Yeah, so that saves a good amount of time. Don't we have to walk all the way around by those eggs down below. So save some movement there. I do want to address a message I saw in chat. Didn't see it before, but I see it now. Asking about the category. Blade rotation basically means that we need to use a different blade in every chapter, which is why we were using Bridget in Chapter 7, because the blades we would typically use, which are faster and stronger, we used in earlier, longer chapters. But that's the general idea, is a different blade in every chapter. I'm going to save before this fight as well.
Oh, this is where we were going.
Yeah, this is another two-phase fight. The first phase is just going to be Rex and Jin, and then the second phase we get the party back, where I will use Nia and Morag.
Yeah, and unfortunately Jin leaves us at this point to go back to his buddies.
Maybe, come on then, Rex. My power flows as one with pirates. I can feel the power.
So what we see here is actually waiting for the elemental copy to happen, because if you do it with Newer out, you won't get any elements copied. So just waiting for it to happen on Jin, we now have an elemental weakness, and as we mentioned, one of Numa's strengths is that she always hits the elemental weakness. And by doing that, we just get a bit more consistent damage and can more reliably get to the second phase.
Yeah, the flip side of always hitting a weakness is if the enemy does not have a weakness, you can't hit it. And that's why we have to wait for... Because the problem is Numa has an element, but she also has resistance against debuffs, and element copy is a debuff.
Yeah, so for this fight, I'm just starting on the side so that I don't get hit. Getting hit would be annoying, because I'm pretty frail. So for this fight, I'm just going to do a 2-orb chain attack. So I'm going to just do a quick combo here with entirely Mithra and Numa. That's the wrong element. How do I back this up?
Ruinous Weather?
I wanted Ruinous Weather. I think I could do a Water Orb now, and it's fine. Yeah, I'll have Nia...
Okay.
I'll have Nia in the middle, and that'll be fine.
Good on you.
Ultimately, you only need one opposite color orb because Numa with both.
Yep.
That's another of Numa's amazing abilities, is that in the chain attack, normally you can only hit one orb with each special, but Numa, if you have multiple orbs up, Numa hits all of them for 1 damage. And so as long as you have an opposite element for one of those orbs, you'll be able to continue the round.
Yeah, so normally what I do is I do Ruinous Weather, and then I do Fire, Water, Ice. But I just so I don't need to do 3 specials with Numa, I can only do 2. Just saves a little bit of time. But yeah, this should this will still work. So good on the fly back
Yeah,
up
this will be
there.
no problem at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, no RNG with the chain as well, because Bridget is fire, so it always hits the water blade, which is nice.
Yep. I also did get this fight on a fusion combo. I don't need it, and I was not going to wait for it, but it just happened to shake out, so I will get a ton of overkill bonus XP for this.
Yep.
Which, again, we're not looking for in this run, but we're not going to complain about it.
But it
either.
doesn't hurt.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will have a whiff.
And another one. Excellent. Go for it.
Yeah.
Get him, Nia. Is this to your liking?
Yeah, so in an older route that I had for this run, so the last time I streamed this was like an older route, I had used Crossette in Chapter 7 instead of Bridget. So when that was the case, I basically couldn't use Nia for that fight, because I can't use Crossette in that fight. So I actually did that strat without a healer, where I had Morag and Tora, and it was actually very consistent. It was weird. Because Tora still had the colorful feather, and he has a ton of HP, so he would actually just, like, tank a lot, and then Morag would pull the aggro from him, so they basically split the damage, so neither of them would die.
Ah, I see. Interesting.
Yeah. And I can still do that, but it's a lot more sketch right now. Like, the optimization there would be, I guess, it's like a slight menu optimization when switching characters, because you only need to swap out Nia, you don't gotta do swaps twice or whatever. But you could do that. The problem is Bridget, because I control her in Chapter 7, doesn't have the Abyss Vest, which increases her health in this this new route that I made. So, because of that, it does still work, and I have done it by accident, just out of habit. But it is a lot scarier, because Morag can get very close to dying, and there's no way to heal her. But thankfully, we use Croisette in Chapter 4 now, so we don't have this dilemma at all, so we just have a healer in that fight. It's incredibly consistent.
Yep. Also, we somehow made it to the World Tree. Yay.
Yeah, it's also not a tree.
It's also not a tree. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also not the world. So, yeah, it's a really tall space station, actually. Interesting enough.
Yep.
Which, if you had played any game in the Xeno meta series prior to this, wouldn't surprise you in the slightest. But
indeed, yep.
But as far as this game is concerned, kind of a big plot twist of wait, that's a space station, and we suddenly went from kind of high fantasy with a bit of sci-fi to full on sci-fi.
Yep.
I guess not even really high fantasy, but definitely fantasy into full on science fiction. There's now space stations and space battles and all sorts of stuff.
Yep. And possibly giant robots.
Oh, there will be giant robots, yes. Yeah, there will be less giant robots than what you deal with in no DLC, because there's a UM, or not a UM, but there's a really strong enemy that you aggro, before an elevator.
Yep.
You need to do a strategic death to get out of that.
Yeah.
Not a thing in this category, or any of the DLC categories for that matter. Which is kind of the annoying part about the aggro stuff, because it adds some really interesting routing that you have to account for.
It does. Yeah, I actually been playing around with that recently, looking for a slightly faster way to get that death.
Zombie hover. Just time the zombie hover such that the 5 seconds end right when you get to the travel location.
That is exactly what I've started doing.
Yeah, and that sounds very painful to do, actually.
It's tricky to get. I'm still working on consistency, but it looks cool when you get it.
Oh, I bet it does.
Just slide right into the elevator.
Yeah. Yeah, so for those watching, there is a bit of a walking section here as well. There is one trick that we do relatively soon, but it is going to be another few minutes before the next boss fight. And while we're doing that, we get to listen to what is, in my opinion, the best song of this game. I absolutely love this track.
It is a solid track. Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. It's a really cool area.
I have put this on for work background, not infrequently.
Yeah, just when the bass line kicks in, love it. I don't know what that motorcycle was.
Yeah, what was that motorbike doing?
Also, some of the enemies in here are just like sentient motorcycles. It's never really explained why, I don't think. There's got to be a side quest somewhere that addresses it somewhat, but yeah, no, there's just a lot of really random enemies in here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a lot of them could be used for in a spaceship. I guess maybe the motorbikes were for transport, but then again, there's also stairs all over the place.
Yeah.
So, not sure if I'd like to use that.
Alright, so here's a cool movement thing. Corners are optional in this game, I guess. Yeah.
Yep.
Not rock. Stop it. There we go.
With this power.
Yeah, so whenever you change party members, like I'm doing right here, that will allow you to grab the ladder as soon as I exit this menu,
Nice
which is
one.
quite nice.
So it's kind of the same as with that falling into the cutscene in Chapter 6. Is that on the first frame, when you reset the party like that, the first frame after you exit the menu, the game thinks you're grounded. And if you're grounded, you can grab onto a ladder. Just like that.
Yep. So that allows us to skip this entire thing. It saves over a minute, I think, because normally you need to like walk out of your way to like activate some button that like drains this thing.
Yeah, it's at least. I think it's well over a minute. Yeah, it's a solid chunk of time because there's an entire. Basically, it's an entire puzzle of solving how do you drain the water from that tank.
You say, aren't there some field skills as well, or is that something else in the World Tree?
Something else. I
can't recall actually. It's been so long since I've done it.
Yeah, I, honestly, if you were to ask me right now, like walk to that area, I don't know if I know the path to get there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah,
do
I
that
don't remember for sure, but I do know there was like I think there's like an extra elevator as well. You have to go between 2 floors to solve that. And
that
so
sounds
it is
right.
Quite a time investment. Yeah.
Or we can just go through walls because they're optional.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one thing I really like about this game and how the speedrun plays out, is outside of the SS chips and how we got them in Chapter 5 when they're like post-game weapons, a lot of the speedrun is like playing the game as expected, like within the rules of the engine, but like exploiting it to the limits. And like the bugs like that, it basically just saves movement.
Yeah.
Like, most of the combat is by design, just with a stronger weapon than you're expected to have at this point. But, like, we're not doing any, like, bugs in combat.
Yeah. I mean, even having the SS chips, I think especially in any percent DLC, is not actually that big of a difference to...
Agreed, yeah.
To normal strats.
There are some routes that just skip them entirely.
Yeah, like, if you don't have the blades necessary, it's not worth the time to do more blade pulls, so you can still... It's still totally fine, like, without it.
Yeah. Yeah, even no DLC, I mean, we used to have a non-SS chip route.
I didn't like it.
It's basic. It's not a great route, no, you have to do it needs more orbs, it's less reliable because you need more brake luck, but it's not incompletable. It's not, the SS chips aren't required, they just, they just make the run more, more reliable.
So with the way this game works, you can't skip story flags. You have to go to every story location in order to complete the game. So any potential for stuff like skipping fights or any of that is kinda not really there.
There's one fight that we do skip in the old factory in Moradane, but it's because there's no story flag there, which is the Turkins that dropped the key. We were able to skip that fight because of the factory clip that we did before fighting Rosa. We did end up skipping a fight there, which is actually very good because that fight is very, very annoying. Probably wouldn't be so annoying with Crossette. We've never done that fight with Crossette route because the clip was found before Crossette came out. But I remember in the old route, no DLC, when using Wolfric, like you didn't like you could just get toppled in that fight like repeatedly, and it was a pain. So it's a good fight to get out of the run. We don't miss it.
Yeah, even casually, that was an annoying fight. I remember too, those Turkins. But yeah, it was that was a fairly early discovery. When I started running, it was already in the route. So. Yep.
Yeah, I started running this game as soon as I finished it casually, which was probably about a month after release. I got it on day 1, and then like most of my Christmas break, because I was still in college at the time, I spent playing this game. So about a month after this game, and I was like, the gameplay in this game, I absolutely love it. I love the combat system in this game. Now, granted, I had that opinion when I finished this game casually, and I still didn't understand it because none of us did. I would argue in many ways we still don't. The tutorials in this game are notoriously incredibly terrible. So like fusion combos, they don't teach you. Like they don't teach you anything, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I am going to do a save here just because we did a ton of walking, so we should be fine.
Yeah, good idea. Just in case. Yeah. And then they went to Xenoblade 3 and they added lots of tutorials, but instead of adding useful tutorials, they added tutorials that force you to push individual buttons in the menu screen. That's not quite what you're looking for, you know?
Especially in a speedrun. It's quite annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one in Xenoblade 3 where you just have to individually change everyone's class, and then individually change everyone's art, and then individually change everyone's skills.
Yes, that I won't lie. That's a major reason why I'm not interested in running 3. I don't want to have to do that menu every single run.
It's not that bad. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny most of the time when I do it.
Come and get it.
Alright, so everything's dead, and this is only a gamma ray. So, yeah. Oh, not quite.
Yep.
Now everything's
I was
dead.
gonna say, usually an hour or two after the gamma ray's enough. Yeah, that's the end of chapter 8.
Yep.
Very anticlimactic final boss for that chapter compared to everything else. But
Yeah. Now, this is
suppose-
not...
So yeah.
So while this is the last time we will be controlling Pyra or Mithra in this game, this does not mean this is the last we will see Numa. Numa will be AI controlled for the rest of the game and is still going to be the main damage dealer. So because of that, for the last 2 chapters of the game, we're actually going to be playing blades that don't do damage at all. They're not meant to be damage dealers. Chapter 9, we're still going to control Rex for a little bit, just until we get to the point where we need to menu. But we're going to be controlling Tora for this chapter. And basically the entire goal for Tora is just hold aggro. Let Rex do his thing, and we're going to be controlling Tora, just to avoid and Rex getting hit by anything he doesn't need to get hit by. This chapter is only 2 fights, unless you count the door clip, which it makes it 3.
Yes.
So, this chapter has a very infamous field skill. I don't remember the exact requirements, but it's like 6 electric, or is it 6 focus, or it's something.
it's either...
I think it's 4 electric, 5 focus.
4 electric,
yeah,
5
or the
focus.
other way around.
Yeah, something like that.
Or the other
So,
way around, yeah.
focus you can get on Wolfric and Pyra. Who else has focus?
Mithra has it.
Oh, Mithra also has
Mithra
focus.
also,
Yeah, you're double
yeah.
dipping there. There's not Electra. Well, there's some rare blade you can get through the gacha system that has focus. I forget who it is.
Oh, no, Electra does have focus.
Electra does have it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what they were thinking with this. The game also only gives you Pandoria as far as electric blades go, who can't even get level 4. So like you need the gacha system to open that door.
Yeah.
Alternatively, you could just be a speedrunner and just clip through it.
Yes. Yeah,
So-
it's really weird because like most of the field skills they do set up that you can just get through them with story blades if you want, except for the one in Elpis with it needs the 3 fire and then this with the 5 electric.
Can Bridget not get
electric
3
it is.
fire?
No,
Not
I
until
believe her...
to World Tree. Her third
Yeah,
tier
yeah.
That's
is
right,
locked
yep.
behind a World Tree enemy. Yeah. So yeah, you do need gacha for that one as well, which is kind of unfortunate, I think.
Yeah, so there is an interesting thing here that I do and nobody else does to set up for this clip that we were talking about. So, I am going to be switching to... actually, I'm going to reset my my camera before I do this, just to make sure I'm good. There is a... the clip coming up, the movement is very difficult. So what I'm doing right now is I'm switching to a GameCube controller because this gives me a joystick notch to make sure that my movement in the straight direction is totally consistent. There's no variation due to the sensitivity of the joystick on the Switch Pro controller, which actually makes a lot of problems in this run because of how finicky the movement is. I would also like to give a shout out to Nintendo for breaking my GameCube adapter recently because the most recent firmware update made it so Mayflash adapters no longer work. And I have a Mayflash GameCube adapter, so I cannot use it for this run. Also want to give a shout out to a good friend of mine from my local Smash scene, Starcastler, for letting me borrow her official GameCube adapter so I can actually do my setup properly. So shout out to Starcastler. She told me she'd be watching, so hopefully we can give her a shout out in chat. But given that, I haven't practiced this strategy with my old setup in about a month because it's been broken for a month. So I am rusty at my better strategy. Given that, I did a practice run yesterday, and I got door clip first try. So I have no idea how this is gonna go. I could be stuck here for 3 minutes. I could get it in like 4 seconds. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it is the most inconsistent clip in the entire run. You never really know what's going to happen until
Yeah.
you get it. Like, I've had runs on insane paces, and then I just lost 8 minutes, like, just jumping. It's
Yeah.
horrible.
Been there, done that.
And I do see Starcaster in the chat, so thank you very much.
Yeah, so basically we just jump at this panel, and if we do it correctly, we'll hit a specific line in the door, and that will just clip us through. It looks pretty silly, but...
Yeah, anytime you see the
Yeah.
screen shake like that, it means I was close. But not quite. It's very precise.
Now, when I saw the hybrid that you mentioned, you were using the GameCube controller. I thought that was really clever because, yeah, moving straight is surprisingly difficult in this game.
Yeah, and like you can compare like these attempts to like a lot of other people who don't use a game controller, and like, well, some of my attempts are like not close. A lot of my attempts are going to be pretty like reasonable attempts at the very least. I find that it makes it way more consistent. It's obviously going to be less consistent in a marathon setting because marathon. But,
yeah.
Yeah. And if this takes you several minutes, that's not unheard of. Oh, there we go.
No.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Gee, yeah. But no, that's a really good clip. Yeah. Still a very good clip.
So, that's all thanks to Starcaster. I've been averaging like 2 or 3 minutes without my GameCube controller. So that's that is your contribution to this run. Thank you very much for that.
You just need to do a ×200 door clip run, and then you get consistent, kinda. Not really.
That's the most insane thing you've ever done. So for those who don't know, Shemcat here decided to torture himself and do a speedrun where he just does door clip 200 times in a row. And
yeah, it took less than 3 hours, which I was happy about, but I'm never doing it again. That was...
I will not blame you in the slightest.
So somebody asked, how did somebody find this exact clip? We ran into every single wall anywhere near that door because of how much of a pain it was to open that door normally. Like, if we didn't have that clip, this game would not be consistently speedrunnable. Like, end of sentence. Like, it is so important to this speedrun. Because of all the extra things you have to do to unlock that door. Because it requires all the electric blades. And the electric blades, like, especially in no DLC categories where we want the SS chips, or rather the DLC categories we want the SS chips specifically, or I guess really any category, like, we need 3 earths and 3 electrics from the gacha system. That's a tall ask, because that's like the least common element that you can get. And this game would just be reset over and over and over and over again until you get the blades that you need. And then you would die somewhere in the middle because speedruns happen, and then, like, okay, gotta reset again until you get the blades. And then you make it to door clip, great.
Yep.
And so optimally, this door, it saves several minutes on building focus on various blades. So even like if I had all the blades that I needed, I think that door clip that I just got still would have saved me time over that. But also it's just the consistency of I don't have to go out of my way to do any of these things.
I always find it weird that the most inconsistent clip in the run is actually the source of the consistency in this run.
Yeah.
It's weird to think about.
As inconsistent as that is, it is much better than the alternative.
Correct.
Yeah, every time I get a horrible door clip, I just have to remind myself of that it's still better than having to do the other strats.
Yep.
So for this, I'm going to be speccing out Tora into as much aggro as physically possible. And yes, I actually need this because he is so bad at holding aggro. I will max out Spinning Cutter. And then I'm gonna get some nodes on his affinity tree. This is Art's Chain for Tora to allow him to cancel one art into another. Makes this fight a lot easier. The dumbest thing that I absolutely hate that I have to do, I'm gonna take aggro draw off of Poppy QT and move it to Poppy Alpha. Because you actually need all the aggro on Poppy QT that you can possibly imagine. It's insane. So Rex needs to remove Rock. And then needs the Bio Gauntlet. Nia needs the... Where is it? Did I get it? Here it is. Gear Vest. And now, Tora, of all people, is going to have our Auto Balancer. And then we're going to give a Sparkle Sugar to Tora, just to get some art recharge. So, we didn't mention it, the previous pouch item that I had on Tora was actually Love Beyond the Clouds, which we had put on Rex at some point for increased special damage and passive special recharge. I put that on Tora because it's like a good backup plan for the Phantasms fight when Bridget's Chain doesn't kill. It gives Poppy QT more damage in that. And then the passive special regeneration is useful like, kind of throughout Chapter 5. He just still had it equipped. So now we're gonna do an in, and Tora is already level 60, which is insanely good.
Yeah, I'm feeling stronger than
And once again, we're gonna ignore Zeke entirely. These are really good levels.
Much stronger. Experience begets wisdom.
And I think that was just due to I got the fusion on the Goldo back in chapter 8.
Yeah.
So I'm well above
that was
where
a
I
big
expect to be
overkill.
as far as XP is concerned. So this fight in particular is kind of annoying. I think I'm going to do a save because if anything bad happens, I don't want to do a clip again. And it shouldn't.
That is
But
absolutely a good idea.
You never know with this game. This game is... You can just open a menu and just soft lock randomly. Or even crash, as I've seen.
Yep.
So this fight is interesting. So in the run that I had yesterday, I was around 4 minutes ahead going into this fight, and I left this fight 5 minutes behind. Hopefully that doesn't happen. In my fight yesterday, I did forget to move aggro draw from QT to alpha. So, if this goes well, that is the difference maker as far as I am concerned, and I think it very well could be. What ended up happening in my fight yesterday is I kept getting, like, Rex kept taking the aggro, as he will continuously do somewhat. But the idea is to just spam arts with Tora. He is getting Skyward Slash here, but it's fine because the glitch happened once again where he activated Gold Affinity as it hit him. So I'm getting quite lucky with that. But yeah, I'm just going to spam Spinning Cutter, get as much aggro as possible, and do 2 level 2 specials with Rex while I'm doing this. That'll build up the party gauge, and then with a full party gauge, I'll be able to activate Numa. So Numa will be coming shortly. So this is going to be a 2-orb chain attack that we do for this fight. So I'm going to do another combo. So that is a little bit unfortunate, but he'll be back soon enough. I'm just gonna do a tier 4 just to evade Empty Moment. You don't really need it, but I had the tier 4, so I figured may as well. I do need the stone for the blade combo that I'm about to do. And then Numa should be ready relatively shortly. Yep, I'm gonna eat the Skyward Slash, which is good. So I'm just waiting on Pyra here to have full affinity. Yep, so here we are with Volcanic Storm. On a break, very
nice.
convenient. I don't need that, but I will now be even further above the level curve, I believe. So an important thing here...
In case you didn't have enough experience already.
Yep, so now if I use Poppy QT here, it guarantees that we get the full chain. So, yeah, so this is Jin. Assuming I don't screw up any of the QTEs here, this fight is done.
I mean, there have definitely been times when I'm just kind of mindlessly mashing B and I'm mashing straight into the round extend.
Yep. I'm not even on the final round yet, and...
That's how good Numa is.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, if I had a mash there, I can't end the chain prematurely. In some fights you can, but because Tora has 2 blades, I would still be able to use Alpha, so it wouldn't force it on me. So I may as well get the full damage. If I could have prematurely ended the chain attack intentionally, then that would have been better.
There's one nice thing Xenoblade 3 did that lets you end chain attacks whenever you want.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Xenoblade, that game has so many nice quality of life things that I would
does,
really like to see in this game, like retrying a battle, for example.
Yes. Yes.
All right, so this is a very inconsistent fight in this route, because I will need to swap the Poppy QT at some point, which means I will not be able to gain aggro as easily. But we'll see. I'm not going to really explain what the goal here is. You guys will just kind of see it, and it'll be fun. Anyone who knows the game knows what's happening, or knows the speed run.
You know.
So hopefully he uses Guilty Road here. Gotta do another auto attack, that's fine. Guilty Road, please. Yep, I'm going to evade it with QT, and now use a special. And as you can see, I have already lost aggro. So what I want to do is I want to gain it back, which I just did here. This is not quite set up the way I want it to, so I'm going to reposition a little bit. I think you guys would probably be able to tell what's coming. So he's going to rotate, he's going to do an auto attack, and provided Rex doesn't topple, he's dead. But Rex is totally... Actually, no, Rex is doing the special, so Rex will not topple. He'll be in the special lab. So hopefully this goes smoothly, and down the hole he goes, and there goes about this.
Down the hole.
Yeah, so this is part of the reason why we use Tora for this chapter, is because neither of the two fights... That's the end of the chapter, by the way. Neither of the two fights do you really care about damage. The first fight, you care about it from Numa, so just playing as Tora is fine. But one important thing about that strat is Poppy QT has an evasion arc. Normally, Guilty Road will send you flying. And when that happens, when you're controlling Tora, you're gonna lose a lot of your aggro because there's a lot of lag when you need to like get back up to be able to start attacking him again. And also the blowdown can push you into the hole in very rare cases, which is quite funny. I had a very cursed fight yesterday where what ended up happening was I ended up dying as Tora. Before the steam explosion could go off, and I lost all the aggro. Then Nia is the one who picked up the aggro, but Nia was positioned in a position where I could still get the aggro appropriately. So basically what happens is when you get blowdown, you just fly backwards from the direction that you're facing. So that's why I needed a Malthus to point directly at me, because directly behind him was the hole. So, I can't just move to the correct side of him. It has to be the direction that he is facing, not the direction I am facing. But conveniently last night, Nia took his aggro, I think from Rex actually. She took the aggro, and it set up perfectly. I'll never be able to recreate a fight like that. It worked out perfectly.
Yeah, I know one time I was just trying to back it up and accidentally got golf using Corvin.
I've seen that, yep.
I was incredibly happy.
Yeah, accidental golfs are... Honestly, it's more satisfying than a regular golf, because, with golf, it's like, okay, if I miss this, it's bad. But with an accidental golf, it's already bad, so then it just becomes good.
Yeah, yep. Very true.
Alright, so this is the final chapter of the game. For this, this chapter is broken up into two different parts. The first part is a series of fights that are back-to-back-to-back, like a mini boss rush. And for those fights, we're going to be controlling the blade Gion on Rex. Rex is forced for that fight, and only Rex. So we're going to put a Gion on Rex. There is a weapon ship that we can actually get in this next area, which we will put on a Gion for those fights. So this is Elysium, exactly as we expected. Nice little paradise here, I guess.
Sort of,
yeah, something like that.
For some definition of paradise, I guess.
Yeah, it's land. They're looking for more land,
yeah.
And I guess they found it.
They found it, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's a plot point we never actually covered. So everyone in this universe lives on the Titans. Like, Titans are the land masses, but the Titans are dying, so land is becoming a scarce resource. Rex's goal is to find a place that is not a Titan for people to live, which is this Elysium here. So that there are wars being fought over land and that kind of stuff, because it's a hot commodity in this universe. Which, honestly, genius idea for like a plot. Like, I think that's really smart. I haven't seen that kind of thing in other media. I think it's really clever. Yeah, so there's a chest hidden over here with a finicky jump there. Very nice. This chest, these ships here are nothing to write home about, but they are Chapter 10 weapons, so for that reason alone, they're pretty good. Better than any alternative that we have.
Shining Star Chips, yeah. And if you're not getting Shining Star Chips, you do pick those up anyway, because they are Chapter 10 chips, and they're what you use.
Hello there.
Another point we didn't mention is that after Chapter 7, where Pyromithra upgraded into being Numa, Rax has now become the master driver, so he can basically bond with any blade he wants. Even ones like Dromark that are set onto Nia, even without an overdrive or anything.
Yeah, kind of touched on that for just a moment in Chapter 8 when we saw Rex with Bridget, and it's kind of the game's tutorial about this Master Driver's features, that now all of a sudden Rex has Morag's Story Blade. So yeah, that is how we put a Gion on for this chapter.
Alright, so there is like a minor optimization I could have made there with some slightly different routing, but because I had the blade shook out, I couldn't do it. So, yeah, so I am controlling Tora right now. This will turn into Rex as soon as the fight starts. I don't actually think I moved Rex into the... good catch there. That would have been very bad, and I can actually do
sure
that.
it'll work
That
out
might
great.
save me some time later. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, so as soon as this fight starts, Rex is gonna be controlling a Geon, and then the rest of the party will disappear. I'm gonna be forced Rex. And this is the final stretch of the run. So I would guess and say we probably have around 10 to 15 minutes left. That'd be my guess. Maybe a little less. Hard to say. Definitely more than 10, but that'll be the ballpark we're looking for, assuming nothing goes wrong in these next few sections. I could die to Ion and lose 10 minutes. It can happen.
Yeah.
All right, so this next section of the game is we're going to be fighting our party members who are, like, betraying us, and this doesn't make any sense. It's a very, like, dream-like state, narratively. And Rex is just kind of confused as to why everyone wants to fight him. So I'm going to inflict a break and then specifically wait for my affinity to go up because I have affinity max attack on a Geon. One thing that is very noteworthy about a Geon, and it's actually very useful in one of these fights, is that as soon as he gets max affinity, he gets guaranteed evasion for the next 15 seconds, which is actually very nice. Unfortunately, that is the only good thing about a Geon, but he works for us.
He can stand on the railing.
He can stand on the railing. That is true. He's a very stylish blade. I do kind of like a Geon. Everyone hates a Geon, and they're kind of right, and I'm kind of wrong. I accept that, but I like a Geon.
Yeah, it's kind of
An interesting character. I just
cool concept.
Just unfortunately, there's not much for him to do in the speed run.
Yeah, he has his moment to shine in this category. He's the main for the final chapter of the game, where it doesn't really matter who you use.
Yeah, Geon kind of falls into the trap that some of the other blades in this game fall into, where they just spec into one area, like one niche, way too much, and in Geon's case, he's just... all of his skills are just evasion, evasion, evasion.
Yep.
And if you don't get the aggro because you're not really doing much damage, like what good is evading a bunch gonna do for you?
Yeah, it is kind of nice in this fight specifically because Morag, rather Bridget and a Geon are weak to each other, so I can actually take quite a lot of damage if I don't have the 15 seconds of evasion.
Nio, my peep,
See, Grumps? I'm getting better.
flesh wound.
Alright, so this next fight is going to be a tag team, both Zeke and Tora. My general strategy here is I'm just going to use a bunch of arts on Zeke, and then I use a special on Tora, and he just kind of melts. Because as we've all known, Tora is a bad tank.
With the power of friendship. Yep. Dynamic spark.
Yeah, the evasion is also good here because Dynamic Spark Sword pushes you back. So,
Never fear. I got this. Oh, shut up.
yeah, so now I'm gonna build a break on Tora, use that, and then immediately tier 4.
Break 'em. We'll need to concentrate.
And this should be this, or close to. Close to.
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah, now Tora's gonna aggro me when I'm the only one here. I find it so funny how they put a taunt in this fight.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure the idea is if you are not strong enough to just take them out immediately, you're fighting Zeke and he pulls off your.
Oh,
pulls you
sure,
over.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't think. Doesn't seem likely to happen realistically. So, yeah. A good idea, but bad setup.
Alright, so now I'm gonna play as Morag, and my order of the party members is very intentional for a chain attack that we're going to do versus the final boss. So yeah, that's what's next, is the final boss. So, yeah, that'll be the end of this run, which honestly has gone pretty well. We had some hiccups along the way. We did have the soft block in Chapter 4 that we didn't actually lose too much time. I saw we actually only lost a minute for that, which is kind of funny. But yeah, so
it was a very quick first phase. So
it was, yeah. And then sometime in Chapter 5, because Rock happens, But outside of that, almost every fight has gone very, very well, which doesn't always happen in this run. So that's good. Yeah, so just one final menu. So one thing I did in that last menu was specifically removing Bridget from Morag. Is this gonna work? This will work. Yeah.
Me to do everything for you.
So yeah, by removing Bridget, it allowed me to well, switching off of Bridget before this fight, it allowed me to de-equip Bridget here. Male loincloth and what is it? Bio gauntlet, yeah. Oh, and then there was an accessory. We didn't really mention it when I bought it, but I bought an accessory in Chapter 3 that's only used for this one fight. So Nia's job for this fight is going to be make sure we're basically always at half health, or full health. It's probably not going to matter because I'm a higher level than I was expecting. But these are just like some extra safety skills that I like to get because it keeps the party safe. If anyone dies in this fight, depending on when it happens, it could go very south very quickly. So, of note for this fight on Morag, I have 3 different blades equipped. I will use all 3 of them. Aegeon is going to be mostly for blade combos. He's in the evasion. He's not going to be like a major damage dealer or a contributor to the overall strategy outside of getting the orb for the blade combo. I have a generic Knuckle Claw common blade, which will give Morag a break art. Normally, Morag only has break on Bridget, which in a lot of other categories, that's how Morag does her breaking. But I cannot use Bridget in this fight, because I used Bridget in Chapter 7, because of the category. So I have a generic Knuckle Claw, doesn't matter who, but just a Knuckle Claw blade for that purpose. If I had Adenine, I would use her instead, specifically, because she increases damage party-wide against enemy weaknesses. And Numa always targets enemy weakness. So there are going to be some breaks that I need in this fight that if I had Adenine, I would not need them. But I am now partially reliant on the RNG. Now my level is plenty high enough that the break RNG is not going to be too bad, and I have a beta scope on Morag, which will improve her break percentage chance. So that's very good. The other blade that I have is Telos, and I just need Telos because she's a Dark Element blade, and will allow me to break an orb in the chain attack. That's all that she's going to be used for this fight. Of note, though, my Knuckle Claw is also a Dark Element, so I didn't need to equip Telos. I just like Telos, so I'm going to do that.
Fair.
So I could have technically left Bridget equipped and then just not use her, and that's fine. And for what it's worth, the Dark Element also could have been a Fire Element, and the strategies all work out. So this is going to be Ion, you know, basically Gundam, same thing, and he's not that threatening, honestly. He has some like AOE attacks that are very, very slow and reactable, and will hit the entire party. That is the reason why I need Rex to stay alive, basically. So Nia's gonna heal him to full, and my job during this part is to just spam Special 1. Because Nia has Mutual Happiness, it means anytime you get an Excellence on any of the QTEs, you gain some Party Meter. So while Rex is doing Special 2 to build Party Meter, I'm going to be doing a few Special 1s to build Party Meter. And then this should be full Party Meter, and we have ourselves an orb. So, this is a 2-phase fight. The first phase, we're going to be doing 2 different blade combos, or rather, a blade combo, 1 orb, and then a chain. So we're just waiting for Rex to do, to switch back to get a special ready. Whatever you want, Rex, there it is. And now I'm going to activate Numa, and I'm going to try and get a break. As soon as I get a break, which is right there, I'm going to use Gamma Ray. Normally I would wait for that break, but I got it pretty quickly. So as soon as I see the Gamma Ray go off, there it is, I'm going to chain attack. And this is going to be phase 1, because I got the break. So what blade I use here in the chain attack does not really matter. I think the common blade is actually probably faster. But Numa's going to be the one doing all the damage.
This is not the end. Finish them.
Breaking wave.
Yeah, just a little bit more, and then Numa here will finish off this phase. It's at 3/4 health, not half.
70%.
Is it 70? Close enough.
Yeah.
Which I'm surprised didn't finish. Oh, Dromark finished it off. Okay.
Oh, let's go Dromark.
Clutch.
Let's go, Dromar.
Alright, so this next fight can be pretty sketch, but we'll see how it goes. Should be mostly fine. So he's gonna open with an attack called Siren Buster, which I want to make sure my entire party is attacking before I actually engage combat. And they are, which is good. So I need to evade this, otherwise the party just wipes, which is annoying. So the rest of the party is still going to wipe, which is fine. And I can just revive him. So I'm going to specifically revive Rex first, so that Nia can heal him. If I revive Nia first, she'll heal before Rex is alive. Now everyone's at full health because I maxed out healing Halo. So now I'm just going to do a few more arts with Aegeon, and I'm going to do Venom Water into Splash Hazard with Nia. And this will give us an orb. Specifically, I'm going to wait on when I use Splash Hazard until he does the attack Blizzard. Blizzard prevents you from healing, which is very, very bad. So once he uses that attack, which looks like he's gonna... Yeah, I think he's doing an auto attack now. Sometimes he backs up and does X-Star instead, which ruins everything. So I'm going to use this special to dodge the Blizzard, which is going to hit right here. And I might have mistimed this. Just barely good. So now he's going to use an attack called Anthropos, which I want to dodge. Anthropos Shackles Blades. So I've built up a tier 4 with Aegeon specifically to dodge that attack. Yeah, meanwhile, Rex is building up his special 2, which I need. Which he has. Good. So I'm going to dodge Anthropos here. It will reduce our blade affinity very, very slightly. It's not significant. So now our blade affinity is already back, so that's fine. It does matter for Rex that it allows him to get Numa, but she'll be getting gold right now. There she is. And now I'm just trying for a break, which I don't think he can actually get during X-Star. Yeah, no effect. So I have to just wait out this X-Star. Which can kill me and ruin everything. So let's hope that doesn't happen. It's completely RNG who these hit. If they all target me, the fight's dead. So, there we go, there's the break. Alright, so now we're gonna get basically an entire chain attack, 3 rounds, on a break. I don't think we're gonna get the last special on the break, but we might. So I'm going to use the Common Blade here, because his special is going to be faster than Telos's. But I'll use Telos in the next round. Actually, no, I'll use Aegeon, because we might be tight on damage.
Telos is here to chill, I guess.
Yeah, she's here to hang out. She is technically increasing my strength passively, so there's that.
True, true.
Yeah, this fight can be, like, quite close. Honestly, I could, Telos would probably be fine here, because her attack has, like, a ton of hits, and he is Dark Weak at the very least. But if this doesn't kill, which this will, looking at it now, if this, so time is gonna be when the damage shows up at the end of this, chain attack. So, time.
GG.
Thank you very much. This was fun. But yeah, so normally I'm not really watching the damage on this fight too closely. With Adenine, you don't even really need that break, which is kind of funny. But yeah, this was a pretty good run. Huge shout out to both of my commentators who are helping with this run. I know Vax specifically. It's got to be what like super early in the morning for you right now.
It's yeah, it is a bit that we're starting to approach dawn. So
okay. I definitely appreciate you sticking around for this. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun to watch. Like I said, it's the first time I'd seen this category run, and I thought it was going to be sounded like a fun idea, and it was really fun to watch. Neat to see all of the different strats coming out.
Yeah, I really love this category. I think it's a great showcase of what this game has to offer. I think it's as of right now, I'm the only one who runs this because it's just kind of like a side thing I do on my own time. We don't have an official leaderboard for it. I would love to see other people pick up this category. We can create a category extension. I'm all for that. I am also, like, on the side, like, considering a driver of rotation category, which is going to be even more crazy because we need to play Zeke. So, yeah, there's a lot of different things with this game that allow you to keep replaying it in various ways, and that's one of the main things I enjoy about this game is how many different ways there are to replay it. Yeah, so want to give a shout out to the whole Xenoblade community, everyone who speedruns this game, all the world record holders for the various categories. Like this community is has been great for me. You guys are super chill to hang out with, and I love spending time in this community playing this game. You guys are the best. But I have nothing more, so I don't know if you guys have anyone you want to shout out or anything.
Yeah, just
No,
Xenoblade.
Peak. Yeah, Xenoblade, and Chronicles X coming out, remake coming out soon. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks again, Hybrid. GG's great run. Glad to commentate along with you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It was a good showing.